We're going live and we are going live. We are going fucking live. Hello, everybody. We are live. Now I'm live and I am live streaming and I am streaming. Streaming live. I am logged into the wrong account. Hey, I fucked that up. That's not good. Then it's okay. I have really done it now. It's going totally fine. Unlimited power. Hi, Marvel Avengers. Hi, Mad Lad. Fight yourself. Fi themselves. Hello, Batuhan. Looks like we got some people turning in, arriving and awakening. Very cool. Hey, look, so check this shit out. Oh, wait, is it not working? Yeah. Huda. So you can see it's just a camera. It's just the camera. I have another thingy, the army thingy. I forgot I had one. So I went and I dug it out. It's kind of crap, but it's not as good as this one in any way, shape, or form. But it is an army thingy, and so I've got it hooked up over there, and I can bring it in down over here, and I can make it work. And I spent like hours trying to get it out of frame and keep it out of frame, and I could not do it. And I just could not do it. But it freaking works. It's kind of crazy. Yo, you got hands? That shit's crazy. Crazy. I know, right? It's fucking weird. You know, I know some streamers who you can't prove that they have hands. You just don't know. You really, it's an uncertainty, and that uncertainty lives in the back of your mind for forever. Like, you can't really get away from that one. Okay, I think it was like 3600 is where natural light actually is. And then I can camera control, do not autofocus, please. Focus out. There we go. And then I can do exposure, pop. That's about the right one. And I believe that if I have this correct, that you should be able to mostly see what I'm writing. Although it's not terribly clear because of the way that the thing is. But who cares? The important part is, well, the most important part is that I can show stuff off to you. And some of the stuff that I can show off to you is stuff like books that I care about. I mean, really care about, right? So, we can do silly things. Oops. Oh, it's still taking the rotation data from the camera. Okay, I don't want that. Hold on. Let me fix that. Configure. Apply rotation data. No. So why does it always default to that? It always defaults to applying rotation data from the camera, regardless of whether I set it not to. It just, when I open OBS again, or Streamlabs again, it defaults to that. I've got hands. I've also got legs. So you can actually, it's weird, but when I zoom this out, you can see that this is, hello, this is my Bella. This is my Bella. And this is my desk and part of my mecha. And now my mecha has grown more powerful than you could ever possibly imagine. I don't know why Palpatine is suddenly Russian. But, you know, it tracks. That seems to track, I think. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I guess if I put it up over here, it's a little more out of the way. Gosh, I wish that this just locked in properly, just immediately. I didn't have to futz with it. All right. But I can do amazing things. Amazing things like potentially consider the possibility. Consider the possibility that I get a hard copy of a manga. For example. Por ejemplo. Hard copy JoJo's. Open the JoJo's. Wow. Look at all the art in the JoJo's. That's the JoJo. Wow. Oh my gosh. It's like I can show you the world. I can show you the world. Maybe. Let me try this, actually. I'll turn on the rotation data thing. And then I'll turn it so that it's like this. Yep. And then I'll say, no more rotation data. Okay, so now it's stuck that way. And I can clickety-clack it in here. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh. 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 Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Now that's what I call a good time. Now I can get this a little bit better, and I could optimize the framing a little bit better, and it would be all sorts of things could be improved on this sort of idea. But we're making moves in the right direction, I think. I gotta think that we are making moves in something akin to a useful direction. How? And I could zoom it in as well. Let me see how that goes. Did you unlisted episode 32? No, dude, it got copyright whomped because I listened to music and also watched anime. Like a fucking idiot. That piece of media is gone for forever. Oh, I see. That's the limitation of the zoom. So the digital zoom only takes me to there. And that's fine. That's well and good. Autofocus on. Nope. Autofocus fully off. Autofocus fully off. And focus me at 0. Cool. Apply. Okay. Copyright police. Whoop whoop. It's the sound of the police. Whoop whoop. Something make a moose. Something I'm a moose. Yeah, the copyright wompers. The copyright wompers don't like me very much sometimes because I do things with art, and most art is technically copyrighted. And we could argue all day and all night about whether that should be the case, but it is the case. I mean, I think it probably should be the case. But I think there should be more room for fair use, commentary, and criticism built into the legal systems of every country, including Japan. Japan's got some serious problems when it comes to copyright law that are going to be a very big issue for them as we head into the future. And frankly, given the title of this stream, part of the title of the stream was to mention, like, oh, what a POWAH! I have the power of camera, and you can see my hand. Also, I found this out. This is very compelling to me. I don't know if it'll be compelling to you, but just being able to see from 2 angles a complicated object, I find this incredibly compelling. This is just a fidget toy. But regardless, it doesn't matter what the object is, right? Like a pen. Being able to see the pen from multiple angles in simulstream at simultimes and stuff, that's fucking nuts. I think that's really cool. I don't know why, but something about that, as soon as I did that last night when I was playing with this whole setup, as soon as I did that, I was like, I need that all the time. I need that ability. Something about that is going to lead to something beautiful. And I don't know what it is yet. I don't know. All I know is that there's value here. There's value here in being able to move these things around and show them to you. And I don't know what value it is exactly, but there's something to it. So here's the secondary value, which is that I could show you fucking media. I can show you things like books. I fucking love the way that this book flows. I really do. This is from Katzenberg. Is this chunk? So good. I've often said that animation is the purest form of creativity. Every step of a production, from the storyboards to the music to the final cut, springs from an artist's imagination and is realized by his or her talents. Of course, we all have to start somewhere. I believe that filmmakers must first understand the complex visual grammar of the medium before they can explore their personal styles and channel that creativity. You have to know the rules before you can break them. With Framed Ink, Marcus Method distills his 20-plus year career in feature animation into clear, practical manual on the language of images. Marcus has a special eye for blah, 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 blah. By reading this book, you are entering into a master's course of visual storytelling, and I think you couldn't ask for a better teacher. So start learning, start drawing, and start down your own path to creativity. I can't wait to see what you come up with. What else is nuts, Mad Lad Fi? I hope that this isn't just a bad gag. I hope that you have something that's actually fun to say here. Please, 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 please don't be just a bad joke. Please, please, please. Please, please. There's only so much I can take, Fi. There's only so much garbage I can take. I mean, I'm a garbage goblin. I'm a dumpster diving drow. I'm a dumpster drow, dumpster druid, garbage goblin. But what is nuts, Fi? Peanuts? Apricot nuts? D's nuts. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna go. Thanks for coming by the stream, everybody. It's been really fun. Glad to show off this cool camera thing that I set up. Mad Lad Fi has ruined my life and totally demolished me. I have no pride anymore. I'm gonna go commit seppuku. What else am I gonna do when I get hit by the full D's nuts? I mean, I'm out. Peace. Later. I'm gonna go curl up into a corner and die. Bye. Okay, I'm not actually going to curl up into a corner. I did just realize that I haven't started my tea yet, and that's a problem. Okay, problem solved. I wish this weren't necessarily in frame. I wish this were more, like, here. I guess being here would be really cool, but it's immediately in the frame of the thing and immediately in front of my face. So that doesn't work at all. It doesn't work at all. Fuck. So this has to be right up out of my eye line, and that means it can be right up out of frame as well. And if I get that exactly just right. Try not to get the stream copyright striked so that I can watch it later, okay? We'll see. No, I will do my best. I've lived and learned, and I understand that, yeah. There are things that I cannot do. Like, listen to a full album of my favorite musical artist. Which makes me extremely sad, because I'd really like to be able to do that on the stream. And I think honestly, if I were capable of in any way reaching out to Alexander, I think that's his name, he wouldn't give a fuck. And I would be able to just listen to Savant all the time. But that's not the case right now, and such is life, so be it. It's also quite annoying that the fan is going, I think. Behind me? Yeah. Nope, I'm not answering that, Mad Lad. It's gonna be D's nuts. I get it. I fully get it. General thoughts on narrative art. Think, feel. What is the whole story, the specific sequence, the shot about? Let's not forget that when we are talking about visual storytelling, the image is the vehicle and not the end in itself. We cannot afford to get the audience stuck on a particular frame just because the drawing or the scene looks great without a specific purpose for why it is within the story. Obviously, we aim to produce the best quality art, but we should prioritize the following. What are we trying to say in our narration as a whole? What mood do we want our audience to be in throughout the story and at any given time within a specific sequence or shot? What is the function of this moment within the story? How are we going to take our audience there? What in our drawing is contributing to the general statement? What can we leave out without changing what we are trying to say? Basically, when we are drawing for a storyboard or a graphic novel, we are first of all doing an exercise in storytelling as opposed to creating pieces of art for a show. If the drawing doesn't serve a purpose within the bigger picture, it will just pull the audience out of the narration, making them conscious of the fact that they are simply setting their eyes on a paper with brushwork on it, rather than living an experience as following a story and its characters should be. Stellar. Could I know what's on the table, please? This is what's on the table. Es Alam. This is what's on the table. Framed ink. Marcus Mateau Mestre. I guess this is stupid. But I'm stupid too. Slow down, Sonic. Slow down on what? Slow what down? Reading? No. Bam, 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 bam. Pam 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 pam. Boom boom pum 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 pum. Okay, and then let me see. Aha! Oh god. Hold on, I need to turn off definitely no autofocus. No, this is a different video configuration, so you have to pull up a different one, motherfucker. Autofocus off. Exposure there. Focus. Zoom. POW. There we go. And then I think if I just do this. POW. Then I can just do this. Bring it down to about the same size. Bring it down right here. POW. POW. And now we're quintupled up. Oh my god, I have too much. Somebody stop this man. Somebody stop this man. He's got too many cameras. Look at this shit. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on, let me rename this C920. No, that's C930. Fuck. POWAH! Unlimited POWAH! So I actually wanted, the title is fun because I'm doing this whole thing with all the things and stuff, but the reason that I actually put Unlimited Power as the title is because of the announcement that was made yesterday regarding nuclear energy. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's our exposure down. That's more like it. Zoom goes in, zoom goes out. Pan tilt roll. Low light compensation should be off. Apply. Video processing. The gain is set. The white balance should be over here. Should really be in like the 3700 range. But it's different on this camera, huh? POW. The announcement that was made just yesterday regarding nuclear fusion power. The United States, to some extent, has achieved positive power flow in a fusion reactor. Now, to what degree and in what ways and all that jazz is left to the imagination for issues of national security, they'll say. I don't really give a fuck about that. What I give a fuck about is quite simple, and that is we're almost there, man. We're almost there. And when I say there, let me get a different book. I mean here. Let me pour this motherfucking tea. Pour this motherfucking tea. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's gonna look dark because there's actually matcha powder in this tea today. So it's gonna look rather greenish, you know? And that's totally acceptable. Those reddish bits in the tea are cacao nibs. So cocoa beans, basically. Yo, what up? What up, Solar Wind? How you doing? I'm just showing off all my new camera setups. Look at all this shit. I got too many cameras. I got too many cameras. What am I gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? Eh? Fight me. Fight me over my cameras. Fight me over me cameras. Actually, should these be the opposite way? Should this be up top? And then stream cam should be down here. I think it should be thus. So that this, oops. C920 is up like here. That way it's more optimal. It's like my hands go through in here, right? From the one space into the other space, and then up here is where like above is. So it's above, below, above, below, front and back. Very cool. So now let's do this so that we get it in all three. Fuck, I can't get it in all three. That's unfortunate. Okay, but I can still get it in these two together. And I can play with the little fidget toy here. And you can see it quite effectively, right? Excellent. Excellent. Not bad. And of course, because this is on a boom arm, this camera up, that one, I can move it around toward anything that I see, or move it out, or move it in to focus on specific elements. Or if I'm going to do like a drawing stream or something like that, I can really hone in on it and get closer. And same goes for this one up top. Now, I could also flip the stream cam, or flip the C920. Let me see. If I just flip this vertical. So that flips it vertical and not horizontal. So hold on. Transform, flip, horizontal. So that's still from my angle. That's opposite. It's better not having the yin-yang with your left hand. I don't know what that means. This is kind of cool, but the angle doesn't end up working because it ends up being weird. So filters, transform, flip vertical, transform, flip horizontal. Because this is the accurate direction of it, right? Flip horizontal. I guess I could do this. But of course, then everything is mirrored, which is unfortunate. Because I would have to have a camera where I am, right? Like over my shoulder or on my forehead or something. This way, at least things look proper. So which way do you think? This way? Accurate or matched? So we'll call this accurate. And we'll call this one matched. I'm actually thinking matched might work better. Even though it's like it's wrong because this is the wrong hand on my end. Yeah, because this is my right hand. I think it actually has to be the accurate. I think accurate works better as well. So this way. So you can actually, because this is the depiction of all the elements in space, right? Because this is from the front, and that when I pull it up, it's looking directly at me, right? So it's actually me. It's actually me. Who would have thought? Who else would it have been? I don't know. What a scary question. Who else would it be? Gasp. Gasp, freaky deaky. Regardless, this is Charles Strauss's Accelerando. And I want to bring this up because of the announcement that happened yesterday. Oh. And that announcement was well, I'll show you in just a sec. Where's the one? This one. POWAH. And this has to be up and on above. Great. Fusion power. Breakthrough, 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 breakthrough. A skeptic's caveats. I'm actually interested in that. Unlimited fusion energy became a more feasible prospect. Yep. Yada yada. Updated 2 hours ago because, of course, US lab has successfully sparked a fusion reaction that released more energy than went into it, but there's still a long way to go. Right. So everybody says things like, there's still a long way to go. We don't know how long this will actually take before it's viable and usable. It'll be decades still, decades later. Don't get your panties in a wad. Nothing's going to change bigly yet. Not right now, at least. Things will take a little bit of time. So they fired some energy at a tiny cylinder with a pellet of frozen stuff, and they compressed it and generate pressures, causing the hydrogen inside to fuse. Great. Little tiny blaze. Little pop of energy that produced more energy than had been used to heat the pellet. And once you can actually harness that, you can use the excess energy to fuel the excess energy, to fuel the excess energy, to loop. Okay. But that science and that tech is so far away, right? I mean, it's taken us thousands of years to learn to split the atom. And then it's taken us about 80 years to learn how to fuse one. Acceleration is what's going to be happening right now, right soon. And so I want to go through and talk about some of the things that are about to change. And I mean, they're really going to change in some ways that you cannot predict. And we're about to hit an inflection point on a certain set of technologies that, when combined in some combination, are going to change the world faster than you can possibly imagine. And it's already happening. I mean, it's already been happening. If you live anywhere near a digital center, which I assume that you do because you're on the internet and have access to not only media, but enough time to sit and look at media, which means that you live in a wealthy space, if you have time to watch this. Because I'm talking to a man who lives in Nigeria who cannot watch anything because it doesn't pay his bills. He doesn't have time. Doesn't have data. Lives in an economy that's founded around SIM cards and data. Craziest thing that I've found out about recently is that the entire Nigerian economy is built on data, as far as I can tell. For the individuals, not as a whole, like an economic country, nation. It's built on a petroleum, which is the reason that the whole it's a super unresilient infrastructure of a nation. They let all their agriculture go. They let a large portion of their infrastructure and technology and research and education all go because the country had petroleum access, and petroleum access is easy. It's like if you give rats plenty of everything in an environment, they take the plenty of everything and they become lazy. And that's not the exact thing there. It's that there's petroleum available, and so there's no need to put effort and energy into different sectors of the economy because there's the feeling that petroleum will run the economy forever. And it's so funny because it clicked for me, made so much sense, because it's not just in Nigeria, it's in Venezuela too. It's like, why is Venezuela so boned? Well, it's because of the petrol. It's because of the easy, free energy. Not free, but easy energy to be pulled from the ground. But anyway, if you're watching this, then you have access to data, and you're probably near enough to a city or near enough to a metropolis that you have access to relatively fast data and the access to like streaming media and stuff, which is quite a thing that you should be quite grateful for, and we should all be quite grateful for it. But if you're in such a space, then you know that over the last 20 years, the world has changed, and not in an insignificant way. So I want to point some things out. A couple hundred years ago, we figured out that if you burn coal under water and under a tub of water. Yeah, somebody mentioned the Nigeria planning to limit cash withdrawals to $225 a week. I don't understand what that's supposed to do or what they're attempting to do with it. It's not going to do anything because most of these people are not using cash. Like, what the fuck would you use cash for? You live in a digital economy where your SIM cards are your life. You don't first off, you don't have cash at any point. You turn your cash into data as soon as you can, or food. And then, in terms of safety, these individuals don't hold money in accounts because they don't believe in bank accounts. Mostly, they have like 30 different accounts across different things, and then the only things that the guy that I'm talking to, Festus, cares about is BTC, is crypto accounts, Binance, all sorts of various crypto accounts. And that's where the money is being held. So what they're going to do with cash withdrawals to $225 a week, who cares? Like, who cares? And even then, $225 a week is a lot in Nigeria. It's like a lot. But that's really irrelevant and is just getting me off of the line that I'm trying to get down. A few hundred years ago, let's be specific and accurate. How about? Well, invention, internal combustion engine. Etienne Lenoir around 1860. So 250 years. Great. Is internal combustion. Steam engine invention date. 1712. So 400 years. 400, a little bit more years. So the steam engine sort of sparks the Industrial Revolution, and our ability to pull resources from the environment, from the soil, and utilize the energy of long gone sun, of the past sun, came about not that long ago. And since then we have skyrocketed. And then in around the 70s, 80s, wherever you want to point at it, computing starts to really come into its own. And computing was existing and working before that, but it starts to really come into its own. And we start to accelerate. I mean, really we begin to accelerate. And then in the 90s and the 2000s, the internet starts to really come into its own. And within a decade of the internet coming into its own, the smartphone is born. The tablet-screened phone. The iPhone, really. And before that, of course, the MP3 player. The ability to carry around usable data with you wherever you go in a tiny, convenient package. Within a blip in the time scale, that occurs. And then within a blip in the time scale, that device, that iPod, morphs and develops into an all-purpose computer that you carry with you everywhere. And then within a blip, within 10 years of that, every single person on the goddamn planet has one, basically. Not just a phone, but a smartphone, or something close. That is to say, a camera, a pair of eyes that they can walk around with, usually many of them, and one on the other side as well. A screen with which they can gather and share immense amounts of information, and connectivity from anywhere. Simultaneously, you have the rise of the massive internet social media sites, incredible explosion of wealth and prosperity built around those, because those have not just turned into wealth for the people who own those companies by any stretch of the imagination. We're talking about wealth for thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions and millions of people who make their entire living now off of the internet, whether that's sales and shipping and drop shipping, or content creation, or theft, or lying, or scheming, or stealing, or scamming. And of course, all the other professions have gone on and lived on, and many have been destroyed by this oncoming wave of connectivity and potential. And so we take stock of where we are now, and where we are now is a partially connected world, which is to say that parts of our world are growing together and knitting together, and the fibers, the neurons, the neuronal nets that will attach you to me and me to you, and you to everyone else you know, and all of them to everyone else they know, and via that ripple effect, everyone to everyone. Those nets are spreading out, and it's not an instant process. It's a weird process. And as they spread out, there's a lot of chaos, because all of those cells, individuals, humans, who are being attached to the global system for the first time, have never been attached like that before. They're freaked the fuck out. And there are some freaky things that happen. So one of the freaky things that happens is you find out that there are other cells in the world, other humans, other individuals, and that they're really different from you. Like inconceivably different from you. Completely different viewpoints and mindsets and ways of looking at the world and systems of evaluation and systems of representation and creativity and thought. They're different. People of different cultures and backgrounds and religions. And in the connection between all of these newly connected individuals, we find conflict and we find chaos. It's like if two villages were living on opposite sides of a mountain, and each was doing quite well. But then the villages somehow discover that there is another village on the other side of the mountain. And with that discovery that there is another place that has a lot of food, that could lead to some interesting conflict. Utterly irrelevant, Kikuri. So irrelevant. So here's the thing. You're either going to be part of this acceleration or you're going to die in meat space. So, bye. Have fun. Have fun. Because this is happening. It's already there. And if you want to avoid it, you can, but you'll just die out like the millions and millions, billions and billions of human forefathers who've lived before and never joined into the technological advances. Never joined into the movement forward. And that's good because, you know, we might destroy ourselves in moving forward. And so having some bastions of old school humanity that might potentially survive the apocalypse that we bring upon ourselves via technology might be of value. But the not gonna attach everyone, though, it's irrelevant. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about people who aren't going to attach. Good. Great. Okay. Irrelevant to my consideration. Because everyone has a phone, essentially. And everyone in 10 years is going to have a phone. Or a Borg. The jump from succeeding in nuclear fusion to harvesting the energy is as big as the jump from old-ass computers from the 1950s to today's smartphones. Right, but our technology is exponentially more effective, and so the jump will take exponentially less time. It's as difficult. You're correct. I want to stop on this for a moment. Olive Ollie Oil says, the jump from succeeding in nuclear fusion to harvesting the energy is as big as the jump from old computers from the 1950s to today's smartphones. True. But we have the technology of today's smartphones now, and we have the technology of near quantum computing, because we're right there. I mean, we're right there. Every fucking day, I see 3 articles about new breakthroughs in quantum computing, and they're significant breakthroughs. Or they're attaching a multi-qubit quantum computer to a grand supercomputer. Stuff that's fucking stupid, by the way. Absolutely ridiculous, because we don't know the powers that we're messing with. But we're already there. The power is there. The technology is there, and the technology will allow us to utilize the power more quickly. Way more quickly. Acceleration. Acceleration, it goes up. It goes up, right? We go up faster. If human existence is graphed, and we do something simple, I mean really, really simplistic here. I'm not trying to show you something that you don't know. You already know that this is the way that this works. I'm not even really trying to teach, just to demonstrate. We start out as a cell, you know, the unicellular organism, and from there it is a slow fucking process to get to the point where you're a living multicellular organism. Okay. Our species is immature. Do we have the capability of parsing what is correct or not? Well, we're going to find out, and there's going to be a great filter that decides. And by that, I mean we decide by our actions. You decide by your actions whether humanity lives on. And your actions might be that we're not capable of parsing it, and that the individuals who are attached to this system fall apart and die. And a lot of them do. They become like the characters that we see in Cyberpunk Edgerunners, laying on the sides of the street, overwhelmed by sensation, getting jerked off by machines and getting their minds sucked out of their brains by vampiric overloads of dopaminergic systems. Do we have the wherewithal to parse that? To not go so far into Chrome that we become gone cyber psychos? Do we have the ability to parse that? I don't know, Gold Exp. I don't know. But 3 billion years takes us to about here. Another couple hundred million takes us to... So that takes us to unicellular. We get a good ways where it's dinos and little rats and stuff. Great. Big extinction level event, of course, knocks everything back a little ways. But this whole pattern has been all one big up and down. It's all one big waveform, really. And it's all going like this. One little curve. And then we hit some some weird thing happens. And it's something about fruit, which are colorful, and so we gain visual acuity because of those. And something about snakes, which have patterns on them, so we gain visual acuity in order to parse whether something is a snake or a stick. We gain that visual acuity, and you combine that visual acuity gain with a social animal, an animal that lives in groups, and then you combine that with an animal whose best optimized for reaching out and grabbing sticks. Like truly, that's what our hands are built for, is to reach out and grab sticks, right? So an arboreal creature, reach out and grab sticks, and suddenly we gain this ability to manipulate sticks and do stuff with them and use them for other purposes. And then within a blip, within tens of thousands of years from that point, we go from here to like here. There's an inflection point. In startup land in Silicon Valley, we would call this the start of a hockey stick graph, because it looks kind of like a hockey stick. So we get this whole tool-using, capable of seeing, capable of differentiating banana from snake, and of talking to each other a little bit, conversing, communicating, socializing. Okay. And then we hit this other inflection point. And this inflection point, I think, is something along the lines of the ability to pass down the oral tradition, words, literature, language, thoughts as thoughts, something like that. We gain the ability to pass that down. And that turns into the ability to teach your kids that they can agriculture instead of hunting. And then in the 1,000 years or so since then, a couple thousand years, few thousands of years, we go from being able to orally tradition to having a vast swath of literature and science. In the last few thousands of years, almost every human being whose name you know, from the Greeks to the Persians, I forget, the mathematicians, the great libraries, which have burned, by the way, and it doesn't stop us. All of that has happened in this blip right here. This is recorded history, is like this little blip. And then where we are in the last 100 years, we've gone from here to here. We're near vertical now. Really near vertical in terms of how fast, how much information we have gathered and spread to all of us, or almost all of us, and how useful it is, and how much that information impacts our ability to share and spread more information. As we add in phones, internet, cameras, camera technology, lenses, and then computing. And we lead this into the big three, I think, which are 1, unlimited power. Power. And then knowledge is like power times power. Power over power is control, which is like gravity. We don't have that yet. But the things are unlimited power fusion. And then they are unlimited power over power would be computing, sort of. So unlimited. Well, I guess really power over power is knowledge. So that's the internet, Wikipedia, etc. And then 3 is computing. So that's power to the power of power. Unlimited. Power to the power of power. Computing. Which is the ability to take this power over power and to turn it into processing. Yeah, I can see that you can see my phone. It's okay. I don't mind it. /AI. So knowledge slash info, fusion, okay. These three things together do something. And we don't fucking know what. We don't know what's going to happen. But what we know is that every time we've invented something, from the ability to grab sticks real good, to the ability to smash sticks into other sticks and make them into better sticks, to the ability to write down or to tell your friends about the stick that you smashed into the other stick to make a better stick, so they can all make better sticks too, to the ability to tell your kids via writing how to smash sticks together. Every bit of it has made every next bit happen faster. Every bit has made every next bit happen faster. It all accelerates, always. It goes faster and faster and faster and faster. And we're hitting the point where we don't know how fast it can go. Where the number of, and quality of, and sizability of, and seriousness of our technological breakthroughs every day, week, month, year has gone beyond what the human mind can comprehend. Must resist urge to post stick good meme. I don't mind posting the memes. You can meme about this shit. I don't mind it. Okay, so this already has honey and macadamia milk in here. And so I'm going to... This is my mega mug. Because I needed a bigger mug for the purposes of living better and having more tea. Oh yeah, motherfucker. Oh my god. Look at that shit. That's like 32 fucking ounces of deliciousness. Take a sip and it's disgusting. Fuck! Stick good, fire hot, monka happy. Good. As if you can be happy with stick good, fire hot, then you've figured out the secret. The secret is you don't need any of it. You as an individual don't need any of it. You can walk away. But should you? Even if we become a higher tier of species through this evolution, if it's forced so readily, are we capable of harnessing it all and directing it? It seems like literally holding a sun in your palms. And that's exactly what it is. Gold. You're correct. Yeah. No, you're correct. It's scary. The power is incredible. And we wonder if we should even have it. And if all of us should have it. So here's my thing, Gold. I fear just as much as you do, Gold. I really do. I fear this process immensely. But I have faith in us. I have faith in us to rise to the challenge. Truly and truly. Even though people are people, and half the world's population is under an IQ of 100 or at it, it's a thought to think, really. That's a thought to think, is that most of the people on the planet are dumber than rocks. And if you're sitting here and you don't know how smart you are, then you haven't met enough really dumb people, or you're one of them. Sorry. But what's crazy is that's not even really dumb. The average is not very bright. And And that's the idea that's presented in Idiocracy all over the place. Right? What a great mythological film, by the way. But I trust in us. I believe in us. We won't be able to utilize the unlimited power or knowledge without the third point. We will need the computers and AI to handle it for us. Right, there are externalizations of us, absolutely. Externalizations of control, tools that are necessary for harnessing the fire that we build. You know, if we take this back a step, Gold, it's like Ugbug and Bugbug the barbarians, the cavemen are sitting around, and Ugbug goes, "Brother, I invento fire. I capture fire." And Bugbo goes, "Oh no, oh no, impossible, brother. You have the danger, the ouchie hots. It's on a stick. Why?" And the brother goes, "No, brother, I have the tools to control it." And then they burn the forest down because they're idiots, right? Well, yeah, the chance is definitely there that you'll burn the fucking forest down. Absolutely. But I have faith. And I have faith because of media, because of art. Because I have faith in the Joestar lineage, in a weird way. These people who have a responsibility forced upon them, and also a power forced upon them by their lineage, by their bloodline. And they rise to the challenge over and over, generation after generation. It's Iraqi's envisioning of the same idea. It's really powerful. Right, one of the reasons aliens might not have been met, the Great Filter, yada yada. Yeah, I don't know about that. I've been considering those ideas. I don't know if there are aliens out there, and if there are, I don't think they're as like us as we think they are. Because we always ideate aliens as being similar to us, but I think they would be as alien from us as possible. I do think that they do exist, but I think that they're with us all the time. Anger is a very human thing, born of us, as though we were almost born into it. But anger is as alien to you as you are to dirt. It's about as different as can be. And yet it is a part of you, and it controls a part of you. I think that's alive on its own in its own way, actually. Envy, lust, greed, all these emotional traits and states, I think those exist. I think those exist. I think we are the substrate. Our minds are the substrate, globally, group-wise, for the most alien organisms, the creatures of thought and spirit, to feast upon and live within. I think they live within us. I think we've already met the aliens. It's so silly to say. You know, it's not that silly to say, though. People say stuff like, "Oh, it must have been aliens that built the pyramids," because they can't imagine that humans could have done it. But what if it was the human alien, right? It's like this thing takes control of you and is like, you're in a fervor, a fury of creation. You're like, "I must draw architecture. I must draw things. I must create." That's like an alien entity taking over you. They could be so unlike us that we couldn't even see them, or they've already eclipsed us. I think it's not that they've already eclipsed us. I think it's that they existed in the space that we have just entered. We've just entered this space of consciousness, and they exist in a realm beyond it. Spirit-y. They exist between us and amongst us. Like the force. Inspiration, yes, breath. Inspiritation, right? You inspire oxygen. Anyway, that's getting down into the nitty-gritty of the linguistics, which I think is fascinating, but irrelevant, probably. I think they were already in the garden, right? So we're seeking this garden of paradise, and they're in a different universe, if you will. Correct, but it's not a universe, it's a plane. It's a different, it's dimensionality, really, in some ways. It's that things go up and up. You get you get atoms bound by multiple layers of magnetic or binary opposition, and then you've got these complicated molecular structures built out of those, and then these more complicated organic molecular structures built out of those, and then these more and more complicated things that hit that inflection point that's life, that's like alive, and then the next inflection point that's consciousness, that's awareness of life, consciousness, being conscious of your own existence, and that's about where we are. And then you get this super consciousness, this thing beyond that, this astral plane in D&D sense, to some extent, yes. Just send it to me, Bokimi. And that place where we're going is the place of thought and emotion, right? And I think that we lack a lot of control in that space of thought and emotion. We don't have a lot of control over it. We like to think that we do, but really it drives us more than we drive it. And I think that there are, at the very least, whether they're actually there or not, it's not relevant. I don't care. I'm not saying that there are spirits in the ether, really. But conceptualizing them as such can be really useful. Conceptualizing them as such, I think, can be very useful. To think of them as separate from the humans that they so often manifest within as avatars. It's in American Gods by Neil What's-His-Face. The books, the film series are the 3 seasons of the thing are fantastic as well. Neil Gaiman, because Gaiman is a great author in my opinion. Right, wrote Coraline, Good Omens with Terry Pratchett, Stardust, Neverwhere. Really, really an exceptional author. Truly one of those people who can see through time and space. Yeah, it's a way for us to grasp the concepts, is to ideate them as similar to us. So, weeks ago, I said, I claimed my enemy. I claimed it, them, they, him, whatever it is. Contempt for being is my enemy. Don't let it within you forget. Because it lives within you. That's the thing. Contempt for being is my enemy, and I have to come to terms with the fact that he lives within me. I ideate him as a destructive he. But he lives within me, and he has contempt. And he lives within you, too. I want to kill his ass. I want to murder that bitch. I want to fuck him up. I want to ora in contempt for being's face, but I can't. Because only the easy things can be destroyed by physical attacks, right? He's already a ghost. I can't aura a ghost. You can't aura a ghost. Which is so funny, because the idea that Araki has is literally that you can aura a ghost. Actually, you can punch ghosts. What you need is a ghost of your own. Fucking Araki. Right? What you need is a ghost of your own. You can see it, so it can't be you. Right? It's not you. It's a part of you. Stand versus stand. Right. You can aura anything. No, you can't. You can't aura a ghost without a stand. And so a stand can only fight a stand. And so you, in the realm of thought and ideation and idea and belief and faith in self and meaning, can fight other people's beliefs in self and meaning if they're wrong and evil and misaligned. Or you can help align them and befriend them. And in awakening to your ability to do this, you will attract them to you. Or often generate the awakening of the others in your near surroundings. So what is your stand? Well, this is my stand. This is my mecha, right? So it's layers. It's a mecha. Partly. The stand is like the spirit that you carry along with you. And then all the JoJo's characters are all in armor. They're all in layers and layers of symbolic representation that they carry around with them, right? From the hand symbol to the hat to the chains, right? And Jolene, of course, is handcuffed, usually. She's chained. I just want to know the thought process that turned Hamon into stands. I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's really simple. Araki learned when he was quite young that breathing is the way to master the self. To fight evil, you breathe. And he set up this very simple narrative of this evil human, who is the depiction of all evil, who wants to become God, and is destined to do so by his name. And he rejects his humanity in order to do so, and rejects the sunlight. And then he sets up the good human, who is a gentleman, who works hard, who sacrifices himself for his father, right? Who has empathy for Danny, and who has love for a girl and all these things, who isn't like Dio, because Dio has only hatred, only contempt for the world. And Dio rejects his humanity, and JoJo leans into it and learns how to breathe. And his breathing opens up his capacity to fight the vampires without the vampire consuming him, literally, right? Because Hamon in the blood prevents that. Okay, and then we move along, and it becomes a more powerful thing with the Pillar Men, this ancient idea. And I love that part of JoJo's, but I don't think that it is actually as coherent. And then it evolves into Jotaro. And Jotaro is where we really fucking take off. And let me pull up, just for the imagery, let me pull up walls, my wallpaper folder, and then let me pull up the Jotaro, this one. This one. The Jotaro. Oh boy. Can I get a fit to screen, please? So you get to Jotaro, and Jotaro is like the inflection point for JoJo's, because he's where stands occur. And you remember that Jotaro was not in control of his stand at first? You ever watch the Buffy Angel series? I did reactions to the first 2 episodes while I was on LSD not that long ago. I have the recordings, and I would need to go through and edit them, unfortunately. But the Buffy Angel series is exactly... Joss Whedon continuously ideates these concepts. Joss Whedon is a prophet, by the way. Yeah, I don't mean literally a religious saint, and he's also not a great man in a lot of ways. And that's something that you should know about people who are prophetic. People who see through things, they often can't fix themselves. So I think Joss has been canceled for various sexual allegations, and very well, reasonable, a human, a sinner, good, reasonable, fine. I don't give a shit. The stories that he told are extremely valuable. I would say if you like Buffy Angel Kikuri, then you need to go watch Dollhouse. It's the best of Whedon's works and the least known, in my opinion. But regardless, so we get this transition because Hamon starts as that energy of breathing, and then Jotaro has a stand, and the stand is automatic. It's his autonomous nervous system. He started to sell out a bit, but he did tell some great stories. I mean, Avengers is still one of the greatest achievements of modern mythologizing ever. It's spectacular. The original Avengers is spectacular. Ultron falls apart a little bit. Avengers is about as great as it could possibly be. And set the foundation for the cinematic universe idea. Like, Whedon really generated that. As far as I can tell, nobody else could have done it, I don't think. Put Abrams in the chair? Fuck that. No, you put Whedon in the chair. One sec. Seen it already. Dollhouse? Good. What is this? Oh, that's Sunny, isn't it? Jesus fucking Christ. It's just a cool lift. It doesn't matter. Stupid friend sent me. Stupid thing. I love it, but yeah. Ultron is about pushing the technological singularity too fast without protections. The machines decide perhaps humanity is a mistake. Yeah, it's the classic. It's the classic. Jotaro's stand, Star Platinum initially, is invisible and untouchable, and he's at odds with it. Because it's his... Well, it's within him, and it's a spirit that is him, but he is only partly in control of it. And I think it's actually a damn shame that Araki made Jotaro such a cool fucking character. Because Jotaro kind of immediately doesn't give a shit. And its instincts is your stand as well. It's your biology. It's your you. It's the part of you it's your subconscious, your unconscious. And it's capable of great violence, and it's capable of great salvation and great power. But only if you wield it properly. One of the first things that Jotaro does is he puts a gun to his head and he fires it. And the stand moves automatically to protect him. And he's like, I can't prevent this thing. I'm not in control of it. And so he sits alone in a jail cell. He hides himself away for a while, going, something's fucking wrong. I'm not in control of myself, and I'm going to hurt one of you fuckers if I'm not in jail. And that's about right. That's about right. I mean, if you're past the age of 20 or so, you've been past the age where your testosterone is pumping and where you're feeling like a murderer, because you could actually murder somebody in this state. Because you could. And if you haven't gotten there, maybe your test hasn't been pumping. And we could talk about some things that I've been finding out about reasons why that might be, because that's pretty interesting. I watched a fantastic podcast listened to a fantastic podcast the other day by an MD PhD doctor who focuses on hormonal optimization, talking with Huberman. What exactly is a stand? It's a spirit that fights for you. But yeah, Jotaro starts out, well, he almost immediately overcomes his own stand and grasps control of it and is united with Star Platinum in every way, right? And like they go forward into the future. And he becomes quite simply capable. Elaborate on testosterone, says Maud Rhubarb. I will happily do so. In fact, what I will do is I will simply pull up the podcast that I was looking at, and I'll scroll to the comments because I know that some good Samaritan has posted an outline of the whole podcast in those comments, and I'll just talk you through it. Hormone optimization, Huberman. Now, of course, it's a Huberman lecture. What else am I going to be watching? This is Dr. Kyle Gillette. This was 2 days ago. And it's a toolkit for hormone optimization in young men and men throughout their lives. So sorry, ladies, or thems or theys. This one's potentially for you too. I don't know. I mean, everyone can benefit from having their hormones as optimized as they can get them. But of course, this is directed and aimed mostly at males. So this is Dr. Kyle Gillette, a dual board certified physician in family medicine and obesity medicine, and an expert in optimizing hormone levels. So we talk about how to optimize hormones using a range of nutritional and behavioral tools, exercise, and supplementation, including Tonkat, Fadogia, creatine, peptides, and various other things. How to use your blood work, how hormone health impacts your fertility, your libido, your hair loss, your prostate health, and describe behaviors that lead to negative impacts on you. How to approach prescription therapies, which biomarkers to monitor when using these approaches, and how to optimize synergistic hormones like growth hormone and thyroid hormone to support complete hormone health safely and rationally. Extremely valuable, and you can see the whole breakdown is right here. So from puberty, height, resistance training, childhood obesity. First off, I'll just run through and I'll mention what I can remember. We can dispel the myth that resistance training in puberty causes a loss of height or hormonal problems. It does quite the opposite. However, pushing yourself beyond your limits, like really forcing a kid to be a competitive Olympic athlete level of competitive at a bunch of things, is going to put them under a lot of stress. And that will cause the things that we sometimes attribute to like height decreases from puberty. Resistance training in general sets you up. Childhood sets you up for the way that you're going to be for the rest of your life. So if you are set up to be with obese and fucked up and sad hormones, you're going to have a hell of a time changing those when you're older. Just like if you're set up with one set of language when you're young, you're going to have a hell of a time changing that as you get older. What happens to the kids when they get set up is pretty important. But first and second puberty, when you hit puberty and through that puberty period, you have the opportunity to shift your hormone balance pretty significantly, and turn yourself into a different type of person. How to optimize in blood work: diet, exercise, sleep, and hormones. So these are the three big ones. The three big harbingers are diet, exercise, and sleep. Let me grab a notes really quick so that I can just write these down. Diet, exercise, and sleep. And not in that order, actually. They go in the other order. They go sleep, diet, exercise. They go in a different order. And the reason they go in this order is because sleep is the key to your overall health, not just your hormonal health. You spend, or you should spend, a third of your day, every day, for your entire fucking life, unconscious. And what you're doing during that time isn't wasted time. It's the most important time of your life. It's the time when your body, your subconscious mind, your stand takes over and manages your shit for you. Diet. You need to be eating enough, and you need to be eating enough of varied things. You need enough cholesterol to turn into testosterone. If you're not getting animal fats when you're young, specifically milk, and dairy products, if you're not getting those when you're young, you're fucked. And I mean genuinely. This was something that was fascinating to me, because I am moving toward becoming plant-based, and here's what I've learned. What I've learned is that I should not have done that earlier. That where I am at about 28, moving into being 29, is about the earliest that you should consider moving toward being completely plant-based. Or even mostly plant-based. Or even in any way cutting out animal products from your diet. Children need animal products in order to produce the hormones that they need in order to become healthy humans. So one of the big things is, do not make your kids go vegan. Do not do that. And be very skeptical of anyone who says that for childhood health, veganism is the way, because it's not. It's very difficult. So that's really fascinating to me. But anyway, plant-based tea. I am heading in that direction. I'm glad that I was addicted to chocolate milk. I was addicted to milk. But I was also, there are a bunch of things that I wasn't doing properly. I wasn't getting enough sunlight. I wasn't getting enough exercise when I was young. Wasn't getting enough sunlight. Wasn't getting enough exercise. Wasn't getting enough variation in types of food products. Do like in Snowpiercer, go crickets, bugs. To some extent, that's viable, but we need a variety of animal food products, and dairy is one of those that we absolutely need. And what I mean is, we need animal food products from like ruminants. I thought you were all about that meat. That's the thing, Bokini, is that I've gone full carnivore for a large period of time. When you say young, what age do you mean? I mean pre-end of adolescence. So like when we think of adults being around 20, that's about what I'm talking about, as below that is young. And the answer that Mr. Kyle Gillette gave, this guy right here, that guy, the answer that he gave was that until you're about 25, you should be eating animal products. And that is you need marine sourced vitamins and fish oil. So you need to be eating fish. And this is also important for small children, young men, young prepubescent men, or boys need to be eating whitefish specifically, and other fish. It literally makes their dicks bigger. Yeah, but why just not be omnivorous? Because there are some significant benefits demonstrated of eating plant-based. Significant, but not for people who are too young. Small fish is very beneficial for every level of health, Maud. I want to step back and say this quite specifically. There are studies showing that white fish and fish as part of the diet of adolescents makes their pee-pees bigger, makes their penises larger and healthier, which makes sense. It's vascular tissue, right? And we know that fish oil has an immense impact on everything else. Got to switch slowly over. Yeah, no shit. I've switched over the course of years, dude. I've been eating omnivorous for the last couple of years. Yes, of course it can have major devastating consequences on your gut biome. Literally anything can. Yeah, and we don't manage our gut microbiomes at all. Most people do not manage their gut microbiomes at all. Regardless, let me go down in here and find, sort by top comments. Episode on female hormonal health. Please do a whole episode on DHT. Best channel ever. What? Why is there no notes? Nobody's done notes yet? I'm on about others that might listen to you and decide to switch instantly. That's not your prerogative, Kikori. That's not your place to say that. I'd prefer, let me put it this way. I would prefer if you framed it as recommending that I mention it so that I can mention it. Because you dropping it in the comments is just going to get lost in the sea. I'm not trying to say it's out of your plate. It's not your place. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is the way that you're doing it isn't going to be useful to those people that you're trying to reach. You're going to poop really well after that. Like really well. What, the fish oil? Or switching your gut microbiome or what? THC on testosterone. Shocking. There's no... Doing the whole podcast without any looking. Yeah, where's the fucking notes? Hold on. I think we can... There's the article itself down in here. Yeah, here's this. Podcast, Instagram, Twitter, the clinic, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. Like really well. Plants, eating them plants. Yes, I've been pooping fantastically over the last couple of weeks. And it's because I added a significant quantity of plant-based foods into my diet, which is to say I'm eating a lot of fiber, a lot of fibber. I'm eating a lot of cruciferous vegetables. I'm eating a lot of sprouts, specifically. And I need to supplement boron, specifically. Sex hormone binding globulin, diet, exercise, sleep, and hormones, hormone stress, social connection and purpose, hormone optimization and blood work, first and second puberty, sustainable exercise regimen, right? You don't want to go too far. Your dopamine wave pool, if you overload yourself over and over, if you overload yourself over and over on dopaminergic circuits, then everything's going to feel depressive and awful, and it's actually going to cause a decrease in your overall, like, well-being. The rationing of food, how a more plant-rich diet affected people's health. Their poop became roughly 2 times larger, right? And their gut microbiome started growing. So that's one thing that has massively changed my well-being over the past weeks, is consuming a large quantity of probiotics of different kinds. And I would recommend, just as inference, I'm not 100% sure on this, I would recommend not purchasing like commercial probiotics, except as a base supplement that you use as a basis, but instead seeking out unique probiotics from all over the place. So nice. So I'll list out some of the things that I've acquired and started incorporating into my diet that are very helpful. First off, apple cider vinegar. I have a little bit of every day. And it acts as a prebiotic. Acetic acid acts as a prebiotic that a lot of those microorganisms in the gut need and eat. It's also very helpful because what I find with apple cider vinegar, a little bit of it, and you take like a capful of it, like a teaspoon, and you dilute it in some water, and you just drink that. You can mix it with other supplements or whatever. Sometimes I'll do that. I'll mix it with my greens powder and my electrolytes and stuff, and it'll just be a little sour tasting because it'll have the vinegar in it. It doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I quite like the taste. It's kind of like an old apple cider in terms of the flavor, but it's that, and then the addition of a little bit of acid into your stomach actually stimulates the production of more stomach acid in a weird way. If you ever have acid reflux or any stomach or gastrointestinal based problems around not being able to digest fats, I highly recommend that you go and you buy a cheap bottle. It's super cheap. A cheap bottle of, usually Bragg is the one that you can get, is this company, of apple cider vinegar. It's organic with the mother in it. So this is a 450 milliliter thing. I've got a bottle that's a little bigger than that, I think. I think it's the size of a wine bottle, and it cost me like $8 at the store. It cost me nothing. And it's got the mother in it, which is to say that it's got the yeast product and the bacterial entities, the postbiotics, the things that are dead already in it. And you just shake this up, take a capful of it, basically, put it in some water and drink it. What you'll notice is that it will immediately cut through fat. Just like soap will cut through fat. You ever scrub at soap? Scrub at some oil or some butter or some animal fat that's like fallen off the stove or onto your counter or something, and you can scrub at it with water all day, right? Scrub. It's not working. You add some soap to it, whoop, it's gone. Just immediately gone. Well, acid does that to fat. And so this is something that you can realize, is that if you eat a lot of fat, eat something that's acidic with it. I've had acid reflux for years. It caused me to develop esophagitis. That's awful. I started treating it last year. How are you treating it? Is it with peptides? Or not peptides. You'll know what I mean. I don't know what I mean. Or is it with an additional acid therapy? Because often the treatment is actually to add acid. It's not the opposite. It's to add acid into the stomach, and that actually helps cut through the fat and helps generate more effective acid consumption and bile generation in the stomach. So I'm really curious to wait for Vler's response as to what they're using, what they have you on to treat acid reflux. Acid reflux prescription. What do they usually give? Proton pump inhibitors. They reduce the amount of stomach acid made by glands in the lining of the stomach. No, the doctors don't have it right. Now, they might, because your issue might be more complicated than most. But I think this is not the way to solve it. I could be wrong. Don't take my advice. I'm not giving advice. I'm not a medical doctor. Don't listen to my shit. I think, well, it's probably esomeprazole, lansoprazole, omeprazole, pantoprazole. What is the name that you know in whatever language that you know it, Vler? Because I'll be able to Google it and I'll be able to find out immediately what it is. And I'll bet it's a proton pump inhibitor used to treat the damage from GERD, which might be important. But what I'll say is that anecdotally, we just had Thanksgiving, and everybody was like, you've eaten a bunch of ham and turkey and fatty turkey. And I ate the fattiest, most collagenous, cartilaginous, and collagenous omeprazole and domperidone. Domperidone sounds like a cool lady. Domperidone increases the movements and contractions of the stomach and bowels. Got it. So it's a non treats nausea and vomiting and certain gastrointestinal problems like gastroparesis. So paralyzation of the gastrointestinal tract. So it's a stimulant that specifically stimulates smooth muscles and stuff. That's pretty cool. Oh, domperidone does sound like a dinosaur name. And then omeprazole is what we get as well. Hey, nice 2-camera setup. Guess what, Timo? You don't even know, Timo. You don't even know. Look at this shit. It's actually a... Wait, I did the wrong one. Hold on. Ta-da! It's a 3-camera setup. Three cameras. 1 Teaboo. What the fuck? Unlimited power. Unlimited power. Okay, sorry. Ole. I don't know why I wrote that down. Esomeprazole, but it's omeprazole. My issue is the fissure in the entrance of my stomach and the end of the esophagus. That's fucking rough. It's not just the reflux. Okay, so it's more then. So your issue is more complicated than one that I know how to solve, and that's unfortunate. So what I will say is that anecdotally, a number of people had like hiccups and burping after a big meal of Thanksgiving meal, and I went up to a couple of them and I was like, "Hey, drink this." And some of them were like, "Is this that vinegar shit? I'll take it." And they drank it and like, "Oh, my hiccups are gone." Immediately, instantly, the reflux, the gassiness, gone. Now, that isn't always going to work. But if the issue is that there's too much fat in you, and your stomach is like, whoa, a little bit of extra acid can stimulate the production of acid and get everything rolling really effectively. Fascinating to me. I think really fascinating to me. Tadalafil, hormone health Q&A, nicotine cycling, pelvic floor, alcohol and fat, puberty, height, resistance training, obesity.
Gillette. Dr. Gillette, great to have you back.
Great to be back. Thank you.
I'd like to begin with a question about one of the most mysterious and important phases of life, which is puberty.
Feijoada. Is it? It's made with I assume with maybe like marrow or something. Feijoada. It's a big stew, a very fatty stew. Pork stew. Yep. Smoked pork loin, bacon, sausage such as chorizo, high fat pork. Right. Yeah. So I came upon apple cider vinegar when I was doing the carnivore thing, because I was eating a lot of meat and eggs and milk and fat and additional fat and extra butter. And so I was consuming too many animal fats for my stomach to deal with. And I don't know, Timo. I don't know yet. There won't be another poll, but I might decide on a different movie from the set of movies. I don't know. I also might just watch Snowpiercer. I don't know. And I would be lying to you if I told you anything specific, Timo, unfortunately. But that little bit of apple cider vinegar, when I would have a big meal of like 6 eggs and half a pound of ground beef and butter and fucking carnivore shit, which wasn't great for carnivore shit. I didn't know what I was doing, but it would really stress out your systems. And a little bit of apple cider vinegar mixed with water would totally do it. A little bit of vinegar, a little bit of lemon juice would do it. It doesn't matter what it is, some source of edible consumable acid. And it seems like acetic acid, which is in vinegar, specifically apple vinegar, seems to be very effective. I don't know if it's the most effective, but it seems very effective.
I've long wondered whether or not how quickly somebody goes into puberty, so at what age, and how long puberty takes. So how brief or protracted that puberty is for them to acquire so-called secondary sexual characteristics, things.
Here.
In terms of the other things that all males should do, meaning all males of all ages, puberty and beyond, should do, what are some of those things? So on a daily basis, maybe you could just take us through the arc of a day and push out some of the protocols that you use.
Some problems with apple cider, but I'm hesitant to mention them now. Go for it. Mention them. And you say there is some problems. Okay. Go ahead.
Like to see your male patients use in order to try and optimize their hormone status.
I'll briefly touch on some of the lifestyle pillars to start. Diet and exercise are the first two. In puberty, sleep is particularly
probably
important,
wouldn't affect anyone. I don't care. Now you've said it, Kikuri. You have to say it. Stop fucking baiting.
throughout a lifespan, you want to not exclude things that are helping you. For example, during puberty, if you're consuming dairy and then all of a sudden you cut out all dairy, dairy can help increase IGF-1 and free IGF-1.
And just again, for our audience, maybe you just mention what
Those with low potassium levels shouldn't have it since they contribute. Okay. Well, fix your potassium levels first. That's something to mention. You should be having enough electrolytes, and nobody is. Potassium, sodium, magnesium, especially sodium. You need more salt. You're not using enough of it. And no, it's not going to kill you or cause hypertension unless you're eating a bunch of shit. You need more salt.
Having enough IGF-1 can do for us that's beneficial is?
It helps you grow. It helps with genital development, secondary sexual characteristics.
But reasonable. You don't want to destroy your potassium.
Growth, skin growth, hair growth, a host of things.
So getting an array of nutrients that include dairy, what other sorts of nutrients are important during development?
You want to have adequate vitamin D. Vitamin D helps with testosterone production. It helps, again, with bone mineralization and stature. After an age of about 25, and there's not a strict cutoff, but up to about an age of 25, optimizing your growth hormone and IGF-1 helps with bone density and bone growth. So from the dietary standpoint, you want to have enough free estrogen, not too much when you're growing, but you want to help basically stockpile bone to prevent a risk of osteoporosis or thin bones fractures when you're older.
Well, as someone who broke his left foot 5 times while in high school, I can say that whatever young people can do to optimize their bone density would be great. That problem seems to have resolved itself over time, but I don't know. Back then I did a short run as a vegetarian, but I've always been an omnivore. I realize that some of this relates to ethics
Huberman
and food allergies and things of that sort. But would you say that on
and
balance,
reasonably so,
that most people would benefit from eating a combination of, quality proteins from animal sources and non-animal sources, fruits, vegetables, and starches? I mean, what do you think, for instance, about people following a pure carnivore or a very pure vegan diet in their 20s and 30s?
In their late 20s, it might be a reasonable option. In early 20s and certainly teens, it is a horrible idea because it is likely to significantly decrease your free androgens. So you will have less testosterone acting on receptors through the body.
Hold on. Going back a sec. Because the framing of the question, it's a long question.
Balance that and food allergies and an omnivore. I realize that some of this...
he was a skater, Kikuri. Like going toward being pro in skating. Really more salt. I feel like a lot of the ready-made foods, people, you shouldn't be eating those. Why are you eating those? I feel like a lot of the ready-made foods people eat, so why are they eating those? They shouldn't be eating those. Usually have lots of salt already. Okay, which is why I feel that there is usually a big potassium deficit. Totally viable and true. Would love to see more research into lab-grown meat to reduce the bad environmental issues of the meat industry. Those don't exist. Sorry. And also, we need herd animals, herbivores. Heck, fuck, we gotta go here. I gotta show you this because this is important. Ted,
when you're older.
Sorry. Ted grazing desertification. This.
The most massive tsunami, perfect storm is bearing down upon us. This perfect storm is mounting a grim reality, increasingly grim reality.
I don't have time for this, and I've already seen this.
We are facing that reality with a full belief that we can solve our problems with technology, and that's very understandable. Now, this perfect storm that we are facing is the result of our rising population, rising towards 10 billion people, land that is turning to desert.
This is extremely valuable.
Now, there's no question about it at all.
The meat industry.
We will only solve the problem of replacing fossil fuels with technology. But fossil fuels, carbon, coal, and gas, are by no means the only thing that is causing climate change. Desertification is a fancy word for land that is turning to desert. And this happens only when we create too much bare ground. There's no other cause. And I intend to focus on most of the world's land that is turning to desert.
Turning to desert.
But I have for you a very simple message.
It's not
that offers
rewilding,
more hope than
Kikori.
you can imagine.
That is incorrect as the idea.
Environments
It's
where
actually
humidity is
stewardship.
guaranteed throughout the year. On those, it is almost impossible to create vast areas of bare ground, no matter what you do. Nature covers it up so quickly. And we have environments where we have months of humidity followed by months of dryness, and that is where desertification is occurring. Fortunately, with space technology now, we can look at it from space. And when we do, you can see the
Big
proportions fairly
amounts
well.
of the
Generally,
world.
what you see in green is not desertifying, and what you see in brown is. And these are by far the greatest areas of the
Large,
Earth.
large,
About two-thirds,
large.
I would guess, of the world is desertifying.
Need to build vertical
I
in the
took this
future.
picture in the Tijuana
Again.
Desert while 25 millimeters, that's an inch of rain, was falling. Think of it in terms of drums of water, each containing 200 liters. Over 1,000 drums of water fell on every hectare of that land that day. The next day, the land looked like this. Where had that water gone? Some of it ran off as flooding. But most of the water that soaked into the soil simply evaporated out again, exactly as it does in your
Right,
garden.
okay,
if you leave the
I
soil
understand
uncovered.
VLR, but I'm saying
because the fate
we
of
actually
water-
need ruminant animals in large herds grazing. We need them. It is a bad idea to do the lab-grown meat thing, because we need animals,
and carbon
or our world
tied
falls
to
apart.
soil organic matter. When we damage soils,
And we need enough animals so that we can kill them and eat them.
you give off carbon. Carbon goes back to the atmosphere. Now, you are told over and over, repeatedly, that desertification is only occurring in arid and semi-arid areas of the world. And that tall grasslands like this one, in high rainfall, are of no consequence. But if you do not look at grasslands, but look down into them, you find that most of the soil in that grassland that you've just seen is bare and covered with a crust of algae, leading to increased runoff and evaporation. That is the cancer of desertification
The
that we
cancer.
do not recognize till its terminal
Not,
form.
I know I'm not disagreeing. Okay, great, good.
Now, we know that desertification
Sorry, it's
is caused
hard.
by-
It's hard because Kikori is in here, and Kikori keeps continuously saying things that don't make any sense, and so I become a little bit irritated with that.
livestock, mostly cattle, sheep, and goats.
Yes, I'm
overgrazing
calling
the
you out
plants,
specifically.
Okay, leaving the soil bare and giving off methane. Almost everybody knows this desertification that we do not recognize till its terminal form.
When it's already a desert.
Now, we know that desertification is caused by livestock, mostly cattle, sheep, and goats, overgrazing the plants, okay, leaving the soil bare and giving off methane. Almost everybody knows this, from Nobel laureates to golf
Yep.
caddies, or was taught it, as I was.
Yep.
Now, the environments like you see here, dusty environments in
Makes
Africa,
perfect sense.
where I grew up, and I loved wildlife.
You can tell that he's South
And so I
African.
grew up hating livestock because of the damage they were doing. And then my university education as an ecologist reinforced my beliefs.
Right.
Well, I have news for you. We were once just as certain that the world was flat.
Quite
We were
certain.
wrong then, and we are wrong again. And I want to invite you
Well,
now
although
along on my journey.
we're back to being wrong about
of
that again.
Re-education and discovery. When I was a young man, a young biologist in Africa, I was involved in setting aside marvelous areas as future national parks. Now, no sooner, this was in the 1950s, and no sooner
Rich area
did
with
we
people who
remove
own land
the
and don't know what they're
hunting,
talking about. It
drum-eating
kinda makes
people
me
to
angry.
protect the
Totally.
animals, then the land began to deteriorate, as you see in this parks.
Hold on.
Africa, I was involved in setting aside marvelous areas as future national parks. Now, no sooner, this was in the 1950s, and no sooner did we remove the hunting, drum-beating people to protect the animals, then the land began to deteriorate, as you see in this park that we formed. Now, no livestock were involved, but suspecting that we had too many elephants now, I did the research, and I proved we had too many, and I recommended that we would have to reduce their numbers and bring them down to a level that the land could sustain. Now, that was a terrible decision for me to have to make, and it was political dynamite, frankly. So our government formed a team of experts to evaluate my research. They did, they agreed with me, and over the following years, we shot 40,000 elephants to try to stop the damage.
Incredible.
And it got worse, not better.
And it got worse. not
Loving
better.
elephants as I do, that was the saddest and greatest blunder of my life, and I will carry that to my grave.
I want to actually go back and hear that again at full speed, at normal speed, because it's the most potent way that I've ever seen of someone engaging emotional trust by demonstrating vulnerability and failure. What he says is, I was responsible for the deaths of 40,000 creatures who I love and care about, and it didn't solve the problem, and I have to bear that weight. I'm tearing up. I'm tearing up at saying that, and I'm not even involved. But I've made mistakes on a much smaller scale where I've had real regrets. Like, oh no, I caused harm and it didn't even solve the issue. But he gets up on a stage and he admits that he did that. And that's what's driving him to find the truth. I can't help but believe in the man's belief in himself. Do you know what I mean? I can't help but believe that he means well. Even if he will fail again, even if he causes a bunch of harm, even if he's wrong, I can't help but believe that he means well and that he will always measure twice before he cuts again. So I want to hear that again.
Political dynamite, frankly. So our government formed a team of experts to evaluate my research.
Whole team of experts.
They did. They agreed with me. And over the following
Am I
years,
below?
we shot 40,000 elephants to try to stop the damage. And it got worse, not better. Loving elephants as I do, that was the saddest and greatest blunder of my life, and I will carry that to my grave. One good thing
Protagonist
did
who has
come out of
learned
it.
from his
It
mistakes.
made
It made me absolutely determined
to devote my life to finding solutions. When
I believe
came
it,
to
right?
The United States,
I don't know. I think that makes that makes the man's motive unquestionable to me. His motivation unquestionable to me. His failure unavoidable. Maybe even unforgivable. He may never have forgiven himself for it. He may never be able to. But his motivation moving into the future, I can't question it. So that's a pretty interesting basis. An emotional basis for believing in a scientist is a weird thing that you don't often get. But, onward.
I got a shock to find national parks like this.
I'm going to go back to a little bit faster.
Desertifying as badly as anything in Africa.
Because he is very deliberate in his
land
speech.
For over 70 years. And I found that American scientists
No
had
livestock.
no explanation for this.
Why is
except that it
the
arid
why is
and
the land
natural.
fucked up?
So I then began looking at all the research plots I could over the whole of the western United States, where cattle had been removed to prove that it would stop desertification. But I found the opposite. As we see on this research station, where this grassland that was green in 1961, by 2002, had changed to that situation.
Not great.
And the authors of the position paper on climate change, from which I obtained these pictures, attribute this change to unknown processes. Clearly, we have never understood what is causing desertification.
So desertification was caused by the cows, and we removed the cows from nice grasslands, and it caused desertification, and we just don't know why. Weird. But we can't be wrong about the cows, right? There's no chance. We know. We already know that it's the cows that cause the problem.
Desertification, which has destroyed many civilizations and now threatens us globally. We've never understood it. Take 1 square meter of soil and make it bare, like this is down here, and I promise you, you will find it much colder at dawn and much hotter at midday than that same piece of ground if it's just covered with litter, plant litter.
Just covered with stuff.
The microclimate. Now, by the time you are doing that and increasing greatly the percentage of bare ground on more than half the world's land, you are changing macroclimate. But we have just simply not
whole
understood
climate.
Why was it
Hotter during the day,
10,000
colder at
years
night,
ago?
because there
Why
isn't
has
plant
it
litter.
accelerated lately? We had no understanding of that. What we had failed to understand was that these seasonal humidity environments of the world, the soil and the vegetation, developed with very large numbers of grazing animals. And that these
Huge
grazing
herds.
animals developed with ferocious pack-hunting predators.
Yep.
Now, the main defense against pack-hunting predators is to get into herds.
Bigger
and the larger
herd.
the herd, the safer the individuals. Now, large herds dung and urinate all over their own food, and they have to keep moving.
Shit and piss
it
everywhere,
was that
and they move
movement
everywhere.
that prevented the overgrazing of plants, while the periodic trampling ensured good cover of the soil, as we see where a herd has passed. This picture is a typical season.
So I want to just say, imagine a mechanical solution to this. A mechanical solution that spews fertilizers out onto all the grasslands and then churns up the soil and tramples it all over and removes parts of the bits that are too much, right? And then the mechanical solution gets out of the way and lets the normal rainfall and everything else happen and allows everything to regrow before returning, and the mechanical solution comes back through and drives over it with all its stuff. And imagine giant harvesters pulling up all the plant matter and putting it somewhere and then, bashing it into the ground and stuff. And then realize that there's a biological solution that the world already came up with and has been running for thousands and thousands and thousands of years before we could even walk on 2 legs. Giant herds Giant herds of four-legged ruminant animals were browsing and grazing these grasslands and getting eaten by lions and wolves and tigers and bears and hyenas and shit. But they were doing this continuously. This is what I was trying to get at earlier, which you said I was wrong at. Guess my fault for not explaining properly. Yes, your fault for not explaining properly, Kikuri. You do it constantly. You say things as though you know that they are true and that you don't. And you express them in ways that aren't helpful. Continuously. It makes it quite hard to interact with you. But this biological organized schema, complicated, massive thing has been happening, and we upset that balance at our own peril. And Kikuri, that is not an invitation for you to leave or to go away or to stop. It's an invitation to try harder. To try to think through what you say so that you say it as well as possible, and I'll try to digest it. It's like I will give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'll try, but it's really hard when you continue proving yourself. Like I don't know.
Ensured good cover of the soil, as we see where a herd has passed. This picture is a typical seasonal grassland. It has just come through 4 months of rain. And it's now...
They're planting lupines? Beans? Wolves? Wolves? Or beans? Lupini beans? Or the flowers? Lupus? Lupinus? Yeah. I'm aware of the wolf and deer studies in Yellowstone. They're fantastic. Fantastically useful, but they're not the same idea of like the big grazing herds. You were talking about rewildification, and he's not talking about rewildification. He's talking about planned grazing and agriculture.
Going into 8 months of dry season, and watch the change as it goes into this long dry season. Now,
Little flowers,
all of that
okay.
grass you see above ground has to decay by...
Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna...
Typical, ensured good cover of the soil, as we see where a herd has passed. This picture is a typical seasonal grassland. It has just come through 4 months of rain, and it's now going into 8 months of dry season. And watch the change as it goes into this long dry season. Now, all of that grass you see above ground has to decay biologically before the next growing season. And if it doesn't, the grassland and the soil begin to die.
So it covers it up,
now,
and
if
it's all
not
dead,
decay
right?
Biologically, it shifts to oxidation, which is a very slow process, and this smothers and kills grasses, leading to a shift to woody vegetation and bare soil releasing carbon. To prevent that, we have traditionally used fire.
Burn it away.
But fire also leaves the soil bare, releasing carbon.
It's not
and worse
perfect.
than that, burning 1 hectare of grassland gives off more and more damaging pollutants than 6,000 cars.
Well, that's not a good idea.
We are burning, in Africa, every single year, more than 1 billion hectares of grasslands, and almost nobody is talking about it. We justify the burning as scientists because it does remove the dead material and it allows the plants to grow. Now, looking at this grassland of ours...
I'm sorry, I just want to go back really quick and do a math.
Releasing carbon. And worse than that, burning 1 hectare of grassland gives off more and more damaging pollutants than 6,000 cars.
6,000 cars.
And we are burning, in Africa, every single year, more than 1 billion hectares.
1 billion hectares. So that's 6,000 billion cars worth of stuff going into the atmosphere, if I'm not incorrect. So that's 6 trillion vehicles worth of carbon dioxide and other pollutants being generated by our grassland burning in Africa alone. Not to get too political, but here in Brazil, the current right-wing government doesn't give a crap about balance. The deforestation is rampant, and the rise of man-made fire is often overlooked. I hear that. Absolutely hear that. The Amazon is being chopped away at an extraordinary rate for a variety of reasons. Almonds being one of them. Fucking almonds, man. Holy shit. What a fucking thing. What a fucking thing that is. That we're cutting away so much of our stuff to grow almonds. Anyway, 6 trillion vehicles worth of CO2. Now he's not very specific. He doesn't mention like as much as a car would, burn this grassland, that's as much as a car would release over a week, a month, a year. He's not very specific, and so it's not terribly helpful. But still, it's an interesting set of statistics that he brings up. And of course, there's the Mark Twain quote, which I'll bring up, and I'll actually pull it up. Twain quote statistics. Need my chocolate almonds, though. Yep. There are 3 kinds of lies: damned lies, and statistics. Bingo. So, he says these statistics and they're very compelling, but take them with many grains of high potassium, high iodine salt.
We justify the burning as scientists because it does remove the dead material and it allows the plants to grow. Now, looking at this grassland of ours that has gone dry, what could we do to keep that healthy? And bear in mind, I'm talking of most of the world's land now. Okay? We cannot reduce animal numbers to rest it more without causing desertification and climate change.
We've tried it.
We cannot burn it without
Need a
causing
measure, 100%.
desertification and climate change.
Yep.
What are we going to do?
What do?
There is only one option. I repeat to you, only one option left to climatologists and scientists, and that is to do the unthinkable.
The
and to use
impossible.
livestock, bunched and moving, as a proxy for former herds and predators and mimic nature. There is no other alternative left to mankind.
We must do it.
So let's do that. So on this bit of grassland, we'll do it, but just in the foreground. We'll impact it very heavily with cattle to mimic nature, and we've done so, and look at that.
Ta-da!
All of that grass is now covering the soil.
So they just limited a herd.
Urine and litter or mulch, as
Fucking
every one of
great.
the gardeners amongst you would understand, and that soil is ready
Piss
to
and shit.
absorb and hold the rain, to store carbon, and to break down methane. And we did that without using fire to damage the soil, and the plants are free to grow. When I first realized that we had no option as scientists but to use much vilified livestock to address climate change and desertification, okay, I was
This is
faced
the
with a
cool
real dilemma.
stuff, man.
How were we to do it?
How?
We'd had 10,000 years of extremely knowledgeable pastoralists bunching and moving their animals, but they had created the great man-made deserts of the world.
Right, they caused
then
it.
we had 100 years of modern range science, and that had accelerated desertification, as we first discovered in Africa and then confirmed in the United States, and as you see in this picture, of land managed by the federal government. Clearly more was needed than bunching and moving the animals, and humans, over thousands of years, had never been able to deal with nature's complexity. But we biologists and ecologists had never tackled anything as complex as this. So rather than reinvent the wheel, I began studying other professions to see if anybody had. And I found there were planning techniques that I could take and adapt to our biological need, and from those I developed what we call holistic management and planned grazing.
Land
a planning
mismanagement.
process. And that
Planned
does
grazing.
address all of nature's complexity and our social, environmental, economic complexity. Today, we have young women like this one teaching villagers in Africa how to put their animals together into larger herds, plan their grazing to mimic nature, and where we have them hold their animals overnight, we run them in a predator-friendly manner, because we have a lot of lands and so on, and where they do this and hold them overnight to prepare the crop fields, we're getting very great increases in crop.
I just want to demonstrate, because he doesn't even mention this. They have this split down the middle, one side and the other side, the corn that grows on one side and the corn that grows on the other side. Oh, it's like you need a simple visual metaphor. It's like the people who manage the land properly with livestock and versus the ones that don't, and what comes out of it and what they eat. It's like, oh, okay.
Hold their animals overnight. We run them in a predator-friendly manner, because we have a lot of lands and so on, and where they do this and hold them overnight to prepare the crop fields.
By the way, the idea of running them in a predator-friendly manner means running them in a way that they actually let wolves and stuff kill their livestock. They don't go and kill the wolves and the hyenas and the lions and the tigers and the bears and stuff. They don't give a fuck. They just run enough animals that they take that percentage as a loss, and they allow the environment to go on its own, and they make enough off of the difference anyway, because their crops grow better and their livestock grow healthier and their land is more fertile and there's more grazing land to be grazed in general and there's less desert, and in every way it ends up being better. Fucking fascinating.
We're getting very great increases in crop yield as well. Let's look at some results. This is land close to land that we manage in Zimbabwe. It has just come through 4 months of very good rains it got that year, and it's going into the long dry season. But as you can see, all of that rain, almost all of it, has evaporated from the soil surface.
Bye-bye.
Their river is dry despite the rain just having ended.
Yep.
Okay, and we have 150,000 people on almost permanent food aid. Now let's
Vegetable
go to our
oil,
land
too.
yeah,
God damn it. They have them eating fucking vegetable seed oils. I'll bet it's canola. Or soybean or rapeseed or any number of other oils. Jesus fuck, and they should be using animal fats. And their kids are going to be losing their fucking health. And their cardiovascular health is going to decline immensely because of what we're sending them. Because they should be eating the food off their own damn land, and they can't because their land is destroyed. Layers and layers and layers of problems. Layers and layers and layers.
People on almost permanent food aid. Now let's go to our land nearby on the same day with the same rainfall, and look at that. Our river is flowing and healthy and clean. It's fine.
Same day?
The production of grass, shrubs, trees, wildlife, everything is now more productive, and we have virtually no fear of dry years. And we did that by increasing the cattle and goats 400%, planning the grazing to mimic nature and integrate them with all the elephants, buffalo, giraffe, and other animals that we have. But before we began, our land looked like that. This site was bare and eroding for over 30 years, regardless of what rain we got.
Nothing you can
Watch
do.
the marked tree and see the change as we use livestock to mimic nature. This was another site where it had been bare and
Lost the
eroding,
marked
and at
tree.
the base of the marked small tree, we had lost over 30 centimeters of soil. And again, watch the change just using livestock.
Small subsistence farmers, correct, Fleur, but also large-scale, big herds, and like the whole tribe has one herd of cattle that they handle and they store and they keep overnight. And also, one of the things that they've been able to do is to actually get a bunch of individual small subsistence farmers to band their animals together as one collective herd, because they end up losing less animals, the animals end up being healthier, and the land ends up being healthier. So it's working collectively toward these goals, as well as working individually with the individual animals and with the individual portions of land. But it's the collectivism, to some extent, that helps as well. It's you're exactly right, and it's fantastic, Fleur. It's fascinating.
To mimic nature, and there are fallen trees
It's
in that
so-
now, because
it's
these
so
are now-
cool.
The better land is now attracting elephants, etc. This land in Mexico was in terrible condition.
This is so striking. Terrible land.
And I've had to mark the hill because
Mark
the
the
change
hill.
is so profound. I began helping a family in the Karoo Desert in the 1970s, turn the desert that you see on the right there back to grassland, and thankfully now their grandchildren are on the land with hope for the future. And look at the
And
amazing
water.
change in this one, where that gully has completely healed using nothing but livestock mimicking nature. And once more, we have the third generation of that family on that land with their flag still flying. The vast grasslands of Patagonia are turning to desert, as you see here. The man in the middle is an Argentinian researcher, and he has documented the steady decline of that land over the
I've
years
been
as
to
they
these
kept reducing
lands.
sheep numbers.
Yep,
They
reducing
put
sheep numbers and alpaca
25,000 sheep
numbers.
in one flock.
Big
Really
sheep.
mimicking nature now with planned grazing, and they have documented a 50% increase in the production of the land in the first year. We now have
A 50% increase in the land's production within a year, not including the production of the sheep themselves. 1.5 times the production.
in the
Oh,
violent Horn of Africa, pastoralists planning their grazing to mimic nature and openly saying it is the only hope they have of saving their families and saving their culture. 95% of that land can only feed people from animals. I remind you that I'm talking about most of the world's land here that controls our fate, including the most violent region of the world, where only animals can feed people from about 95% of the land.
okay, that's important too. You can't grow food crops in a large portion of the land on our planet. You physically can't do it, right? Because there's not enough nutritional density in the soil to actually grow crops that people can eat. But animals, ruminants, can digest cellulose, and they turn cellulose into high-quality protein and fat, which humans can eat. So we could turn a huge swath of the land that we cannot access at all for anything into not only effective carbon sinks for the entire ecosystem, but also food production facilities, broad scale, to produce dairy products and milk and wool and fur and leather and hide and bone and fertilizer and all the things that you can produce from animal products. Because we really do use the whole animal. Especially if you're in a needy space like this and you know how to. You use the whole fucking animal. And you take the meat and you dry the meat and you save the meat and you salt the meat and you save the leather and you save the fat and you use the fat as lard for cooking and you can, you cook it down and you save it for fucking forever. And you can turn that land that's just death and desert into food-producing territory that humans can actually live near and live on, and so can animals and grass and plants and life. Fascinating.
That I'm talking about most of the world's land here that controls our fate, including the most violent
If
region
only
of
the world could
where-
cooperate. So that's the wall that we keep coming up against, is that if only the world could cooperate. I think that it has to start with the individual. You have to change from the ground up. It's the only way. The only problem that I see, or the biggest problem I see, is that there are people who will actively stand in the way of that because they would like to suck the profits dry from the earth. And those people need to be removed from positions of power. However, framing it as those people, us people, is wrong, and what needs to be shown is that the most profitable long-term circumstance is this kind of long-term engagement of effective scientific protocols and restraint. And long-term, that will lead to more profit for the capitalists and the corporations as well. But getting that switch in place so that the capitalist corporations aren't just grabbing what's there and grabbing what's good while the getting is good, basically sucking the petroleum from the earth, which is what we've been doing for so long, until we can get that psychological switch to happen, we're fucked.
Only animals can feed people from about 95% of the land. What we are doing globally is causing climate change.
I believe one day too,
as much
VLR.
as, I believe, fossil fuels, and maybe more than fossil fuels. But worse than that, it is causing hunger, poverty, violence, social breakdown, and war. And as I am talking to you, millions of men, women, and children are suffering and dying. And if this continues, we are unlikely to be able to stop the climate changing even after we have eliminated the use of fossil fuels. I believe
Because
I've shown you
it won't solve
how we
the problem.
can work with
Just like the
nature
elephants.
at very low cost to reverse all this. We are already doing so on about 15 million hectares on 5 continents. And people who understand far more about carbon than I do calculate that for illustrative purposes, if we do what I'm showing you here, we can take enough
Immediatism
carbon
is
out
hard
of
to deal with. The
atmosphere
marshmallow
and
test, man.
safely store it in the grassland soils for thousands of years. And if we just do that on about half the world's grasslands that I've shown you, we can take us back to pre-industrial levels.
Kikuri says, the biggest problem that I see is that as global temperatures increase, these areas trying to be fixed won't be able to be fixed with herds. The temperatures will be too high for them to survive. I think that might be true, but I'm not sure. I feel like a lot of the large ruminant animals don't give a fuck about the temperature to some extent, as long as there's some degree of water. And part of the issue is that the water you don't want the water to just soak into the land and evaporate out and disappear. It seems like as long as there's water in the atmosphere or water drinkable, you can transition to goats and they need seemingly less water, or you can transition to animals that need even less, like the humped bison. They have more water carrying capacity, or camels and alpacas and things in that sort of realm. But also, global temperature increase leads to more greenery. As long as there isn't desertification, when we look back at the historical times on our planet where there was more temperature, there was also a lot more oxygen in a lot of ways, and there was a lot more greenery. Like a ton more greenery. And so maybe you're right, Kikuri. I don't know. But I would surmise that probably there are certain herd animals that would do quite okay as temperatures rise, because the temperatures will increase gradually, right? And we think of temperature and climate change as being like, oh no, but it's really like, oh yeah. And there's going to be enough time to deal with it to some extent, or at least to figure out which livestock and stuff can survive it. I think that maybe it has a chance, and maybe it'll even offset that temperature increase in climate change fast enough. Giant dragonflies, exactly. Maybe it'll even offset that climate change fast enough and solidly enough that we can prevent it all. But one of the crucial things is that we would need, gosh, it would be so great if we just had unlimited power so that we didn't have to pull more fossil fuels from the environment. Oh, wait, we're working on fusion power and making inroads in it. Interesting. And it would be really great if we had the knowledge to know what was going on across the globe at all. Oh, we have satellite systems and cameras everywhere. Okay, cool. And if we had the intellectual capacity and the power over where knowledge goes, in order to organize everything effectively in these hyper complicated systems that we can't even organize. First off, we don't have to organize them mostly because you can just sort of let the animals do their thing to some extent. But it would be great if we had some systems of control and power that would give us some sort of base. Oh, wait, AI is happening. And so we come to this set where all these things are getting ding, 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 dinged off. And it's like, well, what happens in 5 years if we hit the point where quantum computing has taken off, and we've got multi-thousand qubit quantum computers, which is to say conscious entities, and those are attached to AI, which is to say true intelligence. So quantum entangling, artificial in the wires, wired intelligence things, or potentially brain uploading or brain machine interfaces, however it ends up going, I don't really care. We have all of that fueled by unlimited power, so we don't need to suck petrol from the soul of our planet anymore, fueled by the unlimited power of the tiny suns that we can build, because we will have mastered fire, truly, and driven by knowledge, by infinite free knowledge, and the spread of real understanding, like the understanding that this guy is putting out there, that these things could work. It feels like we need some big crisis for the world to finally unite and make these objectively good ideas a reality. Careful what you wish for, because the crises are here, aren't they, Vlur? And what's very funny is that the crisis is here, and people freak out and panic, or they ignore it, or they work toward solving it. But most people freak out and panic, or they ignore the crisis. The crisis is here, as far as many people are concerned. But freaking out doesn't help. Neither does ignoring it. Okay, I'm going to finish this video, and then I have to go use the bathroom.
While feeding people. Grasslands here and use of fossil fuels. We are unlikely to be able to stop the climate changing even after we have eliminated the use of fossil fuels. I believe I've shown you how we can work with nature.
I agree with you about the oceans, Kikori.
To reverse all this. We
Thank
are
you.
already doing so on.
Thank you for putting in the effort to frame your statements more effectively. I immediately see the difference, and I appreciate it. Good job. Pat, pat. Pat, pat, pat. I don't mean it condescendingly. It helps.
And people who understand far more about carbon than I do calculate that for illustrative purposes, if we do what I'm showing you here, we can take enough carbon out of the atmosphere and safely store it in the grassland soils for thousands of years. And if we just do that on about half the world's grasslands that I've shown you, we can take us back to pre-industrial levels while feeding people. I can think of almost nothing that offers more hope for our planet, for your children, and their children, and all of humanity. Thank you. Thank you.
See, this is an exceptional TED Talk, and I had to bring it up because we talked about the animals thing, and it's like, well, maybe the answer is actually more of them. Wouldn't that be weird? Wouldn't that be silly? What if the answer is more effectively utilizing the meat industry more effectively? Now, that isn't to say that the factory meat industry isn't fucked, because it's fucked, and I admit that freely. I shall take it condescendingly and in return use bite attack. It's a critical hit. Ha 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 ha. Very, very good, Kikori. Too bad I already used. What is it? Is it what's the one where if you use this move and then they hit you, you hit them back immediately? It's like a brace thing in Pokemon. I forget. I gotta go use the bathroom. I'm gonna pee my fucking pants. God damn. God damn. Ora. 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 Isn't this move revenge? Yeah. Remove the old trees and promote the growth of new vegetation because they capture much more CO2. Reasonable, maybe. Ora. Ora. Ora, ora. Ora. Okay. I do want to get through this diet, sleep, exercise, and hormones thing. I just jumped off because the animal products and the grazing cattle, and I just think I hope that some of you are glad that that was shared with you, because I think that's an incredibly valuable piece of information to know, or to at least come across, is this idea that the grasslands might be part of the solution.
Relates to ethics and food allergies and things of that sort. But would you say that on balance, that most people would benefit from eating a combination of, quality proteins from animal sources and non-animal sources, fruits, vegetables, and starches? I mean, what do you think, for instance, about people following a pure carnivore or a very pure vegan diet in their 20s and 30s?
In their late 20s, it might be a reasonable option. In early 20s and certainly teens, it is a horrible idea because it is likely to significantly decrease your free androgens. So you will have less testosterone acting on receptors through the body.
If you live under any restrictive sort of diet, that is, if you only eat meat or you only eat plants, you're probably going to have lowered free testosterone and other androgens, including estrogen, which you need, by the way. Whether you're male or female, don't be stupid. You need a balance. If you live and eat a restrictive diet, that will likely reduce your ability to produce those hormones up until and through the point where you're hitting your late 20s, which is where I'm at, and why it's kind of I probably hamstrung myself and maybe destroyed myself by eating carnivore for a little while, and then I cycled back into being, but I think I needed it, oddly. It seems to do something to reset the person. It's really interesting. In any case, once you hit your late 20s, 30s, might be viable.
Are there any other micronutrients or macronutrients that people in their 20s and 30s should emphasize?
We haven't really touched on fatty acids or fiber too much. Fiber is going to be paramount in kind of like setting your set point of your gut microbiome the rest of your life. There is prebiotic fiber, which you could think of as fish food for your good gut microbiome. Your gut microbiome is kind of like an aquarium or a fish tank.
Now I'm just thinking about goldfish swimming around in that. Goldfish eating people. Don't eat goldfish, people.
Yep.
Thank you. Live or dead.
Yeah. But any fiber or food that you're putting in your gut, it's either going to skew your gut microbiome towards something that is more beneficial or more detrimental.
And would you say that the prebiotic fiber and getting essential fatty acids, that would be important to do throughout the lifespan, or just for people in their 20s and 30s?
Throughout the lifespan, particularly important in the teenage 20s, 30s, because it helps with brain development. You're certainly more of an expert than me when it comes to brain development, but it does continue to develop
fatty acids, specifically
really
marine,
the lifespan, but certainly through the 20s and 30s as well.
About
when you say especially in Olympic gymnastics, that might be because those kids are getting pushed really fucking hard. But also in gymnastics, being short is usually more optimal. You want to be smaller because you've got a closer center of gravity, and so doing all the flips and shit, as far as I know, is the reason for it. So it might be that they're just genetically being selected for their lack of size and lack of proposed or expected size. But it's true. It's definitely, they stated at some point in this podcast, I don't remember where, but pushing kids way beyond their limits in terms of stress, in terms of exercise, and really, really going hard on the kids can cause enough stress to prevent some of their growth from occurring.
Taking a multivitamin while you're growing up. So many people do that. Is it necessary? Is it useful? And if it's not necessary, is it safe to do anyway?
It's generally safe to do anyway.
Safe to take a multivitamin.
I do not think everybody needs a multivitamin. The more exclusionary your diet is, for example, if you have celiac disease or if you're planning on fertility soon, then perhaps it's more reasonable to take a multivitamin.
In a previous discussion of ours, I asked you about caloric restriction and testosterone.
Now, I want to actually be clear, because he extrapolates on this and explains it later in the podcast. He's not saying that that a multi is bad, and what he is saying is that essentially you should be getting all the things that you can get from a multivitamin from your food sources. Now, the issue that I have with that is that there are a lot of people who are not getting those things from their food sources at all. Like greens, like there are a lot of people who you ask them, when's the last time you had a cruciferous vegetable, like a really fibrous green vegetable, and they'll think about it. They'll be like, I don't know. I mean, I had some lettuce on my In-N-Out burger. Does that count? It's like, that does not count. That does not count. It's like, how long since you had real vegetable matter inside your belly? It's like, well, I had a slice of tomato on my In-N-Out burger. Does that count? It's like, no, it does not count. That isn't it. I had a salad a couple weeks ago. It's like, okay, all right. Those kinds of people might need a multivitamin, maybe. But really what they need is more fucking fresh veg or an effective diet plan that provides for them the things that they need, which you can get without fresh veg. You can go carnivore. It is viable. That's what's so crazy about it. You can go keto carnivore and live that way for a good while. But you should probably take a multivitamin while you do to make sure that you're not missing some of the essentials. And same if you're going the path that I'm going, which is in no way restricted. I'm leaning toward a plant-slanted diet. I heard that term for the first time the other day, because I don't like the term plant-based because it's not what I'm doing. Now, it is actually what I'm doing. It's plant-based, like the base of my diet is plants, and then I can have meat and dairy and stuff occasionally, sort of as treats. I'm treating them as treats in myself. And for fermented products, I'm allowing them to last much longer. Fermented yogurts, I have a couple of bottles of lassi, of like kefir, right? And so I'll have a little bit of that every day or every couple days, things like that. But mostly plant-slanted diet. If you're doing something like that, or doing something on the other side where you're restricting yourself into more meats and stuff, you should be supplementing and making sure that you're not missing stuff.
And if I recall correctly, the idea was that if somebody is overweight, they have excess fat, adipose tissue, then getting rid of some of that adipose tissue through caloric restriction and exercise, provided it's done not too fast in a healthy way, is going to be beneficial for testosterone in the long run. But that for individuals who are not carrying an excess of body fat, caloric restriction is actually going to lower testosterone. First of all, do I have that correct? And
makes perfect sense why that would be, right? It makes perfect sense why that would be. Why? Well, if you have an excess of adipose tissue, you want to cut that down so that you're in a healthy state. And part of that is because adipose tissue generates estrogen. Fat tissue generates estrogen. It's pretty interesting to know. If you're significantly overweight and a lot of that is fatty tissue, that tissue is actively generating one type of hormone and making you stay fat. And so if you could get it burning, you might be able to set your ratios in balance a little bit. However, if you're already in a relatively healthy place in terms of body fat, and that is to say quite lean is how healthy you should be, is how fatty you should be. Pretty fucking lean. Now I'm a little leaner than that, but we're talking for males below 16-17% body fat is about the realm where you should probably be hovering, I think. Up toward 20 is getting dangerous as far as I'm aware. And in terms of all sorts of risk factors for all sorts of things, including cardiovascular and cardiopulmonary diseases and flaws and problems and stuff. But also it increases your estrogenesis, whatever it is, the generation of estrogen in your body and stuff. And that's fascinating too. And again, not to demonize estrogen, you need estrogen. And if you go to a point where your estrogen is gone, you're going to feel shit all the time, no matter what. You can't feel okay. male or female, you cannot feel okay without enough estrogen in your system.
Second, for individuals who are not carrying an excess of body fat, caloric restriction is actually going to lower testosterone. First of all, do I have that correct? And second, are there any addendums to that you'd like to give us now?
That's correct. If you look at an individual in a caloric deficit, several changes will happen. One is that they'll have less building blocks for hormones. Another is that they will be in a catabolic state more often, so the balance of anabolism and catabolism will be different. They'll likely have less signaling from growth hormone and IGF-1, and they'll also have the high SHBG that we defined earlier as the binding protein. So
Sex
their
hormone,
free
hormone binding
and free estrogens will go down.
Got it. Okay, so we touched on sleep being critical, I would say throughout the lifespan. Try and get enough quality sleep at least 80% of the nights of your life, and the other 20% are just
you just can't
what happens when
you got to deal
there's
with
noise
them.
outside, or you're stressed. It just, you have an exam, or you're having a great time.
So let's stop there for a second, because Huberman has done 8 or 9 full length podcasts on sleep. So let's talk a quick protocol on sleep. Get to bed before midnight. That's just in general. You should attempt to get to bed before midnight. And the way that I think about it is something that somebody said to me. I don't know if it's necessarily true, but hours of sleep that you have before midnight count double. So if you sleep at 11 and you get 1 hour before midnight, that counts as 2. And if you sleep at 10 and you get 2 hours before midnight, that counts as 4. So I try to get to bed at 10, 11. It's hard because it's like, when do other people around you go to bed and stuff? You want to limit sources of bright light for hours before you sleep. That is post like 5, 6 p.m., maybe 7 as the sun goes down, depending on where you are in the world. Right now, the sun goes down for us around 5 to 5:30. It starts to go down, so quite early because of fucking daylight savings time, which is ridiculous. But you want to reduce the levels of blue light specifically, but also bright light that you get for the few hours before you try to head toward bed. You want to avoid caffeine 10 hours before you try to sleep. 8 is pushing it. This is according to Matthew Walker of Berkeley. About 10 hours is about the lifespan of caffeine's effects on your sleep cycle. So about 10 hours before you sleep. So if you're going to bed at 10 p.m., that means no caffeine after noon. Okay. So I just finished, or I'm about to finish, my cup of mocha matcha mate latte thing, and I won't have caffeine again today. My pre-workout that I'm going to take for the gym has no caffeine in it. It's all nitrous oxide stuff. It's all to get more blood flow into my body. Since making that change has affected me immensely. Okay. So you're reducing your light, you're avoiding caffeine intake, you want to avoid sugar and alcohol within hours of your sleep. Alcohol in general, as far as I can tell. That said, I have not completely cut out alcohol at the moment, and I'm actually thinking that alcohol might have some benefits, but it's all theoretical in my mind and not necessarily validated by science or backed by anything. But I'm thinking about alcohol in terms of the gut microbiome. And my idea is this: as a steward of an ecosystem in my microbiome, I would like the strong in my body to survive, not the weak. I would like the strong microbiota to survive. And a little bit of low percent alcohol seems to have an effect of cutting out some of the weaker overgrowth of microbiota and sort of weeding it out and ensuring that only the strong strains get to survive. And then continuing to supplement that with a continued intake of quality microbiota from fermented sources like, and I'll list out the fermented sources that I've been eating: kefir, which is a yogurt; lassi, which is a different yogurt type from a different place with different bacterial cultures. Fascinating. You could also do a full Greek yogurt. A true one will have a different set of cultures. Any of these yogurts, they need to be unpasteurized. They need to be raw or alive in some way. You can also drink the Yakults or the Activias or whatever, but those single strain culture probiotics, I think are not very powerful. I like the multi-strain cultured things that have some more wild culture to them and more variety. So along with that comes kimchi. Kimchi, for those that don't know, and I'm sure that most of you know because we live in a sort of a multicultural space here. Kimchi is a salted and fermented cabbage and radish dish, mostly. Cabbage and radish. And what's used as a base for the fermentation is usually fermented shrimp and fermented fish sauce and other things that have already fermented and begun living. You put little bits of those into the kimchi along with your chili powder and your gochujang and your cabbage and all that stuff. You put that all together with your various things and you let it ferment and you let those biota grow and you eat bits of it. It is delicious, Fleur. It's great with meat. Like you have if you go to a Korean barbecue place, you'll have like a piece of meat, and then you'll take a piece of kimchi, and it's like spicy and sour a little bit, and got some crunch to it, and it's all these different flavors that add to it. And it's also, it's chili based, so there's some spice to it. So it's like putting lime and chili on carne asada, stuff like that. To me, kimchi was an anime reactor who has now sadly stopped streaming due to mental illness. That is really sad. That's really sad. Because streaming is, I think, really powerful. But anyway, I eat kimchi. I just picked up, and I'm so pleased to have done so. I just picked up a tub of organic red miso. This stuff, which is, it's rice koji and soybean paste and salt. And that's it. It's just salt and bean paste, and you let biota come in and ferment it, and consume it, and it eats the proteins and the complicated organic molecules, and it poops out different complicated organic molecules, as well as the bodies of the microorganisms and the living microorganisms that are feeding on all this bean paste and stuff. And you put a little bit of that in you. Do you make your own kimchi? Not yet, Maud. So this is the thing. As I'm moving toward becoming more plant-based and more conscious of my diet, I'm not making most of these things myself. I'm not brewing my own kombucha, which is another thing that I consume, is kombucha, which is fermented tea. I live in a deeply privileged place, which is to say I live in California, a haven for health foods, as well as a multicultural mixing pot. There's a huge Korean American population. There's a huge Japanese American population. There's a huge African American population. There's a huge Hispanic American population. There's a huge, not huge, there's a small, very small Native American population. But all of those very different populations, exactly. Bingo, Kikuri. California is probably very good for getting foreign foods. It's exceptional. It's exceptional. And it's a deep privilege that I have, that I can actually go to the supermarket, like the big box stupid ass supermarket, and I can walk into the produce aisle and I can pick up, not a great one, but I can pick up a jar of kimchi. And I can also pick up a jar of sauerkraut, live sauerkraut, and I can have that too. And that's a great source too. And I can pick up some pretty good yogurt. And I can pick up some sprouts, and I can pick up all these different things, and that's quite valuable. But I had to go a bit out of my way to get the miso and the kimchi properly. I got the kimchi that I've been eating from a health food store that's in my neighborhood, that is a full health food store that exists. There are 3 of them in my town, 3 solid health food places. There's Sprouts, which is quite high end and quite nice and does a lot of locally sourced foods. There's Green Acres, which is known in this area for having an extraordinary deli and meat department. Their butcher shop is quite legit. And I'm looking forward to, I want to go there today or tomorrow with one of my roommates and check out their butcher shop and look for a couple of things. First off, I want some exotic meats, which is to say meat from animals that we don't normally get to eat. So some goat, some lamb, some mutton, things like that. I want some organ meats because I'd like to eat some liver and maybe some heart and maybe some. I had some tripe the other day and I don't like it, but some tripe, and I'll force myself to eat it and I don't give a fuck. Like, it's 10 seconds of self-hatred as I chew a shitty piece of tripe in order to get a lifetime of benefit, so fine. But you know, you don't have to, obviously, but some liver, some kidney, some organ meats, as well as I want to see what the cost is there for oxtail and marrow bone. Oxtail and marrow bone, because bone marrow is of extraordinary value, both in terms of quality fats and other things. So I might look at marrow bone, roast off some marrow bones, and use that as a spread every couple weeks, every month, right? A little bit of extra animal fats every month or so as a treat. But there's Sprouts, there's Green Acres, and then there's Lassen's, which is a local Southern California health food chain. And Lassen's, you walk in and everything is priced double to what it should actually be. But what we did is we just walked through the aisles. We picked up a couple things that we wanted specifically from Lassen's. We walked through the aisles and looked at the brands of stuff and looked at the ingredients and all the things and just made a list. And it's like, oh, we can go and buy these online. Just get them shipped, right? Like, fuck, if I want high quality oats, I'll just order from the company that makes the high quality oats and I'll just get them delivered to my door. So these things are an immense privilege that I have availability to. And then 20 minutes away from me, about a 20-minute drive over the hill and into the valley, into Chatsworth, into the porn capital of the USA, is right where I live. It's right near me. I went to school there. I went to school in Chatsworth, California, and Woodland Hills and West Hills and into that area of California. And it truly is the pornography capital of the U.S. But right over that hill, there's a huge Korean American population and an immense Galleria marketplace. I'll just show you this. The Galleria Market is this place. Tous les jours, the Galleria, and this thing inside, it's 3 full buildings. It's 3 full buildings that are all one place. It's an enormous food court that has all sorts of different food and stuff that you can just get live. It's an immense marketplace, and it's all fucking foreign food. It's all Korean shit and Japanese shit, mostly Korean shit. And it's shipped in, and it's constantly high quality and fresh, and it's just right there. Tons of stuff. There's a full aisle of just nori and seaweed and stuff. No wonder why Tinder is a nightmare for you. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's definitely a contributing factor. Is that it's pretty close to porn capital USA. But I have all these options available to me. Broke 18-year-old living in the Canadian prairie hellscape. Alberta? You in Alberta? You one of them Alberta hellbillies? Is that what you are, ma rhubarb? Eh? Korean American culture bursts through. I don't know exactly what that means, but I think that you're not incorrect. And going there with a couple of my more Americanized friends, one of them is more globally minded and more open, and the other is very Manitoba. There you go. The other is not. He's just sheltered. He's been psychologically living under a rock, not literally living under a rock. He just hasn't had his eyes open, and now he opens his eyes. Now he has his eyes open. And we walked through this place, and he was like, "Whoa, there's so much stuff that I didn't even know about." And he was also walking around going like, damn, the girls are really pretty. What the fuck is up with that? And we left the space, and we were talking in the car on the way home, and I was talking about, they seem this Korean American culture that's flowing in it seems quite potent. It seems quite valuable and useful and good and right. And he goes, there's something about that. It's that I've been getting to know all these girls at my workplace because he's working a new job with a bunch of young women there. They're all becoming like really in love with the guys in Korean TV shows. And they're going like, I don't even want to date American men anymore because they don't have their shit together. Whoa, right? It's like, oh, okay. There's just some stuff to mimic in the Korean culture that you should really think about mimicking, because some of those elements are immediately attractive and valuable to, specifically, this is important for young men, to women. Because every young man who's in any way straight would love the attention of young women. How do you get that shit? You don't know. We don't know. We do backflips and jump up and down on one foot and try to make ourselves as smart as possible and do art and shit in order to try to attract young women. But how about this as a cultural idea, or as Goldex says, a cultural ideal? How about this? Be relatively strong and mostly masculine. Be the kind of person who would be capable of going into the military if you were so forced, because all young Korean men serve in the military, and that's probably quite important. So you're not going to go to the military, and if you're in America or Canada or somewhere else, you probably shouldn't, because it's probably not the place that you want to go. You've got other things that you should do with your life, I think. Now, if you do choose to go that way, then go that way. But be the kind of person who could go through the rigors of training and organization and hierarchy that would be required of you were you to be an arm of the military. So discipline yourself and pose and flex and brood is what Goldex said. I actually think exactly that. Learn how to be beautiful and take care of the things that make you beautiful. We have this idea of masculinity in America that's stuck in us from the pioneer days, and then the post-pioneer days, the gold rush days, and the cowboy days, which is this idea of cowboy masculinity, the Lone Ranger, dirty and gruff, sun-weathered and beat to shit, and all hips and big guns, and that's sort of the and Camel cigarettes and Marlboro Reds. That's sort of the idea of American masculinity in a lot of ways. And it's not very beautiful, and it's not very healthy. So altering your ideals of masculinity to match those that are more emblematized in Korean cultures, not feminine men exactly, because they're not feminine, but modern and healthy and well cared for and in balance with their femininity, not to the exclusion of it. Solitary and rugged, right? No vulnerability. No vulnerability is the sort of idea. A closed chamber of a person, says Goldex. Exactly. And be more JoJos. Be more Josuke JoJos, right? You can actually look at it. It's like American masculinity is very Jotaro. It's very like, hurrah! And that's true in Japan as well. Culturally, there's this idea of like the Bushido, the samurai, the individual, the Ronin even, is because the Ronin is the Western. Okay, let's bring that back. Akira Kurosawa is the greatest Western filmmaker of all time. One of my favorite films is Seven Samurai. And this is going to pull up all the old ones. Nope, original Seven Samurai by Akira Kurosawa, okay? These are hard men, right? They're rough cowboys. Arr! 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 Now, what I'll say is, The Magnificent Seven is also one of my favorite films. It's the same movie. It's the same picture. Now there have been a bunch of this is the new one with Denzel Washington and Chris Pratt and Ethan Hawke. Fuck off, man. Fuck off with this shit. God fucking damn it. They remade it? No. 1960, John Sturges. That one. Yeah. Charles Bronson, Yul Brynner. The Magnificent Seven. This is literally the same film. As this film. They're actually the same story. It's actually the same lineup even. It's the same lineup. It's the same group. They're the same people. Okay. Regardless, Akira Kurosawa is that. And it's very Jotaro. Ura! And then you move forward through that, and being like Giorno or like Josuke, being someone who is, Josuke is like, he cares so much about his hair, is one of the things. Like, Jotaro doesn't give a fuck about anything. You cannot phase him. He is invulnerable. Jotaro is pure knowledge and ready. And he comes from a lineage of people who are like, I've seen through your plans. I already know what you're going to do, right? And Jotaro is there and he's just like, Harrah! It doesn't matter what you're going to do because I'm strong enough to bear it. My shoulders are broad enough to bear whatever weight you put on me. And he bears the weight of Zawarudo, right? But coming in the lineage after him are these girlish boys, comparatively. Josuke Higashikata is all love. Now, of course, we'll pull up the other Josuke Higashikata because I know that that's a thing. Sorry. You can't not know that that's a thing. He's all love, right? And the comb. I actually really like this piece in specific. Because he's got the comb here. And that's exactly right. He cares so much about his hair and his appearance that it actually is his vulnerability, is his appearance. And we move into like Giorno, who does that naturally. Giorno Giovanna, who does that naturally. And Giorno is flower petals and beauty and glory and all of that stuff all together. He wears the heart on the center. Look at his stands. Yeah, of course it's unavoidable. Yeah, literally, cowboys and Ronin ideals are the same. Yeah, they're literally the same. So Japan has the same cultural flux as the Americas do. But Japan is, because of JoJo's in some part, has figured that shit out. And because their media culture is better and their mythologizing culture is better, America is still stuck on superheroes. And Japan is on the individuated individual who becomes the hero within a social context. And that's sort of Giorno. Inspired by David Bowie's artistic philosophies and presentation. And then we take the flip over. We take the flip over to Jolene Cujo. And Jolene is a next step in that because she's actually fully feminine. Which is a huge leap to emblematize the feminine ideal. But Japan has been doing that for forever. They've been doing female protagonists as the primary protagonists for a while. Actually. And they've switched back and forth. And so it's gone Noriko into Shinji. Same character. Into Simon. And Simon's all symbology, right? And he's got the girl with him, and he's got his mecha that he pilots around. It's all complicated. Into Simon, back to the femme in Ryuko. And Ryuko is the schoolgirl. She's the future. And she learns to bear herself and wield the scissor blade of truth and all that shit. For Japan, one of the most popular guys a few years ago was Gact, who was a very feminine yet masculine guy at the same time and could easily flip between them. He was the inspiration for lots of the Final Fantasy bad guys and protagonists. Gyak. Or, not Gyak. Gact. Okay, yeah, no, he's definitely got that, masculinity in the jawline and the presentation, and then femininity in the representations and symbols. It's actually quite funny. I would say this guy is a living JoJo's character. Dude's a living JoJo's character. Look at this motherfucker. He is alive and he is a JoJo's character. The rings, they have meaning. The necklaces have meaning. The beads, those are partly prayer beads, right? These are all the things that he cares about, all symbologized and accessorized on top of him. From glasses to hairstyle to the earrings, right? To turn him into a fucking JoJo's character. Right. And Korea's been doing this shit for forever. I mean, well, all you have to do is look at BTS, right? BTS are the popular ones now. And these boys are the heartthrobs of everyone. And you look at these guys, and frankly, to some extent, most of them are wearing makeup. They look very femme. Extremely femme compared to the types of masculine idols that we see very often. They're very androgynous comparatively, and yet they are dressed as mask. and they present as masc and male. And it's their vulnerability that makes them strong. It's their willingness to be both. It's the lack of the and a lot more of the muda, right? A lot more Giorno, a lot more Jolene, and a lot more Josuke, both Josuke's. And I don't even know what that means, right? Because it's so far away in Iraqi world. There's a common transcultural truth around BTS's masculinity in the modern day. Yeah. I'm thinking of another biggest Korean boy bands ever. I'm thinking of one of them, not BTS, Big Bang. Big Bang. Korea. Big Bang. I love these guys. I've loved Big Bang for a long time. I think they're great. I think they're great. You know what I actually find really, really interesting about Big Bang? One of the guys, the guy who's sort of the front line of them, Gact Malice Miser. That was him in his first band. Okay. The lead, one of the lead singers, I think this guy in particular, he's got shit teeth. And he's very restrained with them, and he talks very much like this in order to not show his teeth very frequently. And I saw one song, I don't remember which song it is, but I think it was Top of Big Bang, this guy. Yeah, it is this guy. You can see it in the whole way that he holds his mouth. He is actually self-conscious about his teeth. Continuously. It's how he holds himself. It's his own vulnerability. There are no shots of him smiling. No shots of him smiling, except like this. And always with restraint. It's because he hates his own teeth. It's fascinating. You know, there are thousands of pictures of this guy, professionally posed pictures. And if I'm not correct, I think it's T-O-P Big Bang Teeth. Maybe it's not him. I wonder who it is that I'm thinking of then. Yeah, no, I think it is him. He's got fucked up lower teeth. And look, you see that they just found it a few times, and he's been fixing it. He's been fixing it. Fascinating. EXO? Two EXO? I don't know what you mean, EC. Okay, scrolling up. Hold on. Gact also says he has emotional relationships with males, but physical with women. Interesting. Okay, so Gact Malice Miser, he was in this full hyper Victorianized, almost Gothic Lolita sort of styled thing. Very cool. Very cool. So I'll bring up a movie recommendation that I'll just give to you. It's Kamikaze Girls, and all of you should watch this film. You should go and watch this film. Because this film it sets these two characters against one another. You've got this Yankee girl, who is this Yankee, like, fuck everything sort of thing. And you get this believing Rococo girl who's all about style and finding identity through all of this. And it's about them becoming friends and figuring out some of each other from each other. It's really quite great. I wonder if there are any studies about how the way that you smile changes perception on you. I guarantee it, man. I guarantee it. Hell, just smiling changes your perception of yourself. There are a billion studies on that, Vlur. Physically smiling changes your brain chemistry, man. It changes you. And not just physically smiling, baring your teeth changes you. So does your tongue placement in your mouth. It changes your facial orientation. So does whether you breathe through your nose or your mouth while you're sleeping, and in general. Breathing through your nose changes your face. These are all drawings, but this one's based in reality. And this is why people are into the mouth taping. This kind of stuff, which you can do, and is recommendable, is to tape your mouth while you sleep. So this is partly fat. But it's also that this person's whole sinus structure is arranged differently. Before and after, literally opening up the sinuses and enabling breathing. You can see that the whole face scrunches in on itself because it's all being pulled together by muscle. The action of smiling itself and the action of breathing. You can get attached snaggletooth. Yeah, which is not the way. This is well documented in children that a lot of weakness in the chin and the facial structure can be altered by forcing breathing through the nose while sleeping and in general. It's wild, right? And then okay, so then Hamon, breathing, literally. Breathing organizes you so that you can pose. Oh, that brings up smiling brains. That's not what I want. So that's useless. JoJo's characters, man. The posing. There's this this Jotaro pose. The particular one where he's... Not Jotaro. I'm sorry, Josuke pose. So Jotaro is, again... Okay, so let's look at that. Jotaro, very masked, very pointing at you. Very set up, flared out behind him. Big cloak, multicolored belt, chain, which is lineage. The hand, which is his hand going stop. Musculature, organized, ready. Cool pants, cool clothing. Pointing at your ass. And he's calling you out. Right? He's calling you out. And he's also all hips, right? The hips go back, right? Okay, important. Josuke pose. It'll be this one, the hippie one. Pa-pow! And this is the one that you actually want to see, is this guy right here. Pa-pow! That's the pose. Jotaro pose is based on Clint Eastwood, right? I would believe it. Jotaro pose, Clint. Yeah, something like it. Now that's a more modern Jotaro, but Jotaro being inspired by Clint makes perfect sense. He's the same character. It's the same character. So that's in 08 for JoJonium, and of course this is more new, very new. But yeah, it's Clint. Now Josuke pose. Josuke becomes more femme. And that is, he's more aligned with his hips and shit. He's all about love and stuff. He's got this half anchor that's masculinity. So like the symbol that's on him, it's actually really funny to me because let's look at the paper really quick. The symbol that Josuke has is this symbol. Right? And that's the symbol of maleness, right? It's Freudian, it's phallic. It's the symbol of maleness. And then there's the symbol of femininity, which is like this, okay? And those are the two main symbols of masc and femininity. And Jotaro's symbol on his neck is this. It's a fish hook that becomes, it actually might have both sides. So it might be part of an anchor, which is it's the masculine arrow, the feminine cross. It is a full anchor. Okay, it is fully a curvatured anchor. And so that all bites into the history of the marine biology that's a part of his lineage and all of those things. And marine life has always been something that Araki has drawn in and stuff. So there's that symbol, which is actually a combination of these two symbols in some ways, and a broadness of it, because it's really one big arrow, right, with little arrows. One big arrow with little arrows is the anchor, and then split to make a whole man, who is also a whole woman. It's both. It's duality in non-duality, right? Right, bingo. And then he puts the stop, so the hand, which is the Janist hand in a lot of ways. And that's the Jotaro hand, which is on all of Jotaro's stuff, and it's put inside of a heart. for Josuke. The hand goes inside of a big fat heart. And then he has a big ass circle with a peace sign. Duality like a pendulum swinging. Like a pair of balls swinging, more like Gold X. Woohoo! Yeah, got him. Okay. Giorno Giovanna. And Giorno has the heart. It's in him now. It's on his chest, and it's him bare. It's bare skin underneath. Why? Because it's sexy. Why, though? Why, though? Because he's literally bearing himself. He's wearing pink or blue. He's got these emblems of life that have multiple hearts within them. He's a controller of life itself. So it shows the masculine representation of Jotaro. Stop. The firm hand, exactly, surrounded literally by love, tempered by love. And we see that over the course of the story, too, is Jotaro's like, no, I know what we need to do. And Josuke's like, with love, though. But with love, though, right? We're going to do it with love, though, right, Dad? Right, Pops? We're going to do this shit properly? No, it's not his dad, of course, but it's his uncle. But you get what I mean? Masculine chest exposed in a feminine way. In a feminine way. And then at his collar, instead of, we've evaporated most of the symbols, and instead what's at his collar is a spiral. Is a spiral. Big spiral that is also wings, right? I did a shit job of this one, so forgive me. But it's also his wings in the way that like an Air Force pilot would have wings. Toxic masculinity can learn a thing or two with this symbolism. You're damned right. You're damned right. And so, well, here's my thought, is that you can run it backwards. And what you can say is that human young men who grow up idolizing Josuke Higashikata and Giorno will never become toxically masculine. Hermes like wings and clouds almost. Hermes like wings is correct. Hermes is the messenger of the gods, right? And Giorno is the messenger of Dio, sent by Dio to Earth in order to do things, but he goes against it, right? They're his own wings. They're his. They're not Dio's. And so he's buffeted forward by those wings, and he's the one that carries the arrow and the truth into the world, but he's not bound by them. And also, I would say this spiral that is on Giorno's wings, it actually has a second set of little wing bits of tips here, and it's only 3, but if you flip it like this is the thumb, and these are the fingers of the same hand. So it's Jotaro's same hand, Huda, turns into the hand with love around it, Huda, turns into the wings that buffet you and buoy you on forward. Dude, I strive to become this good at character design. So do thousands of artists who are completely inspired by Hirohiko Araki's absolutely spectacular ability to design characters that have meaning. And it's on his collar, the neck, the place of breath, right? It binds everything that comes through into the heart and soul that is his chest, which is itself his vulnerability and his saying that I'm going to go to a place. Because it's the Gangstar moment. The one from the manga, this one. The Gangstar moment, right? This is Giorno in fullness. Hips cocked. He's got these golden bits and threads that come down to the corners. The zipper in the center that's pulled down. The heart. He's got that same spiral pattern. You can't really see it. And behind him is life itself. Again, linking it with the Hamon roots. Exactly. JoJo's is the coolest shit, dude. It's just the coolest shit. And then you get Jolene. So let me do this. Part 6. Volumes. Wiki. So I just want to get the volumes for the wiki. Nope, not that. Part 6 volumes. And I'll do SO Volume 1. SO Volume 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is about where we are. Okay, so then what I'll do is I scroll down here and we grab the gallery, and in the gallery there should be a clean art. If I click this, wait, where is it? Volume chronography. Where's the clean art? It's usually right there. Am I missing it somehow? The volume cover, this thing, view source. Let me go to more info. SO volume 2. The cover with the wait, what? When I pull this up on my phone, hold on. Stone Ocean volume 2 wiki. SO volume 2. Okay, when I pull this up on my phone, I get that. And if I scroll down, go away ads. I scroll down to here. The tail pieces are there. God damn it. Usually the ads are not this bad. I guess if I click info. Whoa, weird. I pulled these yesterday. There was a clean version of that art here yesterday. Volume 2, cover, clean. Okay, weird. I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll look at these as they are. She's got the heart in the center of her, the star on her back. She's tangled in webs and mycelium and stuff. Stuck and pinned with a bunch of things. And she's shown as at odds, literally perpendicular with her own stand. For volume 2. Okay, we move to volume 3. And this is her hopping on the back of the JoJo. And this is my favorite one of the whole experience by far. Where is that clean one? That's so weird. Gallery. It was literally right here yesterday. It was literally right here along with this. Crazy. But anyway, JoJo, because he has JoJo's running down his arms. He's bearing himself, being vulnerable in his design, and all of his symbology is on full display. Right, fully bared to the world. Josuke has the hat. He's got links and hooks coming off of his collar, the way that there have always been a chain to his collar, but it's chain, link, and then there's a hook at the end, and that's different. This is his hair being clipped. And Josuke hatting into hair, okay? 2 stars at the side, star. And most of Jotaro's symbology isn't represented here, except that he is the solid lineage of his family, right? And then on his back hops Jolene, and she takes on his position of pointing at you, calling you out. But she's doing it from the back of her father. Okay, and on his back she poses. We don't see her butterflies, but her butterflies are a part of her symbology. We see the spirals and the squares on her boots and her boothe, which is great. And her hair all flowing. That's pretty cool. Okay. And then Jolene gets to start standing on her own. And when we say standing on her own, what we mean is actually standing with friends. So she acquires these 2 friends. The star looks like it's going toward her. Totally. I would buy that. She acquires these 2 friends. She becomes all these colors. The spikes are in her. She's got this unique shape on her belt buckle, and I don't know what it is. It might be a mask or something like it. She's got the heart in the center of her chest, and then there is the butterfly, and then the butterfly is pinned by a dagger. So that's betrayal, freedom, chrysalis, the cocoon, because butterflies are cocoon creatures. They are creatures of transformation, right? And she's all wrapped up. All her hair is all wrapped up, and her hair is wrapped up in like two antenna, like two antenna, almost like a caterpillar, because she's waiting to explode. Monarch butterfly, yes, yeah, which are also poisonous because she's poisonous. And then the thing, it's got a belt of daggers around it. She's the queen, if you want to say. Monarch butterfly, got it. Yes. And then it's all of her hair is complicated, but then tied back into one place, just like Giorno. Now, Giorno had the 3 donuts, which is one thing. Those are 3 spirals. Jolene has a different set, and her spirals are on the 2 sides, and they're balled up. And we'll see if she changes that as we move along. And then the dagger pins it down, putting it on a display in a case for people to observe in death. Right. And that's exactly what she is, because she's in a prison. She's at the whims of people who have power over her. Right? And so she's a butterfly caged. That's Jolene. She's a butterfly caged. And she isn't in alignment with all of her symbology yet. She's got the star on her, but she's not like with it. She's not with it, you know? And then we move along and she evolves. So now this is the same thing that JoJo was wearing, but instead of saying JoJo, 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 it says Jolene, 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 because she's all me. She didn't have the buns before she was in a prison, so her hair is confined, I believe. I don't know exactly, but I would believe that as well. Why are there giraffes in the background? I don't fucking know. I couldn't tell you shit about this. This has always looked like anemones to me, the way her hair is all spiked and spiraled. Or draconic horns. Because Jolene is a dragon. She's a dragon of strings, of tying things together, of stitching. And while we have the revelation of Giorno with the chest being revealed, it's a little more racy to do that with a woman. And so Araki actually goes even more racy with it, and he reveals her belly down into the pubic mound and into the region of the sex, right? Revealing the vulnerability, as vulnerable as could be. And then you have Weather, who we don't understand yet at all, but he's his own fucking deal, right? Totally his own deal. Giraffes make it look like someone's having a fever dream, and reasonably so. Because, yeah, it is kind of a fever dream. And here we really take off. And this is the one that I used for my art for the thumbnail most recently. Here is where, in my opinion, we really take off. Jolene forms the arc of the spiral. And this is all triangle, triangle, angle, angle, triangle, triangle, angle, angle, half a triangle, triangle, angle, angle, little bit, angle, angle, flippity whip, angle, angle, bits and pieces, angle, angle. This is a... This is a rotated Fibonacci. So it's rotated 1. You can imagine if this was rotated this way, right? That would fit where Jolene is exactly, and she forms that full spiral inward, 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 inward. And depending on where you frame it, you can see that there are actually multiple intersecting spirals that Araki has built into this framing. She's got the plants all over her, that same weird belt buckle that I don't understand completely. Weather still reaching out. And then the most fascinating thing that I realized as I went through this piece of art, because I went through this exact piece of art, the clean copy of it, in extraordinary... This is not high enough definition. Stone Ocean, Volume 6, cover clean. No. What the fuck? This one. That one. There we go. (2001). So that's a better copy of it. What I realized was that all of the JoJo's characters carry chains with them. I don't know if it has something specific about the palms. All of the JoJo characters carry chains with them, Jolene carries them on handcuffs because she's forced into it. She doesn't have a choice. Brilliant. Oh, I know I will love part 7. I'll love part 7 with all of the magna gravity and the literal spin. I'm looking forward to it, man. Really, really desperately looking forward to it. Deeply and truly. And then we split Jolene off to have Ultra Security Solitary, and we set her on this dividing line. So this is what's so fun, is that there's the obvious dividing line of Jolene's leg. Bam, 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 bam. But then there's this cut across here, slice, and that's the line at which her spine is aligned. Bam, 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 straight through the shoulder. Room. Bam, 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 bam. Through the hip, and it creates this cross purposes drive. And she's got blood on her fucking knuckles, and her tattoos are showing. And she's as vulnerable as can be, and fighting as hard as can be. And it's all of the JoJos that surrounds her. Stone Ocean that surrounds her. Bizarre Adventure that surrounds her. And it's spectacular. And we've got that J becomes the arrow again, right? It's that hook that becomes the anchor again, right? It's the curved male symbol, because it's both. And the spiraling arrow in the circles as well, because it's both. Hirohiko Araki's a fucking genius. What are you going to do? The graffiti art is the standout here for me. It just looks so good. I agree. Like, what are you going to do? Hirohiko Araki's a fucking genius. The fonts, yeah, the number and variety of different fonts and stuff. Would be great if you decided to read part 7 or at least put it on a poll after you finish with Stone Ocean. I will not do that. I will experience it as the anime goes. Unless I change my mind, and I'll let you know. But, it's not likely, man. I don't want to. I want to continue with restraint and doing it this way. And if you watched the most recent JoJo's video, you'll see me explain exactly why I think that's important. God, the symbolism is so spectacular. It's so fucking spectacular. And on it goes, you know. I'll try not to spoil myself too much. You can't help it, really. I love this Josuke. Part 8 is very Twin Peaks-esque. Yeah, absolutely, very horror. I love this Josuke, too. The bag back, the flipped thing, the big heart, the anchor, the hand on the hip and to the side. There's something about this that I think is really fun and valuable and interesting more than fun. I didn't know how to use my hips effectively until a few weeks ago, honestly. I didn't know how the fuck they worked or how my whole pelvic floor worked. And I've had to learn it. And it's given me the ability to tilt my hips like Josuke does, and I didn't have it before. And people look at Josuke tilting his hips like this and they go, well, that's very feminine, because most women have a different hip structure than men, and they're capable of swinging it back and forth. But it's actually not the same. That tilt is a masculine hip tilt, oddly. Women can do it too. But it is part of the normal capacity of the male body. And most of us don't know how to do it, because our whole abdominal structure and obliques and everything is all tight and tightened up and curled in together. And I think a contributing factor to that is that we think of masculinity as solid, not solid. Because solid in art, you learn from a very early period as you go through art. Solid looks like this. Artistic solid looks like this. And you frame a person in that instead. And their shoulders are here, right? And their everything is here. And then you frame their hips out off of this, right? And that's what produces the solidity. Rigid lines rather than flowing, but also toppling balance, right? Teeter-totter balance is how we like to actually stand. We don't like to stand straight up, straight down all the time. Hurrah! 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 It's actually quite hard. We like to rest ourselves on our structures. And having that ability to rest yourself on your structures makes standing and being a lot more comfortable. Because what I realized was that I wasn't even aware of it, but I was in constant and continuous discomfort all the time. Gotta love how he draws Senjo's chest in it, too. I hope that you mean sexually. I genuinely hope that you mean titties. Please? Please, oh great. Please draw me beautiful titties. Well, let me see. Monogatari, I'll just do it in a different tab because I have the possibility of titties. Monogatari, chapter 184, Oh Great Raw. This is Minamoto-kun Monogatari, which is not the same Monogatari. Stiffness of body, stiffness of soul. I think so. Uh, 184 Raw. Pixiv.net. Please don't make me log into Pixiv. This is from a different piece of art. Refresh. Yeah, so there's the car arc. She says something pervy to him, which is great. Oh, great, even. Yep, this is spectacular. That's a great depiction of feminine beauty. Could you link it here? Can't find it at all. I think this is it. But to show you this as a depiction of femininity through the filter of a filter. There's a boyo there. There's the girlo there. There's some more classicalized art by the main artist. And then we go to next, and this is chapter 184. And so we've got her as black and white. Oh, great, drawing fantastically as before. Yoinks, jinkies, some things that you shouldn't have seen, perhaps. And then out on the stars, out in the sky, looking up at the world with the woman that he might love. The constellations down in. And then we see that we sexualize her inherently through the scene. But she is made up as bride, as wife in a lot of ways. It's like not just sexualized, it's more than that. Good lord, those are great too. And of course, you are owned by chaos and death and devils, right? Because he is owned by devils. Owned by demons, owned by monsters. Yeah, that is an exceptional depiction of breasticles. It is the defining identity of the counter-harem narrative of the show, right? Well, he's solidifying and making the decision to be with one woman in the face of all of the sexual pleasures and potentials of the world. He chooses her. And it is her femininity, the flowers, the burgeoning bouquet of flowers that she has. And it is that which is found both in her face, her eyes, and her breasts. And that is what he stares at. And with bleeding holes in his neck, looks over at her. And she's framing herself, right? She's building this framing herself. We look at this perfect picture and it's like, wow, what a male-gazy picture, right? And it is, and he's looking at it. But we look over and she's holding the flowers there. She knows what she's doing. And so he reaches out and grabs her hand. Fucking excellent. That's fucking excellent, man. Have you been keeping up with HXH? No. No, and I will not. It's dead to me as far as I'm concerned. I'm running under the assumption that oh god. Just cuz names. Togashi. I'm just going to run under the assumption that Togashi's actually broken and nothing that he creates will be of value until I'm proven otherwise. I do the same thing with Miura and Berserk. Or did the same thing with Miura and Berserk. I got up to a point where with Berserk where I just went, I don't care anymore. This seems to be going nowhere at the moment. I'm sure that it's going places, but I have other things that I have to waste my time on or to spend my time on. Which is unfortunate. And George R.R. Martin, same idea. And Patrick Rothfuss, same idea in the Kingkiller Chronicles. Still waiting, Patrick. Where's the third book, Patrick? Come on, Patrick. Patrick, write faster, Patrick. I really am proud of this. It's so weird and silly looking, but I am really proud of this little element of symbolism that we unpacked. This thing being the same as the hand is a real mind blower for me. And then the double articulated male female is amazing. When your own story breaks your reason for making it, it's sad. I agree with you. I feel like I agree with you. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Goldex. Could you attempt to explain that in more detail? I would really appreciate that. And then I do want to get through a diet, exercise, sleep.
Time, for whatever reason. There are a lot of good reasons to lose some sleep now and again as well. But so we have sleep. We've got nutrition. We touched on that. We'll get back into supplementation. Now, what are some of the other pillars?
I was talking through a sleep protocol to some extent. Going to bed before midnight, well before midnight. Sleeping for a full 8 hours if you can. Wake up near or at sunrise. As soon as you wake up, get bright, active sunlight, not through a window, not through a windshield, not through sunglasses, not from a screen, not from a light. Get active, literal sunlight into your eyes. This doesn't mean you have to go stare at the sun, but it does mean you need to go stand outside in direct sunlight and get literal sunlight into your eyes. And it doesn't matter if it's cloudy outside. It's totally fine. Just sit out there for a little bit longer and you'll get it soaked into you. No, Vlur, I don't give a fuck about grass. I don't care. The touch some grass thing misses the point. The point is sunlight. Your brain doesn't have exposure to the world. The only exposure that it has are through your eyes and through your ears. And through your eyes, your brain tells what time of day it is. And if you stay inside all the time, your brain doesn't know what time of day it is. It needs sunlight in order to tell. And so you need to go outside and get sunlight, blue sunlight, in your eyes. And it matters what angle the sun is at, the yellow light is, relative to the blue. So that is, you need to be out in the sunlight while the sun is below the horizon line, like near the horizon line, so as early as possible. So waking up at 1 p.m. and going out and getting your sunlight is the start, but waking up before then, when the sun is still low in the sky, and getting the sunlight is the end game. And you should try to do the same thing in the afternoon as the sun is going down and get a little bit of sunlight there as well. It will anchor your entire circadian rhythm and change your life. 10 minutes a day, it will change your entire life. 2 minutes a day, it will change your entire life. Hopeless or confused, you burn your soul until you have no more searching for it, and that's what happened to Miura, quite literally, right? That I see. I think many of these authors end up striving to find answers of the universe within their immensely valuable explorations, but then they reach a wall of translating their feelings that leaves them hopeless or confused. You burn your soul until you have no more searching for it, no more searching left. You burn your soul until you have no more searching for it. Got it. And that's what happened to Miura, quite literally. Absolutely. Absolutely. Exactly correct. Or they neglect their flesh mechas, too, to put it plainly. Absolutely correct. There's an idea, full circle, present in the acceleration, as demonstrated by our grand prophet, Monsieur fucking Charles Strauss. Let me find another one of those greetings and the accelerations. Welcome to the early 21st century. It's night in Milton Keynes, sunrise in Hong Kong. Moore's law rolls inexorably on, dragging humanity toward the uncertain future. The planets of the solar system have a combined mass of approximately 2 to the times 10 to the 27th kilograms. Around the world, laboring women produce 45,000 babies a day, representing 10 to the 23rd MIPS of processing power. Also around the world, fab lines casually churn out 30 million microprocessors a day, representing 10 to the 23rd MIPS. In another 10 months, most of the MIPS being added to the solar system will be machine-hosted for the first time. About 10 years after that, the solar system's installed processing power will nudge the critical 1 MIPS per gram threshold, 1 million instructions per second per gram of matter. After that, singularity, a vanishing point beyond which extrapolating progress becomes meaningless. The time remaining before the intelligence spike is down to single-digit years. Bingo. Now let me find the next one, because those accelerating through are fantastic. So this is the 2020s is where we're at. It's just a few pages down the line. Welcome to the second decade of the 21st century, the second decade in human history when the intelligence of the environment has shown signs of rising to match human demand. The news from around the world is distinctly depressing this evening. In Maine, gorillas affiliated with Parents for Traditional Children announced that they've planted logic bombs in antenatal clinic gene scanners, making them give random false positives when checking for hereditary disorders. The damage so far is 6 illegal abortions and 14 lawsuits. The International Convention on Performing Rights is holding a third round of crisis talks in an attempt to stave off the final collapse of the WIPO music licensing regime. On the one hand, hardliners representing the Copyright Control Association of America are pressing for restrictions on duplicating the altered emotional states associated with specific media performances. As a demonstration that they mean business, 2 software engineers in California have been kneecapped, tarred, feathered, and left for dead under placards accusing them of reverse engineering movie plot lines using avatars of dead and out of copyright stars. On the opposite side of the fence, the Association of Free Artists is demanding the right to perform music in public without a recording contract, and is denouncing the CCAA as being a tool of mafia apparatchiks who have bought it from the moribund music industry in an attempt to go legit. FBI Director Leonid Kuibyshev, which is hilarious because you've got a Russian man as the FBI director, Kuibyshev responds by denying that the mafia is a significant presence in the United States. But the music biz's position isn't strengthened by the near collapse of the legitimate American entertainment industry, which has been accelerating ever since the nasty naughties. The nasty naughties being the aughts. It's so great. A marginally intelligent voicemail virus masquerading as an IRS auditor has caused havoc throughout America, garnishing an estimated $80 billion in confiscatory tax withholdings into a numbered Swiss bank account. So literally just a semi-conscious voicemail virus that's just hopping between voicemail systems going, "I'm sorry, but I'm the IRS here to audit you, and it looks like you owe some taxes. Please send money to this account immediately." And people are like, "Oh, okay, thank you, IRS." A different virus is busy hijacking people's bank accounts, sending 10% of their assets to the previous victim, then mailing itself to everyone in the current Mark's address book, a self-propelled pyramid scheme in action. Oddly, nobody is complaining much. While the mess is being sorted out, business IT departments have gone on standby, refusing to process any transaction that doesn't come in the shape of ink on dead trees. Tipsters are warning of an impending readjustment in the overinflated reputations market, following revelations that some media gurus have been hyped past all realistic levels of credibility. The consequent damage to the junk bonds market in integrity is serious. The EU Council of Independent Heads of State has denied plans for another attempt at Eurofederalisme, at least until the economy rises out of its current slump. 3 extinct species have been resurrected in the past month. Unfortunately, endangered ones are now dying off at a rate of 1 per day, and a group of militant anti-GM campaigners are being pursued by Interpol after their announcement that they have spliced a metabolic pathway for cyanogenic glycosides into maize seed corn destined for human edible crops. There have been no deaths yet, but having to test breakfast cereal for cyanide is really going to dent consumer trust. About the only people who are doing well right now are the uploaded lobsters, and the crusties aren't even remotely human, because the first thing that gets mapped and sent into the wires are crustaceans, lobsters. As we move forward into the acceleration, what happens is people become more and more interested in the digital, more and more interested in the technological, and less interested in meat space. And that's actually an issue. Because what you need, what we don't realize is that this thing that's in front of us that we're sitting in, everybody wants to escape it. Everybody wants to escape their flesh bodies because we're stuck in these stupid things, and they mean death and pain. But our flesh bodies are the result of 3.7 billion years of trying really hard. And everything else that's been tried has died. Nothing else that's been tried has worked effectively for long periods of time. And we know that sitting and living in your screens and living digital doesn't work effectively for a long time. What does is exactly what Goldex said. Full sync with your flesh mecha. Enhance rather than abandon and replace. Become in alignment with the beautiful piece of architecture and engineering that is given to you by your authoritarian patriarchal father in Gendo Kururugi, you might say, right? Like, Gendo is the father who gives you the mecha. Not Genbu. Gendo Ikari. Gendo, the watching father, is quite literally that, right? And he literally built the thing, and he carries the cross behind him, right? And Ano didn't even know what the fuck he was doing, and he's right. Gendo is the self-sacrificing father, but he's also the one who brings the cross and puts his son on it. Okay. Unit 01. Is it Unit 01 or Unit 00? Yeah, Unit 01. Because he's not 00, he's 01. And this is his flesh mecha. It's his horrifying monster biomecha that Shinji has to get into in order to pilot his bullshit. I'm probably an outlier, says Kikuri, but I'm more than happy to... No, you're not. I just hold no affinity to it. That's depression, dude. Like, almost definitionally. That's really scary that you feel that way. It does absolutely indicate something about you. And not just that you're an outlier. You should be pretty attached to your fucking body, man. You should be really attached to it, because it's the only one you've got. And replacing it won't work. You know about that? Do you know about that? This will scare the shit out of you. Here. Cybernetic eye implants. Eyes going, no maintenance. Ano knew so much about mech symbology that he himself burned to exhale all of it, right? Draconic, can't help it. Had to get it out. Ano's a prophet. I've never been attached to it even in childhood. That's wrong, Kikuri. That's wrong. That's broken. You are literally in it. You're attached to it. You should be really attached to it, man. You should be loath to change it. Their bionic eyes are now obsolete and unsupported. Her left eye just gave out. The retinal implant powered down. Became a spokesman of the company. And then the company is going bankrupt. As long as nothing goes wrong, I'm fine. But if something goes wrong, well, I'm screwed because there's no way of getting it fixed. The literal company that should be doing the maintenance on his their neural implant bionic eyes, the companies are going bankrupt. Or the companies are going under. Or they're not doing updates for the tech anymore. And so your cyber implants actually break. What better to represent you in the future? You can look at it at that virtual avatar as you in the future, no doubt. But aside from that, keeping it in tune is important. But the virtual avatar, wouldn't you want your virtual avatar to be identical to your real body or close to it? Keeping it in tune is important. Cyberpsychosis, too much chrome. Right. But also just a loss of updates. Because your biology auto-updates, right? It actually does. It fixes itself, and genes go on and off all the time, and they're these incredibly complicated systems of self-repair that occur when you sleep, in large part. Nope, I hate playing as myself as a virtual being. Okay. You're way out of alignment, Kikuri. I'm really sad for you. But I can't save you. You don't even realize that you're in desperate circumstances. And I can't get through to you. And so I can't save you. And you'll say I don't need to be saved, and that's the problem. There it is. I don't want saving, though. I know. I understand. That's why it's sad. I just have to watch you. And at some point, I might not be able to. At some point, I might have to leave you behind, man. Because you drag me down. And I wish that you could be along with me. Welcome to the eve of the third decade, a time of chaos characterized by an all-out depression in the space industries. Most of the thinking power on the planet is now manufactured rather than born. There are 10 microprocessors for every human being, and the number is doubling every 14 months. Population growth in the developing world has stalled, the birth rate dropping below replacement levels. In the wired nations, more forward-looking politicians are looking for ways to enfranchise their nascent AI base. Space exploration is still stalled on the cusp of the second recession of the century. The Malaysian government has announced the goal of placing an imam on Mars within 10 years, but nobody else cares to try. The Space Settlers Society is still trying to interest Disney Corp in the media rights to their latest L5 colony plan, unaware that there's already a colony out there and it isn't human. First-generation uploads, Californian spiny lobsters in wobbly symbiosis with elderly expert systems thrive aboard an asteroid mining project established by the Franklin Trust. Meanwhile, Chinese space agency cutbacks are threatening the continued existence of moon-based Mao. Nobody, it seems, has figured out how to turn a profit beyond geosynchronous orbit. 2 years ago, JPL, the ESA, and the uploaded lobster colony on Khrunichev 7 picked up an apparently artificial signal from outside the solar system. Most people don't know, and those who do, even fewer care. After all, if humans can't even make it to Mars, who cares what's going on 100 trillion kilometers further out? The human experience sure is complicated, from breathing properly to having to worry with saving the world, to understanding the self and aligning with the everything else. Yeah, that non-dualism thing is hard. Hikori says, definitely don't share views in life, which is sad. Well, no, I don't think that's sad at all. Not sharing views in life is totally acceptable, and normal. However, the views that you continue to exhibit, Hikori, reek of self-hatred and depression. Is what I see in you, and I can't help you from those, because they're your own monsters. You say you do fear, I do fear for you too, though, since you share lots of the same attributes to my autistic friend and my friend who killed himself, which I assume are two different people. Yeah, I'm not planning on killing myself, bud. I'm pretty solid, actually, and pretty resilient against pain, and pretty anti-fragile. Like, I'm pretty Saiyan. S-A-I-Y-A-N, as in, I'm actively seeking out pain all the time in order to get better. And so I don't know what traits your autistic friend and friend who killed themselves had, but I think you might be pattern recognizing things where parts of the pattern are there, but that's not where I'm at. I'm not leaving this planet without a fucking fight. And I'm going to take a lot of people in a good direction before I have to leave this place. There's no Pegasus in me, man. And no Muho Muho either. And it's been a revelation because there was a bit of it, and I'm working on being more aware of it. But that's not my path. I'm not going to go out to a live stream of 1,000 people or something stupid like that. I'm going to live past 100. The only thing I have left of my friend that killed himself are his YouTube channel of him teaching people meditation and self-acceptance, and it's sad it didn't work for him. So that's the kind of thing where someone is, it's the opposite of what Gold Expo's saying about the dragon, about Anno having to get it out. Anno was on fire with it, and Anno's still doing that, right? Like, still doing that. Found the way, you know? A lot of people teach what they don't know in the process of attempting to learn it. You see this on TikTok all the time. Scroll through health and fitness TikTok if you'd like to. Just go on TikTok and type in health or diet. And what you'll see tons of 16-year-olds going, this new diet way is the way to be. And it's like this. And what they're actually doing, if you go through all their posts, is they're figuring out what works and regurgitating information over and over and over. And they don't actually know what they're trying to get at. They don't actually have it aligned or understood. And they're trying to teach it as though they did. And that kills the person because it's arrogance and it's lies and it lacks humility. I know a lot of things, Kikori, but the thing that I know most of all is that I know nothing. And that fills me with great joy, because that means that there is infinity to learn and incorporate. And with that knowledge, I approach the world without resentment or hatred, without disgust or contempt, with openness and a bare chest. And I invite the world to beat the shit out of me. Put me on the cross, man. I don't give a fuck. Punch me in the face, man. I had to beg. I had to beg for somebody to go and punch me in the face. But I got it to happen. Fuck, stab me in the guts. Go for it. I'll come back, and I'll be stronger because of it. A lot of people are fucking weak. One of the weakest things that you can say is to think that you're strong. When a magical girl makes her transformation, it's still her, I suppose. Right, the identity doesn't shift. It's another persona. It's a superhero identity, but it doesn't shift. We already accessorize to externalize our insides, right? And we can accessorize, lots of people accessorize on their skin, on tattoos, and I'm doing that. That's what I'm doing. I mean, hey, I can actually just do this. This is the floor. These are my feet. That's my first accessory. That's my first accessory. I put that on me when I was 17. I'm going to do the left one within a year from now. And it's going to have another JoJo's level symbol on it. And I'm going to continue accessorizing my body and being. And also, I don't like carrying things around with me. I don't like wearing jewelry. But I wear this. And this is an accessory. Let's talk about it really quick, because this has meaning to me beyond a hairband. This is made of electrical wire. Permanent accessory, pure identity, become the symbols you wish to embody. Exactly, Gold. This is electrical wire. The first one is electrical wire. So that's, first off, it's electrical wire. Literally, it's electricity carrying. It's copper. High density. It also comes from manufacturing and generation of stuff. Construction. This is where my roots are in building things. My roots are fully in building things, putting things together. I have a background and am effectively trained as an electrician, a plumber, a drywaller, a tiler, a mortarer, a mason, a carpenter, a wood carver. What other trades are there? I'm not as good at ceramics, but I have some training in ceramics. Plumber can put in kitchen sinks, mirrors, doors. I can do doors in fine craftsmanship any day of the week. Molding on your house, I'll do it. Painter, can do painting. All of that is my background. It's where I came from. And then it's two wires twisted together into a double helix. You know, like a double helix, like the structure of biology and DNA. And then all of that is turned into one hoop, like a magnet, one loop, and all of my hair goes in one direction, backward, behind me as a wake, because I'm going forward. And so it is me, unified, bound by training, knowledge, mass, and structure in a double helix that is also, in some sense, and this is the arrogant part of it, and it's really arrogant, and I struggle with it. I'm not sure. It's also a crown, because I'm a fucking king. Or at least a prince. 3.7 billion years, and my father, like a drill. Yes, Dharma Thiel, like a drill. Two spirals together. Yes, like a drill. Like a double helix. I'm a prince. My father gave me his kingdom. And we're at odds. Lots of princes and their fathers are at odds. But I'll come back into my kingdom, and I'm not worried about it. But this is a symbol of station, and a symbol of me, and a symbol of being, and also a tool. It also fucking keeps my damn stupid ass hair out of my damned eyes. So it's actually useful. I don't wear a watch. I don't wear jewelry. I've experimented with it a few times. Neck jewelry, wrist and rings and such. They don't fit me. That was such a good speech at the end of TTGL. Was it in both or just the second movie? Do you mean that's how a drill works? Because that speech gets me, man. We evolve beyond. That's how a drill works. We evolve beyond the person that we were a minute before. Little by little, we advance with each turn. That's how a drill works. Yeah, man. This is the tale of a man who has yet to realize his destiny. This is the tale of a man who continues to fight against destiny. This is the tale of a man who continues to search for his own path even as fate betrays him. This is the tale of a man who pierces the fate of the universe, ruled by the endless cycle of violence. A real man never dies even when he's killed. Don't believe in yourself, believe in me. Believe in the commoner who believes in you. Your drill is the drill that will pierce the heavens. Let's see you grit those teeth! You best remember this, fuzzball. Combining is all about one man's fighting spirit slamming into another. Slamming into another. Conflict. We brawlers are sustained by willpower, even when mocked as reckless and crazy. If there's a wall in our way, then we smash it down. If there isn't a path, then we carve one ourselves. The magma of our souls burns with a mighty flame. Super ultra combining Gurren Lagann. Just who in the hell do you think we are? Listen, Simone, never forget. Just believe in yourself. Not in the Simone that I believe in, not in the communa that you believe in. Have faith in the Simone who believes in the Simone who believes in you. I'm going to pull this away to look at that spoiler. Ah. He's gone, but he's right there on my back and here in my heart. He lives on as a part of me. If you're gonna dig to the heavens. No matter what's in my way, I won't stop. Once I've dug through, it means that I've won. Just who the hell do you think I am? I'm Simone. I'm not my bro. I'm me. I'm Simone the Digger. Which one is your favorite quote, Goldex? Because I've said a few. The Simone who believes in you? I'll assume that that's the one that you mean. We embark on the winding spiral path. The paths of man and beast intersect. Unison and synchronicity. Join with yesterday's foe to smash fate and grab tomorrow's path with your own hands. With our own hands. Destiny combining? Gurren Lagann! I love when Simone realizes his own potential, because it's when I realize my own potential. Because I'm Simone. And you're Simone. We're all Simone, and we're all Ryuko, right? You're wrong, dumbass! I'll protect him, the girl, the universe, both of them. I don't want to regret doing nothing because of a tomorrow that might never come. That's the way Team Daiguren rolls. We evolve beyond the person we were a minute before. Little by little, we advance a bit further with each turn. That's how a drill works. That is the path that leads to extinction. No, that's your limitation. You sit here closed off, locking away. Yeah. Mark my words, this drill will open a hole in the universe, and that hole will be a path for those behind us, the dreams of those who have fallen, the hopes of those who will follow. Those two sets of dreams weave together into a double helix, drilling a path towards tomorrow. And that's Tengen Toppa. That's Gurren Lagann. My drill is the drill that creates the heavens. Not that pierces them, creates them. Ura! With love, in unified non-duality. Ah. There we are, finally. That's where we have to get. To pierce the heavens, to pierce and then create the heavens as ourselves in our mechas. All one. All one, all one. And you have to have your mecha in line to do that. Which means basically you have to be able to sleep, nutrition yourself, get the food and the sleep and the nutrition. We need more Simons in this world. Yes. And they exist already, and they're stuck digging holes for people. That's the thing. We actually have enough of them. There are billions of Simons in the world. You know, and Simons aren't limited to women, to men. Simons are men and women. Okay. So, how many young people are in the world? Demographics, age, global. This is the age structure graph of our population. Uh, 25% of the world is under 15. 10% is over 65. Different countries. Okay, that's not helpful. So, a couple billion, right? A few billion people who are young, right? We need Kaminas too, people to inspire those Simons. Simon becomes Kamina, right? Right? He becomes one of his own. He inspires Kitan. He inspires all these other people. He inspires the next generations of people. Ah, one of the best changes was showing Nia's drill too, right? Because she does it too. And she makes her own choices and she fights too. And that's great. Getting back to the history lesson, the prospects for the decade look mostly medical. A few thousand elderly baby boomers are converging on Tehran for Woodstock 4. Europe is desperately trying to import Eastern European nurses and home care assistants because the population is going old. Nobody's fucking, actually, is the problem that they're facing in this acceleration. Nobody's fucking because they fucking digital. In Japan, whole agricultural villages lie vacant and decaying. Ghost communities suck dry as cities slurp people in like residential black holes. A rumor is spreading throughout gated old age communities in the American Midwest, leaving havoc and riots in its wake. Senescence is caused by a slow virus coded into the mammalian genome that evolution hasn't weeded out, and rich billionaires are sitting on the rights to a vaccine. As usual, Darwin gets more than his fair share of the blame. Less spectacular but more realistic treatments for old age, telomere reconstruction and hexose denatured protein reduction, are available in private clinics for those who are willing to surrender their pensions. Progress is expected to speed up shortly. As the fundamental patents in genomic engineering begin to expire, the Free Chromosome Foundation has already published a manifesto calling for the creation of an intellectual property-free genome with improved replacements for all commonly defective exons. Experiments in digitizing and running neural wetware under emulation are well established. Some radical libertarians claim that as the technology matures, death, with its draconian curtailment of property and voting rights, will become the biggest civil rights issue of all, and they're correct. For a small extra fee, most veterinary insurance policies now cover cloning of pets in the event of their accidental and distressing death. Human cloning, for reasons nobody is very clear on anymore, is still illegal in most developed nations, but very few judiciaries push for mandatory abortion of identical twins. Weird. Just a silly poke, right? Some commodities are expensive. The price of crude oil has broken 80 euros a barrel and is edging inexorably up. Other commodities are cheap. Computers, for example. Hobbyists print off weird new processor architectures on their home inkjets. Literally 3D printing computers. Eugenics, basically? Or did I think of the wrong term? I think you've thought of the wrong term. Eugenics is killing people because you think that they're genetically inferior. We're talking gene modification. genomics. And I'm not saying that any of this is good. This is just provocative, right? As EXP says. Hobbyists print off weird new processor architectures on their home inkjets. Middle-aged folks wipe their backsides with diagnostic paper. They can tell how their cholesterol levels are tending. There's technology everywhere, and it's like cheap, right? This is true in Nigeria. Everybody's got 2 phones and no food. A lot of the people in Nigeria have multiple SIM cards, multiple phone service plans, 10 bank accounts, no money. Total access to, not free, to 4 different service providers for internet and Wi-Fi. And no access to running water. Oh shit! Looks like we fucked up a little bit, right? It's like the digital side of the mecha is going a little rampant. And like the biomecha isn't functioning properly. It's like the base herds grazing the land. We're fucking it up. The latest casualties of the march of technological progress are the high street clothes shop, the flushing water closet, the main battle tank, and the first generation of quantum computers. New with the decade are cheap enhanced immune systems, brain implants that hook right into the Chomsky organ and talk to their owners through their own speech centers, just speaking to you through a digital talking box in your brain. Scary. And widespread public paranoia about limbic spam, which is autonomic neuronal spam. Nanotechnology has shattered into a dozen disjointed disciplines, and skeptics are predicting that it will all peter out before long. Yeah, this will all just blow over, man. Don't worry. We'll be back to the norm soon, right? You get this in the modern day. You get people who are like, don't worry about this whole technology thing, folks. We'll be back to the land in no time. Ha! No, it's self-accelerating, you fool. What book is that? This is Accelerando by Charles Stross. You should buy it and read it. You should own a copy of this and read the whole damn thing. It is prophetic. It's also sci-fi. It's also silly and goofy, and it's fiction. But it is about as close to a set of predictions about the future that I can get behind as I've ever seen. And it completely changed my worldview and gave me hope. Great. Skeptics are predicting that it will all peter out before long. Philosophers have ceded qualia to engineers. Qualia? Qualia? What is that? I don't actually know what that is. Defined as individual instances of subjective conscious experience. Okay, they've ceded that to engineers. And the current difficult problem in AI is getting software to experience embarrassment. Fusion power is still, of course, 50 years away. Right. Well, is it? Is it? Because we've got some pretty good pushes in toward fusion power now in the real world. It's part of why this stream is called Unlimited POWAH, is because we just had a bunch of announcements about a positive energy generating system built around fusion reaction. So we're there, man. Life is a process which may be abstracted from other media. John Van Neumann. Welcome to the 4th decade. The thinking mass, so the 2040s. The thinking mass of the solar system now exceeds 1 MIPS per gram. It's still pretty dumb, but it's not dumb all over. The human population is near maximum overshoot, pushing 9 billion, but its growth rate is tipping towards negative numbers, and bits of what used to be the first world are now facing a middle-aged average. Human cogitation provides about 10 to the 28th MIPS of the solar system's brain power. The real thinking is mostly done by the halo of 1,000 trillion processors that surround the meat machines with a haze of computation. Individually, a tenth as powerful as the human brain. Collectively, they're 10,000 times more powerful, and their numbers are doubling every 20 million seconds. The haze of computation that surrounds us. How much computing power walks around on the street around you? In the Bluetooth headphones, in the AirPods, in the Apple Watches, and other watches, on the rings that monitor biofeedback, on the elements counting steps. It's all just barely there, man, but in the AR systems that people carry with them, and mostly in the phones and tablets that rest in everyone's pockets that we can't live without anymore. A lot of processing power. A lot of processing power. Yeah, we'll see, Gold Exp. I don't know. This stuff is on the horizon, and it will be faster than ever. It will come faster than we can predict. Because it gets faster as it gets faster. And the more power that we have, the more power that we have. Because power is additive. Well, power, energy is just flow. There's no gain or loss. Power over power control is linear. It grows. It's more exponential. And then power to the power of power is triple exponential. Boom! You literally have mobile access to the wellspring of knowledge more powerful than the greatest library of all time, but you yourself is not that. People will try to connect to it, right? And connect more and integrate more fully. But you won't be there, you never can be. It's asymptotic. Yeah. Because you are bio. You need to be a part of a thing that's bigger than you, not become it completely. And you become it by wearing it and by getting into it. It's a mecha and it's your uniform. They're up to 10 to the 33 MIPS and rising, although there's a long way to go before the solar system is fully awake. Technologies come, technologies go, but nobody even 5 years ago predicted that there would be tinned primates in orbit around Jupiter by now. A synergy of emergent industries and strange business models have kickstarted the space age again, aided and abetted by the discovery of, so far undecrypted, signals from ETs. Unexpected fringe riders are developing new ecological niches on the edge of the human information space, light minutes and light hours out from the core, as an expansion that has hung fire since the 1970s gets underway. Amber, like most of the post-industrialists aboard the orphanage ship Ernst Sanger, is in her early teens. While their natural abilities are in many cases enhanced by germline genetic recombination, thanks to her mother's early ideals, she has to rely on brute computational enhancements. She doesn't have a posterior parietal cortex hacked for extra short-term memory, or an anterior superior temporal gyrus tweaked for superior verbal insight, but she's grown up with neural implants that feel as natural to her as lungs or fingers. Half her wetware is running outside her skull on an array of processor nodes hooked into her brain by quantum-entangled communications channels, her own personal metacortex. These kids are mutant youth burning bright, not quite incomprehensible to their parents, but profoundly alien. The generation gap is as wide as the 1960s and as deep as the solar system. Their parents, born in the gutter years of the 21st century, grew up with white elephant shuttles and a space station that just went round and round, and computers that went beep when you pushed their buttons. The idea that Jupiter orbit was somewhere you could go was as profoundly counterintuitive as the internet to a baby boomer. Most of the passengers on the can have run away from parents who think that teenagers belong in school, unable to come to terms with a generation so heavily augmented that they are fundamentally brighter than the adults around them. Amber was fluent in 9 languages by the age of 6, only 2 of them human and 6 of them serializable. When she was 7, her mother took her to the school psychiatrist for speaking in synthetic tongues. That was the final straw for Amber. Using an illicit anonymous phone, she called her father. Her mother had him under a restraining order, but it hadn't occurred to her to apply for an order against his partner. Mutants, right. Well, look at Zoomers. Look at them. They're fucking mutants, man. They're not like you. They're different. It was the middle school girls experiencing it in their daily lives through crazy inventions. There's a chapter where they digitized death. It's not dead demons. No. Middle school girls crazy inventions manga. Is it that? Ueno-san? Wabukio? Is that it, Kikuri? I'll bet that's it. Yeah, she seems super magical. And she's doing it all for love because she can't figure out love. Ha, that's actually accurate. That's very funny. Read. Nope, not Ueno. Well, I don't care. I'm gonna look at this anyway. How so many don't have curiosity. They only see their phone as an interface to use. What they need is anime, man. They need the right stories. And then they would be directed in the right direction. That's a fun style. Rokakun. This is cute. Figuring out. That's the side of him that I like. Ueno-san is great, though. No, I believe it sounds like a manga with butterflies preserving the dead digitally. What? Crazy Inventions manga. Butterflies dead. So many young people don't even know the copy-paste shortcuts. Yeah, there's a lot of illiteracy. It Invaded is something. Gadgeteer Genius is something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Butterfly Storage. Is that what it's actually called? Oh. Oh. Butterfly Storage. Ping Pong. Ping Pong. Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. That's a cool looking one. 4 volumes. All right, take me to volume 1. File 1, Death Bureau. What is this? I don't want to create an account. It's gonna drive me nuts not being able to find it. Yep, sorry. Ooh, fun. Ooh, fun. Dad and Mom, they're both dying. Okay. Holy shit, and butterflies being... What the fuck is happening? Senri! When people die, they shed their human body and become a butterfly. The person's mind in its entirety escapes into this new form. A butterfly lives for 49 days. Bam. Wham. Sellers are armed. Riot force. Scar on his head. Take down anyone. We're the Death Bureau. Put up your hands and get on the floor. This may not kill you, but it's gonna hurt. Blam, 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 blam. Yeah, and she's cute. Shh, quiet, flap. Okay, first one secured. So they're securing these death butterfly things. That's cool. So it turns into their soul. More gunshots. Retrieve 2. Infiltrated a butterfly black market. Let's begin the meeting. Family's already contacted. They're going to release them, the enemies, for lack of evidence. Reviving the data from the butterfly. Oh, you can talk. Your butterfly was stolen. Thought I'd never see you again. There's a simple revival so you can only view through the display, but next time you'll have a full 3D hologram. Whoa. Butterflies belong with their families. This is how people should be. This is about the soul and the thing that lives on. Ah. And she's not dead. Man, that's rough. Oh, shit. So, the person that he cares about the most is stuck in her in her meat fucking coffin. If at that time I had been able to catch her butterfly, wow, that dude catches it and eats it. Senri, I swear to you, I will find your butterfly and bring it back to you. Bam. He gets right back up, slices them down, and they go... And he eats them. Leave the car and the bodies. The butterflies can't fall into the Death Bureau's hands. So there's something going on here that's more complicated than that. We have to go find those butterflies no matter what it takes. That's pretty cool. There's also Quelia the Purple, which is awesome. Sees all living beings as robots. Oh, she sees everybody else as NPCs. I see. Your memes end here, nom. Very good. Romantic science fiction thriller with a Yuri core. Hot. What does it mean to be human when humans look like robots through your eyes? She doesn't see people as people. That's very cool. I'm into it. I'll read that. It is a light novel, though, right? Yeah, it's a novel, so there's not as much art. Qualia the Purple manga. Yeah, not. Complete manga, the collection. Oh, there is one. 7 Seas Entertainment, 7 Seas Entertainment, Dynasty Scans. There we go. Everyone is immortal and to even heal the blah. There's some non-immortal humans that are infection. Oh, interesting. There's a manga. Yep. I actually just want to see what the robot view looks like. This girl's friend. My body has no need for screws. Did you drop this? I've told you, my body has no need for screws. She just doesn't see people as people. Cannot see people as people. Oh, wow. Very Yuri from the start. Wowzers. Yowzers. When does reunited the conditions to become a story, or is it when someone decides to tell the story? Whoa. Okay, I'm not actually reading this. This deserves to be actually read. Cool! What a cool thing to discover. There's a manga, that's what I read. Very cool. Okay.
Of creating the proper environment for hormone optimization.
Stress is probably the next one.
Reduce your stress levels.
Both puberty, but also the 20s and 30s, individuals are figuring out how they want to cope with stress and also figuring out what they want to choose to put their effort into. So if someone is overstressed, then it can put all the other lifestyle pillars, and then they stop dieting well, they stop exercising, and everything else can go askew. There is also some degree of social component to this. So
Fear,
perhaps
pain.
I need to add a seventh pillar of social.
And in a large ways, it's your orientation towards stress. Do you orient away from it and run, or do you go toward it?
During your 20s and 30s, you may be forming a family as well. Perhaps you have children, and the health of the family unit is going to be vitally important. Not necessarily directly for hormone optimization, but it's going to throw everything else off if it's off.
And for people that are not starting their own families in their 20s and 30s, can that social connection be extended to friendships and work relationships as well?
Absolutely. In fact, if someone's not starting a family, it is just as concerning, but for other reasons. Each individual is going to have their close group of family and friends. And if someone does not have one of those connections, that's when things can potentially get bad, not just for them individually, but also society.
So when you say stress, you mean learn to manage your stress. What does that look like? I mean, if a patient, has high blood pressure, or even if they don't, you just sense that they're stressed. They have a lot of pressured speech, or they're not feeling well, or communicating that they're not doing well. What are some of the things that you recommend in order to try and ameliorate that stress?
There's different mindfulness or relaxation techniques. Going outside can often help with this as well. Dietary changes and exercise can help with this too. Some people like prayer or meditation, and a lot of people like counseling or therapy, or even just talking openly with a family member or a friend.
I think that's extremely important to highlight, Gold. Be careful not to align with avoidance. People assume reducing stress means dodging it or not experiencing stressful situations. As far as I can tell, it's the opposite. It's that what you want to do is to increase your capacity for stress. And what that does is it actually lowers the baseline anxiety that you experience. And one of the most effective ways to do that is to put yourself actively in stressful situations, safe ones. So here's a safe one, and we know it's safe. We know it's utterly safe for almost everybody. Cold water exposure therapy says therapy. Correct. Expose yourself to specific universal stressors. Cold water, or cold in general, is a universal stressor, and so is heat. It causes your body to become stressed, right? So if you expose yourself to more stressors, your baseline of how stressed you feel is lower. It's still the same amount of stress that you're experiencing, but your 100% is way bigger, way further away. Right? And so it feels like nothing to you. Nothing to you. Because you've dealt with real big stuff. So you get stronger all over by becoming capable of actively engaging with stressful circumstances more frequently. It resets your whole
What would be some
ability
of
to
the
deal
other
with them.
pillars for hormone optimization? Here, I feel like we're not just talking about people in their 20s and 30s, but again, we're wrapping our arms around basically puberty onward. I mean, gosh, looking back, I started meditating pretty early. I started weight training and running early. I gave some thought to my diet in high school, but really it was in college that I started thinking more about what I was ingesting and why, and trying to do better there. But people are coming to the table at different stages of life and trying to optimize for hormones. So, what would be some of the additional things that everybody should do?
Everyone should get outside and find a movement pastime to last a lifetime. You're going to get sunlight, you're going to get some degree of heat and cold exposure, and you're also just going to move more. Being in an artificial environment where there's artificial lights, artificial air conditioning is going to have many effects on your body. So that's vital. Another one is finding what you're...
I love the phrasing that he used. Get outside and find a movement pastime. That is a thing that you like to do that's outside that passes the time. Gardening. Being a mechanic, like making a car, fixing a car or something like that when you're outside. Something that's moving. Finding the right meditation strategy as well, says Gold, is the key to unlocking a lot of your mind. Great meditators are capable of even inducing psychedelic effects, like those of LSD. Yes, quite so. And you can induce those effects reliably in people by starving them, evoking like certain oxygenation levels in them, as far as I know, but I'm not 100% on that one. But I am certain that in loss of stimulation, like sensory deprivation tanks, humans hallucinate pretty rapidly. But the psychedelic effects that are produced by those states of meditation are very, very truly in the realm of ethereal and religious experience, which is quite powerful.
Air conditioning is going to have many effects on your body. So that's vital. Another one is finding what your purpose is in life. So I call this spirit, but it's really just the self-actualization component of Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Spirit.
Which is basically your physical needs, your mental needs, and then your purpose in life, what you really
Ikigai.
like to do.
Picking some goal or target. And I always say that you don't have to stick to the same goal over time. Certainly I haven't, although I got started early in the science game and I'm still in it. The idea is not to pick the end goal, it's to pick a goal. And
the idea of Dharma. Could you explain more what you mean, Goldak?
Assess.
Because I'm thinking of Ikigai as the life reason.
I have to define
life
sort of like
purpose.
naming oneself.
Yeah.
That you
and I'm less familiar with Hindu and Dharmic
your goals and
traditions.
purpose over time.
So
this is terrific. Would you suggest that people actively
cosmic
use
law
or
underlying
avoid
right behavior and social
supplementation,
order? Okay, the universal
prior
truth
to doing all
or
these other
aspects
things?
of
I'm somebody
truth.
that likes to throw
The
the
Eightfold
kitchen
Path, the
sink
spiral
at
at the
things, but I
center.
also like to do things pretty systematically. So I always say
The great
behaviors
wheel.
first, then nutrition,
Okay, I
then
see.
supplementation, and then maybe, and if and only if there's a real need, and of course working with a doctor, prescription drugs. But there are probably people in their 20s or 30s, maybe even in their 50s, that aren't feeling great and they want to do something in order to be able to train more or to feel more confident to seek out social connection. They try and go about the whole business from the other side as well. What are your thoughts on that?
I see supplements and medications as very similar. One's prescribed and one's not.
I did just sorry in the interim in the few seconds of delay that it took for you to hear what I was saying and you to respond to it. I already looked it up and read like three blurbs on it. Right, so the magic of the internet allows me to accelerate past you. I think it's not the finding it. I think it's actually the word Dharma is the underlying truth. It's the true, the big true, right? What I've been using capital T truth for it, and so I've grabbed it and stolen it already. I've already just incorporated it, and so Dharma is that thing that we're seeking, that is the truth within all the truths. And there are multiple dharmas, multiple ways, and that's the spokes of the path, right? And then the wheel, which forms the whole circular Ouroboros circularized way with the spiral in the center and the peace sign in the center. It's all link.
General medications have more side effects or potentially stronger therapy
A question I've been wondering about for
I
a
want
long
to actually
time.
skip to here.
You mentioned porn and masturbation. This topic has come up a bunch of times on this podcast and on other podcasts I've gone on because of the relationship between dopamine, sexual motivation, and sexual behavior. And I've been of the pretty strong stance.
Needed in chat, it certainly causes a lot of mixed wires. That's literally the speed that it takes for all the information, the many megabytes of data that I'm sending into YouTube servers to go from my computer to YouTube servers to your face and your screens, and then for you to see it and then to talk back and then for it to send the chat back. There's no inherent, I don't have a delay set up. I don't have an added delay. It's just, it's necessary. This is as fast as it gets to have universalizable connection across time and space. It's not perfect. It's what we got.
That while I'm not judging porn or masturbation, it can create a brain wiring situation where males in particular
I'm judging.
Essentially teach their brain to be aroused by watching other people have sex as opposed to being the first person actor in sexual interactions. So in that sense, that's more about
Just want to hold there. You can wire your brain to only become aroused by watching other people have sex. If that doesn't sound like some tags that you've been having to blacklist because you're not into them, or perhaps some tags that you're into, I'll just leave it there. Because I think those tags are growing in popularity, which is interesting.
the brain wiring and
And that kind of pornography in Western cultures as well is growing.
neuroplasticity and dopamine. But what are your thoughts on porn and masturbation as they relate to hormones? I mean, this is a big debate on the internet. In fact, one of the most common debates is whether or not masturbation increases or decreases testosterone in males. Certainly,
Both.
It will decrease motivation to go find sexual partners. We know this.
Yes.
And there are more and more data on this all
Yeah,
the time.
super true.
In terms of the effects of pornography and masturbation, and here I suppose we need to be
God damn it.
somewhat specific and operationally define what we're talking about. We're talking about
No
porn and
hot photo.
masturbation to the point of
No hot
ejaculation.
photo.
Right.
We're literally talking about how
because my
you stupid
understanding is
bitches
that
are
the
destroying us.
ejaculation and orgasm associated with it cause an increase in prolactin, which blunts libido for some period of time.
Absolutely
The duration of that
spectacular
will vary
timing.
from person to person and circumstance to circumstance. But basically all of this points to the fact that porn and masturbation can really limit libido in the real world. And to me, pornography and the screen is not the real world. Though screens exist in the real world doesn't exist in the screen.
That's an accurate statement. And prolactin does have a significant acute increase after ejaculation. It does to some degree after orgasm as well, but prolactin acts on the pituitary to inhibit the release of the hormones LH and FSH, of which LH can increase testosterone. So this may be
Luteinizing
one of
hormone.
the cases where the dose makes the poison. And if it is a very frequent habit, certainly daily or more than once a day, would be very detrimental from a hormonal component, not even taking into account the neural wiring.
Hold on.
Cases where the dose makes the poison. And if it is a very frequent habit, certainly daily or more than once a day, would be very detrimental from a hormonal component, not even taking into account the neural wiring.
Just on a hormone level, masturbation and specifically ejaculation, daily or more than daily, guaranteed detrimental effects on your hormones. That's a good takeaway. Do it less. You know, I'll be open about this. I gave in a couple days ago because I had really pushed my limits in terms of where I was able to control my libido, and I can't remember what it was specifically, but something tipped me into the direction of pornography, and I went all out. I lost myself, you might say. And since then, what I actually did, I rationalized it as, gosh, if I just let myself go, if I just let this release happen, it's going to be so much easier. I'm going to be able to manage myself so much easier because I'll have some relief. It's been the opposite. It's turned into a craving. It's constant. It's right back there. And the next day I wanted it. And the next day I wanted it. Dermathiel says, where's the study for that though? The fuck do you mean? Do you expect a study for every piece of information that two multifaceted dual board certified MDs and well, this one is dual board certified talking to a neuroscientist? Do you need him to have a citation for everything that he says, for the specifics of everything? What he's doing is he's extrapolating. He's saying that we know that ejaculation and masturbation lead to increases in luteinizing hormone and other hormones, and decreases generally in testosterone production and other sex hormone production. And so we can indicate quite effectively, we can surmise that going ahead and ejaculating every day might have a negative impact on your overall hormone levels. Why would you need a specific citation for that? It's obvious.
Listen, I think it's terrific that you've actually defined frequency, because this is the problem. On the internet or even in the doctor's office, you'll see descriptions about pornography being dangerous for certain things or detrimental to hormones. People say frequent, but what's frequent? So you're saying frequent? Daily or multiple times per day would be potentially detrimental to the hormone profile of a male of essentially any age.
And that's just for masturbation. With pornography, with porn use as well, it would likely be worse.
Makes logical sense too.
And why is that?
It would likely be worse. Why?
Dopaminergic.
And he says likely, right? He doesn't say guaranteed. He says likely because he doesn't have the science on it.
Dopamine sensitivity. I think that using the analogy of a dopamine wave pool, it would deepen the pool, but not increase your supply of dopamine.
Maybe you could describe the dopamine wave pool, because I think it's such a powerful way of thinking about dopamine and what dopamine does. In fact, I've always credited you when I've done it, but I've generally stolen your analogy of the dopamine wave pool because it's so astute.
The dopamine wave pool describes the natural variation of ups and downs in your dopamine or your motivation. And in the wave pool, depending on how high the peak is, you often have a deeper trough. So you do not want too high of a peak. In addition, if your peak is very, very high, for example, when you're using many substances like cocaine or like amphetamines, your dopamine can go so high, you lose almost all the water from the wave pool. And then when you crash from that, not only is the trough low, you have less dopamine in the pool to begin with. The dopamine receptor is extremely sensitive.
I want to stop there because that was some dense shit. So your life is a waveform. You'll be up and down in terms of dopamine. What they find is that often the higher your high of dopamine, the lower your low. And we know this, right? Well, if you eat a bunch of candy, you can get on a sugar rush. You're going to have a sugar crash right after. You drink a bunch of caffeine, a stimulant. You're going to have a crash afterward. If you get really excited and have an amazing day with insane stuff, and you're going going all over the place and doing all these crazy things, you're going to have a crash afterward. It's going to be rough. You ever had this experience? You ever go with a camp or a school group to an amusement park when you were a teen or a kid? You go to we would go to Six Flags, but like Disneyland, amusement park, Six Flags, roller coasters, rides, right? Lots of adrenaline, lots of dopamine, lots of wow, right? Rides and candy and kids going off and doing all that they can and socializing and colorful lights and shiny things and running around and doing all sorts of stuff. And then you look at the kids and they get back on the bus and they all are miserable. And most of them pass out. Just like kids of the day after Halloween. Ugh. So the other thing that he says is that if you just spike your dopamine really high once, everything else is worse. And you get rid of some of the water in your wave pool. So your whole wave pool goes out of balance. So how do you want to spike your dopamine real good? Do you? Do you really? Well, here's a way to do it. Have some G Fuel. Have some I'm calling out G Fuel specifically because they market their shit for people to just have fun. Just gamer fuel, literally, right? Have some G Fuel, put on some flashing lights and shit, some some colorful LEDs all over your space, maybe. Get yourself into your comfiest spot, get some tasty snacks, really crunchy and salty and sweet. Okay, you cover all the things, right? And then, well, here's one. Listen to loud, fast music while playing highly dopaminergic video games, okay? Or listen to fucking porn while watching fucking porn. With your G Fuel in your system, with your Mountain Dew that you're slurping on, with your sugar that you're intaking and stack all these dopaminergic things. Stack, 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 stack. And go to the max that you can. And then have a miserable rest of your life because you've ruined the rest of your life. Not like the whole rest of your life, but I mean the period of time where you're not in that overloaded, multifaceted dopaminergic state, you're going to feel like shit and like you have no motivation and aren't driven. Because dopamine isn't the reward circuit, it's the motivation circuit. Dopamine is the chemical that exterocepts you and gets you thinking outside of yourself and thinking about where you could go and what you could go and get. So if you overload it with all the things that you've already got, you're not going to be wanting to go and get things anymore. And your motivation will vanish. And you'll feel like shit.
Sensitive, as is the GABA receptor, which is an inhibitory receptor, whereas dopamine is technically a stimulant more related to adrenaline or noradrenaline. The depth of the pool can change very quick. So you want to have that happy medium where you're fairly near the top, but you're not so near the top that the depth of the pool is going to go down. You don't want to overflow the bathtub.
I interpret that in the context of this discussion about libido, sex, porn, and masturbation. If somebody has a very intense sexual experience, and not here, we're not necessarily talking about an intense orgasm. We're talking about just a lot of intense visual
experience.
So a lot of intense imagery or auditory input or both.
Okay, so I want to mention something here because it's something that I actually quite like. And by like, I mean my brain goes, ooh, gimme banana. And my brain is fucking wrong. My brain's fucking wrong, but it likes it anyway. I've said this many times. I grew up on 4chan. Hentai music videos, HMVs. Okay? I used to love that shit. Deep into the group of people who watch and experience those. I can guarantee you that if there's a hentai music video out there, I've probably seen it. And I've probably fapped to it too. Think about that the next time you go looking for them. But I'm being clear and honest. What is it about those that's so appealing? They are multi-layered mega porn with hard music going. Blah. It's just a fap fest. It's like, do you know about gooning? HMVs are like the starting of HMVs. Or AMVs or PMVs. Well, it started as AMVs, right? Anime music videos, and then it became HMVs because hentai music videos really took off. And PMVs, porn music videos, have only barely started coming into the scene comparatively. They exist, but they suck because it's much easier to align animated stuff to a beat than it is to align actual pornography, because actual pornography is messy and different and weird, right? And also, it's full of lies. And anime doesn't lie, it just gives you the sexy, you know? So if you want to see what we're talking about here. Oh, we got a thing. I don't have the thing up. Hold on. I got to go to the tips page. Thank you so much, Darion, for the donation. I appreciate it immensely. Let me go ahead and alert box library. No. App store, no. Highlighter, no. Where is it? How do I do this? Dashboard. Okay, so I have to click up and pull up the dashboard is what I want to do. And I want to do it here so that I can do it separate. Bam. I got a notification. And tipping? Tip page. Recent events, that's what I want. Darian donated $10. Thank you, Darian. I see that you did not add a media share, and that's totally your prerogative. Appreciate you immensely. Thank you very much for the donation. That will go toward probably some cherry juice. But the HMVs, if you want to really freak your shit out, pretty good. I think Spank Bang has the biggest library of them. That's where most of them have coagulated now. I wouldn't go on Pornhub. Most of those will be 3D stuff, I think. Just go type HMV into Spank Bang. And watch one or two. And come out of it. And come back. Okay? Don't get lost, please. Let me make sure that works. Hold on. Ah, so much porn. If I just type in HMV. Oh, yeah. Plenty. But it comes up. There's so many crappy ones. Audio porn, which is like ASMR porn, just acting with scripts. That's probably better for you if you need pornography. I would really recommend seeking not pornography. I guess if I go toward popular, yeah, it brings up a bunch of the FAP hero ones. These are not the one. The top one that comes up is Onaslut's HMV. Voluptuous Gal's HMV is up there. Who's uploading those? Mind Self. Yeah, actually, that's somewhere you can go. You can just look for Mind Self. Look for anything by Mind Self. Mind Self's HMVs are, I would say, great if that's what you're looking for. If you're looking for hyperporn, that's what you're looking for. And they'll have the most music, and the most lights, and the most flashing shit, and the most sex.
That is going to lead to a...
So what I'm saying is, like, that was where I came from. And there isn't much further that you can go past there. You got to get into some sick shit. You got to get weird stuff going in order to hit those highs again. You become really addicted to that level of stuff going on. You seek out other things to add on to it. Flashing lights, loud music, which it already is bringing in, right? Drugs. Makes it way... Woof. Makes it way crazier. Do we even want to know? No, you don't want to know what my lowest was. All you need to know is that it was low. All you need to know is that if it's out there, I've done it. To large extents. There are some things that I have never touched and never will. But you can use your imagination. I think it maybe might be more powerful to just show in broad strokes. To demonstrate in broad strokes that I understand that level of lust, need, craving, all of that.
Situation where dopamine is going to be depleted afterwards.
Correct.
A guest on this podcast before, my colleague at Stanford, Dr. Anna Lemke, who's an expert in addiction, talked a bit about...
Well, I'll say one thing is that one thing that you can do to accentuate the valence of a sexual experience is to add a taboo into it. Something that's restricted or, ooh, spooky. One of the great taboos for a young man, one of the great ones that I lived with for a while, in terms of the way that my father raised me and some things that he fucked up in doing so, was the taboo of looking at another man, or looking at the male form, or looking at femboys. So I went down those rabbit holes a lot. A lot. And they led me in different directions. Interesting ones. But I've gone down a lot of the rabbit holes, man. You'd be surprised. And you'd be surprised to know, because when I dig into some of the men that I know, I find out pretty quickly where their minds are at. Where their monsters are at. They're hidden behind a lot of Clint Eastwood gruff, and underneath there's Ooh. There's a lot of pleasure seeking.
About this sort of seesawing. Like here we're talking about a wave and a crashing out of the water from the wave pool there. It was a seesawing from pleasure and pain. There's going to be a longer and deeper period of lack of pleasure following that. And I think a lot of people think, oh, well, that's great. You know, they want the intense experience.
Sadly, a lot of
but
abusive
if that intense
femboy
experience
porn
is coming from
with people being manipulated and degraded to an unhealthy obsession with being a lesser male. Yeah, and a lot of people are seeking that because they feel that way. There's a lot of shame in them, right? And so they add it and mix it all together. I did get a laugh at the guy going to Bangkok and having to admit that he picked up some knowledge about his taste very well. Yeah, it's quite funny. See, I think that everyone's on the spectrum, and that if you deny your capacity to be attracted to the same sex as you, same sex presenting, then you're missing a big chunk of how your brain functions. Because you can, no matter how straight you are, you can be attracted to people of the same gender. And I think on the flip side, no matter how gay you are, you can find beauty in the form of the opposite gender. It's both always. It's both always. And I think a lot of men cut that out of themselves, or are told to, or have it ripped out of them by their family at your peril. Yeah. You cut it out of yourself and repress it at your peril. Well, you're not aligned with half of your own mecha. Half your mecha is all broken. Because your sexuality is your drill. It's literally phallic, right? Like Simone's drill is a pee-pee. It's a wee-wee, right? Literally sexual. It's not sexual. It's a drill. And you don't want to be missing half of it, because a drill that's only half a drill breaks. So you want to have that other half the drill. And for me, it's really interesting that sexualization of the masculine, or the feminine masculine, because what I was always interested in was in the femininity. And really, I was sexualizing imagistic representations of potential me's as a more feminine individual. And I was trying on more feminine ways of being as well. And what that's transitioned to is and it feels pure, is an in-fullness love for the beauty of my own maleness. And when I see, and I can admit this now, and it's interesting, when I see beautiful males, when I see beautiful men, I see them as shadows of what I could be, as opposed to something else. And it is attractive to me. It's magnetic, but not in a sexual way. I see somebody like really ripped at the gym, and I go, wow, that's attractive. I am attracted to that way of being. I would like to be that. I have no interest in that human being. I have an interest in stealing what he knows. Because he knows some stuff about how to be. And it's like, I'd like some of that. And as I do this, my body is self-organizing into something that it's worth finding beautiful. It's really quite spectacular. And I catch myself, and there's a narcissistic path there, but I catch myself looking at myself just be like, what the fuck? I'm awesome. This damn mecha that I was gifted is fucking sick. What a cool mecha. What a cool mecha.
Pornography and masturbation.
And then, like many of the great mecha protagonists, not Shinji, but the Gundam protagonists particularly, I am the mechanic of my own mecha. This is true of Amuro, and it's true of Kamiyu. It's in the Gundams specifically. The one who is destined to be the great hero is capable of designing and rebuilding their own mecha. Right? Which is to say, the scientist, the one who is capable of evaluating their own mecha, the body, and reorganizing it toward a goal. I think that's a good ideal and a good idea.
Or I suppose.
So if you look at your mecha and you go, this thing is really cool, but I wish it was cooler. Well, all you have to do is become a mechanic, a mecha mechanic, and then you can materially alter your body. Goldex says being able to adorn the walls of your temple with the beautiful paintings you see in the world. Yes, that's the art on the outside and the accessorization. I'm not talking about, though. I'm talking about rebuilding the fucking thing. About tearing it down and building it again. Because that's what I do when I go into the gym. I'm tearing down the walls of my capacity and building a stronger me. I'm literally tearing apart the building that's there, the thing that's there, by putting stress on it beyond it, bulldozing walls down, right? And sometimes when you're under a weight, it's like, fucking crush that wall, smash, right? And sometimes you'll find a point in yourself where you're like, oh, my arm is supposed to be able to go back to here, and it can only go back to here, and you need to fucking wiggle and manipulate and push and crush and smash the fibers of real living tissue that don't want to die. You have to kill them. You have to actually, like, kill parts of yourself in order to grow yourself stronger. In order to, if your shoulders are stuck like this, because most of your shoulders are stuck like this, shoulders forward, chest engaged, right? Chest all tight. Literally, the sarcomeres of your, I might have it wrong, but the fibers, let's just be more broad, the fibers of your musculature in your chest muscles are tighter, and they are that way permanently. So you have to rip them apart. And there's an actual, if you get into a good stretch there's the stretch sensation, which is like, ooh, ah. And then there's a push on that stretch and go a little bit further, and it feels like fire. It feels like literal burning, and it is the most painful feeling that I've ever experienced. And I've done it to my entire back, all of my back, and my entire, like, all of my abdominal structure. And there's a portion of my abdominal structure in here, down into here, that connects down into my pelvis that I haven't done it yet because it's too fucking scary and it's going to hurt too much. But I'm going to have to rip myself apart so that I can be whole. Again. And again. And again. But if you've got that tight chest syndrome, strengthening your back, that's going to do a lot. Strengthening your posture and setting yourself properly, that's going to do a lot, but it's quite likely that you physically can't put your shoulders into the place that they're supposed to be without tearing your chest apart. And so your answer, you get two options into the future. One option is you live with your shoulders hunched for the rest of your life, and the other is you spend 5 minutes of deep pain to tear yourself apart and rebuild. I recommend rebuilding. I really recommend it, but you're going to have to die to get there. And I mean, you're going to have to go through real fire to get there. There's a reason why ego death is seen as a transcendent ideal, though whether it's necessary is an interesting equation. I think you can dip into ego death and come out of it, and come out with a lot of value. I think having the ego in general is really necessary. And I think if you lose it totally, you just kind of become a useless goop. It's like, I worry about myself going too far. In every way. And I worry about it specifically because of what Edgerunners puts out there in terms of Chrome and cyberpsychosis. Too much of that selflessness toward the world, self-sacrificing, and I think you just become useless because you lose the spine that you stand on. You lose the foundations. But it is absolutely of great value to allow yourself to die in small ways. Little deaths. Little deaths. It's a little death to get into a cold shower. It's a little death to stretch beyond your limits. It's a little death to, and I do this multiple times a week now, I get under a barbell that is too heavy for me to lift. I do this multiple times a week now. I put weight on the barbell that I know I can't squat, and then I squat it. And what happens is I go down and I try as hard as I can to go up. Ah! And I let it, and it crushes me. And I put it down and I come back up with a, big smile. Feels great. That's death. Till the end. Until death. All the way through. And then I'll have the days where I'll go to true failure, but I'll do it with a weight where I'm capable of getting like 3 or 4 reps out. So I'll get those 3 reps and I'm on the last one. Oh, I just want to put the weight back. Oh, I just want to put the weight back. I've stood it up 3 times. I've done it. I'm done. I want to put the weight back. I don't want to go back down. No, I sink back down into the full squat. Ow. And then I push. Ah! And sometimes it goes up again. And that's the worst thing in the entire world. Because the fact that it went up again means it has to go down again, baby. And so back down we go. And then usually I fall over and it's like, okay, well, that was the end then. And sometimes I'll get to that 4th rep and I'll bring it all the way down and I'll try to go back up and I'll stop and I'll put it down. But every time I do that, I face death. I mean, like, I make my body face death. I know I'm safe There are safety racks there. I know how to manage a barbell really effectively. I could drop the weight off of me forward or backward, whether there were clips on the bar on the squat rack or not, because I've trained that whole space and I'm comfortable dancing in it. Like I'm really quite comfortable with 200 plus pounds on my back in any circumstance. So that's an interesting thing to say. How many of you are comfortable with 200 pounds on your back, like walking around? Because I can do that. Not a problem, really. As long as it's relatively balanced, 200 pounds is not a problem for me. And that means a person, right? That means a person. Like if I need to exit a building and there's a person who's a slumped sack of potatoes, I can pick them up. It's harder because they're goop. They're not a barbell, but I can pick that motherfucker up and I can walk him out of that, or her, out of that space. And you say a smaller person, I weigh about 140 pounds right now. I can pick up a 200-pound person and walk with them a significant distance, let alone a 100-pound girl, right? That's capacity. That's strength. And I got there by dying over and over with 200 plus pounds on my back. It's fucking interesting. But facing that death has been a massive growth for me. And literally a massive physical growth for my musculature. The stimulus that you get by pushing to the end, it says to your muscles, if you're not good enough the next time we try this, you're not going to make the cut, buddy. It's like you go to a bunch of the Mighty Ducks and you say, you're going to be off the fucking team if you don't get a little better, kid. And all your muscles go, oh God, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose all my stuff. I better work really hard. And all your muscles fucking rest and recover properly. And they eat properly and they sleep properly. And they come back to the gym, they with you. And they're all like, we're ready for it, motherfucker. And they lift the shitting fucking weight. They do it. Because you told them that they would die if you didn't. It's great. It's why Kamina is the ideal, why Simone realizes it. Killing yourself, but only having the resolution to do so only a little. A lot of people live their life killing themselves when chasing something. I think more beautifully than a quick poetic death is a long life of fulfilling your purpose, right? Planned, careful, thoughtful, restrained, waiting, meditative, tea drinking, right? I would like to put it in that sense. Coffee is the get up and go and let's do it. Tea is the let's wait and consider. To me, in my mind, with my energy levels. Green tea is let's wait and consider. And I'd like to be in that Zen state. I don't think it's any surprise that Zen Buddhism, specifically Zen, not just Buddhism, because Buddhism is huge, but Zen style Buddhism generates itself in cultures that are green tea drinking, that have a dramatic associative effect between caffeine and L-theanine. I don't think it's any joke, because green tea, caffeine, and L-theanine together literally induces a state that is close to Zen, of energized and restrained and calm and thoughtful. Literally induces it. Fascinating.
Was coming from, high adrenaline activities like, life risking parkour, hanging off the side of a building, it inevitably is going to lead to depressive episodes, low libido episodes that follow. Is that right?
Correct. In a similar physiologic way.
Following, crashing out, needed afterwards.
Correct.
A guest on this podcast before, my colleague at Stanford, Dr. Anna Lemke, who's expert in addiction, talked a bit about this, the sort of seesawing. Like here we're talking about a wave and a crashing out of the water from the wave pool there. It was a seesawing from pleasure and pain.
Precisely when he means to,
be
yes.
A longer and deeper period of lack of pleasure following that. And I think a lot of people think, oh, well, that's great. They want the intense experience. But if that intense experience is coming from pornography and masturbation, or I suppose coming from, high adrenaline activities like, life risking parkour, hanging off the side of a building, it inevitably is going to lead to depressive episodes, low libido episodes that follow. Is that right?
Correct. In a similar physiologic way to withdrawal from stimulants like amphetamines.
Now, is sex with a partner different? Because there are many people who are chasing more and more intense experiences with a partner as opposed to through pornography and masturbation. Again, here we're talking about all ages. And I should always say, anytime we're talking about sex with a partner, we're talking, the 4 conditions that I always lay out on the Huberman Lab podcast are that we're talking about consensual, age appropriate, context appropriate, species appropriate interactions.
Yeah. And this is also a case where the dose makes the poison. So if there's
Doesn't matter.
Obviously meeting all those criteria, if they have one preference that for both of them is a positive experience, then that is likely okay. You're not going to be able to maintain dopamine over a certain threshold for a long period of time. So there very well may be a crash. From
I think there's one more post coming from EC.
And the crash
Gold.
may be different.
I think EC is writing the third
one
one.
partner than the other.
Interesting. So I'll draw an analogy to food. It would be like, you don't have to serve the banquet meal seven nights of the week, maybe just 2. Is that right? And there are other delicious foods out there. Can we use that analogy?
That is very reasonable.
Okay, not trying to be PG-13, just trying to parsimony, Occam's razor, the ability to describe a lot of things in a few words.
Okay, I'm going to stop there because we have a transition point. EC says, I just had a realization about the porn addiction. Perhaps it will ring true for others. Shame and being told your own sexuality is evil, dangerous, bad, suppressing your own normal desires, and then externalizing that to release it. You stop being responsible for your own sexuality. Yup. It's a shadow. It's the shadow. It's the monster. I'm not the sex monster. My sex monster is. The devil is. It's actually what happens to Mr. Crybaby right here. It's actually what happens to him. Okay? So let's walk through episode 1 of Devilman Crybaby really quick. They go to a big party and Ryu says, "This will be just fine." And Ryu is standing outside of it and observing. And your main character goes ahead and is thrown into this sea of sexuality and insanity. And it awakens in him because it awakens in him when he sees the feminine earlier in the story. He's kind of meek toward the feminine. He's meek toward her, the running girl. I forget her name. He's meek toward her because he's not in line with himself. And he's not in line with his own sexuality and his own evil and his capacity for it. And so it tries to take over. It tries to take over. And so that representation is, it's not me, it's the devil. And what happens to the people who say, it's not me, it's the devil, or who say, I can control it, I've got it in hand? They end up eating each other. They end up eating the girl and killing her. You end up eating the thing that you love the most, that you care about the most, if you and your devil aren't aligned. So what's the way to align them? Well, be half man, half devil. Miki, yes, thank you, EC. Half man, half devil, all empathy. Okay, right? So empathy for yourself and for the other. And align yourself with that shadow self. Your sexuality is your sexuality. And it's a part of you. And you are responsible for it. And that's an enlightening thing because it means you can control it. Because it means you can control it. You can shape it. If it's not a part of you, if your sexuality is something external from you, then you don't have control over it. You can't shape it if it's not yours. But if it's yours, if it's you, then you can take responsibility for it and you can actively shape it. And what I have discovered, without science or anything except for scientific experimentation upon myself, what I have discovered, and I believe it is true, like truly true, is that you can actively and consciously shape your sexuality. And you do it via restraint. And with focus. As though you were training a muscle. As though you were training a mental state. Or your ability to hone in on something. You shape it by shaping it. And by identifying with it. And by saying that all the evil that you're capable of, all the weird sexual perversions that you're capable of, that you wish you weren't, because gosh, it would be great if you just felt pure. Ah. Yeah, but pure doesn't fucking exist. We're all monsters. We were all apes. Chimpanzees eat other monkeys while they're alive. Bite right into their heads. They don't give a fuck. And that's in you. That's in you. Chimpanzees rape and fuck each other too. And that's in you. The ability, good ability, framing is important. The ability for women to choose to hide their ovulatory cycle and choose when they mate, if at all, that's novel. In the grand scheme of biology, that's novel. Rape and despair and destruction and chaos are a lot of the way that a lot of things work for a lot of primates. It's like, it's rough. There's structure to it. I'm not saying that there's not, but hidden ovulation, I forget what the exact term is for it. That's a novel thing, right? And restraint around it is a novel thing. So to think that you don't have monster in you is to ignore a big chunk of your mecha. There are always shadows in different spiritual practices. It's like a psychological truth of the self. Well, it is a truth of the self. We're beings of the light, right? Well, we're actually beings of the darkness. But when we go out into the light, the place where we can see, we cast shadows, and they're bound to us. You can't help it. Your shadow is yours. It's why, in one of the great myths of modern man, Peter Pan loses control of his dang shadow. Peter Pan's a boy who just wants to be a boy forever. He doesn't want to grow up and be a man. And he loses control of his dang shadow, so he has to go and find it, and it goes off and it's doing stuff on its own. It's going off and doing stuff on its own. It's fucking with shit and messing things up. And he's like, gosh, this stupid ass shadow, I wish that it were a part of me. I wish it were locked in and a part of me. So he has to sew it to his feet. He has to tie his shadow to himself. And then he can be whole. And he can dance with his shadow. It's why so many shonen protagonists literally have a monster form or a monster within them. Yeah. Hello. Luffy as well hits that note. Oh. Roar. That's what hockey is. Yeah, okay. I believe it. Through a blade of truth, right? A fractured razor blade of truth. Eren sees himself, right? Yeah, right? What else is popular? Popular shonen. Come on, hit me. Do I have to go to Mal? Oh, Ed and Al are literally integrated with theirs, right? That's a weird one. They carry reminders of it constantly. Top anime. There we go. All time. Bleach. Haha. You want to talk about that? His fucking sword, man. His fucking sword and the other self person, right? Like, that's a thing. Steins Gate does not, because it's a more complicated story. Hunter x Hunter. I mean, your boy goes pretty far into his shadow and burns it. Actually, Gold Exp. Togashi wrote his own myth, right? Burning yourself out too fast. Right, Gold? Wrote his own myth. What about Demon Slayer? Yeah, man. Well, it's Hamon, it's breath. But it's not in Tanjiro. Tanjiro is actually pure. It's in Nezuko, right? She's the half demon. She's the awakened monster. He's the protector of and the steward of her. Tanjiro has breath. Yuji and Denji from JJK and Chainsaw Man, which of course I haven't seen. Code Geass. Actually, Code Geass. Lelouch is Lelouch, and then Zero is Zero. Right? He's got this shadow persona that he uses to cause harm while keeping himself pure. Yep. Monster is very different as a narrative. A little older. Very different. Fire Force. Yep. Yeah, for sure. Mob. Fucking Mob, right? Mob is literally exactly this. He hits a certain point and he's out of control of himself, and his psychic powers take over him, basically. Right? Araragi. Araragi is half monster. He's got a little bit of the devil in him. He's got vampire in him, right? And it owns a piece of him. And it's also hypersexual. He's a piece of Araragi's soul and being is owned by a contract that he made with an ancient demon entity who is a seductress, right? Ara-fucking-Ragi. How about 100,000% mob? Exactly. Exactly. And we even in things like Haikyuu or Kuroko no Basuke, we align these characters with these like symbols or ideas that are separate them, a them that turns on when things get serious. '86, The Reaper. Not a shonen protag, but Guts. No. You're exactly right. Guts, Beast. You're right. Hold on, let me pull it up because it's the best. It's the best depiction. It's not this one. It's not that one. It's not this one either. This is pretty great, but this is third party and is not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is this panel and this one and this one. Is there any that's missing? Yeah, there's one more. There's one where he's swinging through and he's in the maw of the beast. God, that's so fucking sick. Look at that shit. Fucking hell. God, Berserk is so cool. God, Berserk was so cool. Oh, being eaten. Yep. The woman being eaten there. Yep. Eating his ideal of femininity. The beast wants to consume that because it doesn't want to let him have it. This one. There it is. God damn it. That's only a micro image of it. I want it on Beta Brew. Yep. So this. And then the beast will eat you, and it will take your place. It's his own face. It will feel nothing but hate, and the monster will take your shape. No. And the Baelet grows, right? If you use that, maybe you will become the true monster. Maybe you will, like your friends. Maybe, like them. He pushes it to the side. No. I won't become my shadow, and it chases him. But he does become his shadow. He has to. The shadow walks by him. Tempting. Always tempting. And it sits by him in his moments of calm, slavering, panting, wanting another piece of him. Fuck, I'm gonna just, I'm gonna Yandex image search this. Bingo. There. This. So he's swinging his great sword, and the beast is consuming him in the moment as he grits his teeth against it. Rapacious monster. In Blue Lock, there's literally a demon within him that tells him to only care about his ego. Ryuko Matoi. Matoi Ryuko. Senketsu is literally her shadow demon, right? And it goes out of control at one point, right? Yeah. The Double Helix world was a great concept for causing beastmen in media. There's a great artwork series called Keyman Hand of Judgment, where the main character is a T-Rex beastman caused by a witch opening the Double Helix world and messing with DNA. That sounds right, yeah. Berserk is my favorite manga for a reason. Deepest darkness, most bright beauty. I mean, I just think, first off, you sound cue me the Berserk themes, the quiet theme song that goes in the background, and it melts my brain, actually. It actually melts my brain. But then Sparks. Because the Sparks scene in Berserk, I don't actually want this. I just want the image. In the end, this is all there for me. This is all there is for me. Dreams. Is this what a dream is to me? Looking at his sword. It's all he has. It feels like my own life, for an instant, is springing into the air before my eyes. Sparks. Maybe I'm drawn in by them too. The little sparks that spring out when swords clash. All the thoughts of your life and your enemies, striking and scattering the tiny lights of existence itself. You see life there. I wield the sword. Maybe it's different from the dream Griffith talks about, but for no one else's sake, without being swept up, this time it's by my own will, making my own sparks, even for an instant. And he chooses to carry the sword. He chooses to forge forward with that sword, right? Even if it means becoming a monster, right? Yeah. Yeah. That shadow is you. That shadow is who you are. People will not shut up about him and his demons. Hey, solo leveling is good for that. I mean, every grand enemy that he takes over, right? The Egress is the first, of course, right? And one of the greatest. But then the ant as well. That's some sauce. That's some stuff about solo leveling that is correcto. They have different truths, right? And what is it about combining? Manly combining is about two souls smashing together. Creates sparks of life. Generates reality in conflict. Tell this to that fool. Don't turn out like me. A good sword, even if it rusts and dulls, has good steel that never rusts left over in the wick. That steel is the ultimate steel. Even if it cracks, if you return it to the fire, it's sure to be reborn. Tell this to that fool, don't turn out like me, and there's flame in his eyes. It's painful, AT fields exist, yup. Yup, exactly. Thank you, Evangelion, for AT fields as an idea. A good sword, even if it rusts and dulls, has good steel that never rusts left over in the wick. That steel is the ultimate steel. Even if it cracks, it's sure to be reborn. Tell this to that fool. Don't turn out like me. Don't get stuck. Keep forging. That's Gurren's answer to that concept. Combining force, right? Turn the enemy of yesterday into the friend of tomorrow. And then strike a path forward with them as a drill, turn iteration by iteration. Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta, Gohan, they got demons and demon apes inside. Demon apes, literally in Gohan's case. And in most of the Saiyans' case. Bingo. You have a shadow. Know it. And this all comes from EC talking about that repressing of your own sexuality and pushing it outside of you. So the idea is this. Stare deep into the abyss. And then choose. Because you have a sword of truth. Choose. Become one with your shadow and walk together with it. Align yourself with it. Because your sexual desires and your needs and your cravings, some of them are real and true. And good. And so that's the thesis that I've come to is this. I used to be really ashamed of looking at pretty girls at the gym. Because I was objectifying them. And I was. And I still am. And I am no longer ashamed of looking at pretty girls at the gym. And as I've become unashamed and unabashed, and looked them in the eye and smiled, struck up conversations with them and talked to them, sometimes walked up to them and just told them that I think that they're pretty. Well, I've stopped being I've stopped feeling like a creep. Because I used to feel like a creep. Part of that is society tells you that if you look at women, you're a creep. Part of it was that I told myself that, too. But each of those pretty girls that I've talked to has been waiting. And in no way displeased. So far. That's the message from FMA. Father removes his sins and becomes lesser for it. And the other father goes out into the world and cannot stay because of his sins. Just like Guts. Can't stay in one place because of his sins. They drag ugliness to them. You must incorporate some of the ugliness to show people there and the world's truth, because there's light things there as well. It's not all ugly. The good parts about sexuality is not to be tabooed. Correct. Utterly correct. Okay. I have to wrap, guys. I have to wrap. And I'm doing it because I have to go use the bathroom, but it's the time to wrap. This has been a multi-hour, it's like a 4-hour long stream that we've done, and it's been worth it in every possible way. And it's been a sacrifice as well, because now it's about 4 p.m., and I don't think I have time to do Mushoku. I'll sit down and I'll start it anyway, but I have to go take a cold shower. I have to. So I don't know if I'll get Mushoku done today. But this sacrifice has been worth it because we've covered some exceptionally valuable material today. And for those few of you who have been here for it, because it is only a few of you, I hope that it has been of benefit for you. I made $10 in the whole day that I've been streaming. And I'm grateful for it. But I need to figure out a way to make this content more accessible to people so that I can make enough money off of it to justify continuing to do it. Because it's justified, and I would do it regardless. I'll do it until I'm dead. But I need to realign it, as GoldX says, about something else, I'm sure. And figure out how exactly to make it profitable. I watch almost all lives later. Good, I'm glad. Unfortunately, some of them have gotten copyrighted, and I'll make sure that that doesn't happen as we move into the future. Watch them as a podcast. Reasonable. And I might look into, once again, turning them into Spotify podcast again, because now we've moved more into that direction. We moved away from that direction, now we're moving more into it. It might be more helpful to have that. I don't know. Regardless, I have some things to figure out. I'm glad that you enjoyed the TEDx talk. I thought it was extremely valuable. This is what I want to do. You know? Here's my Mecca. This is my Mecca. All the different parts of it too, right? A wide variety of different bits of Mecca. Hello. And with this Mecca, what I would like to do is I'd like to take this Mecca and go exploring into the world and show you the things that I already know in anime and in media and also in information science, in computing, in technology, in business, in economics, in personal development, in health, in fitness, in every element that I'm capable, and in all the elements that I'm not capable, I'd like to explore. And teach what I know and learn what I don't. And learn that I don't know what I don't know, right? So that's what I would like to do with this time that we use for the Daily Brew, is that I'd like to set out a time and a space and a way for myself to share with you my journeys in existence, my own bizarre adventure, Tia Boo's bizarre adventure sort of idea, and share it with you. And hopefully produce enough value that I can continue doing it and get better at it. And rebuild and build my mecha better. Because the scariest thing is that my computer might die at any point. And that's fucking scary, because I would not be able to rebuild. Yeah, this is insane value. We need to get these talks to more people. But there's something about that, which is that masses don't want to watch a 4-hour TED Talk podcast, right? And even if they did, there are actually better podcasts that I would rather point you to. For example, I spent a while during this discussion just trying to talk about all the things that I had learned about stress and hormones and testosterone, and eventually I just pulled up the fucking podcast and watched a bunch of it because that was the best way to get it to you. People will want content, but you gotta align first. This is just a part of it. You have the capacity, so be pain. Yeah. No, you're right, Gold. Distill. And cutting it down is the big thing, and getting really simple with it is the big thing. And some of the experiments in that direction that I've done with the clips have worked. And I think that's the futurism, is the clippifying. It's not all complete. It's secondhand. Yeah, and it's an experience through an emotional resonance with me as a human being. It's not actually even about approximating that truth. It's about showing one person's exploration and mode of being that leads me down these exploratory pathways. Because I realized a little while ago that, for instance, people don't know how to Google shit. Don't know. And so me having this up and being able to show you like how I access information on the internet is quite valuable. Because it teaches you how I use the internet and how to search for things and how to do research and stuff. And I think I'm actually pretty good at those things. I think a lot of people aren't. Or how do you be intellectually curious and look stuff up when you don't know it? Well, maybe I could demonstrate that through my actions, and that would be valuable in its own right. Yeah. Yeah, I hate that comment, Kikori. I hate what you just wrote. I really despise it. Unfortunately, one of my friends is an artist, but though her art is great, it has no market value. According to who, motherfucker? According to you? Then you don't know shit. It has no market value, and I just cannot bring myself to tell her that she won't sell her art for the prices she wants. Well, she needs to figure out how to sell it more effectively, but you wanting to tell her that she won't sell her art for the prices that she wants is totally destructive. According to her sales. Oh, okay, but that means that her mode of selling isn't working. It doesn't mean that her art doesn't have market value. Or I should say, it doesn't mean that her art doesn't have value. It means that she's in the wrong market. Right? I understand that you want to prevent your friend from careening into the abyss and destroying herself trying to pursue her passion. Man, what if you could find a way to help her pursue her passion instead? What if you could find a path that would be monetizable for her art? Because there are a lot of artists who are doing great, actually. Maybe she needs to be in a different place. Maybe she needs to be putting her art in a different path. Translate why people need her art. Yeah, something like that. That's what Tia is doing, right? Talking about art and pointing at it and going, this is of value because XYZ. That might work. Be a salesperson for your friend's art. But no, it's hopeless, right? No, it's hopeless. No. You know what? There's no value in this this internet video thing. No value in it. Stay a programmer. Keep working for other people. Yeah. Don't engage with the art. Don't commit. Don't throw yourself into the things that you love. Yeah, don't do any of that. Fuck that shit. Gangstar. Pointing to the sky. Manifesting a drill out of nothing. The stories go in your eyes and out your ears. They don't sink in. You gotta let them sink in. You gotta have an open soul to them. Let Simone live in your heart. Let Ryuko live in your heart. Let Noriko live in your heart. And believe in the her that believes in her. Yeah. Yeah. And believe in her. And believe in yourself. I gotta quit. I'm gonna piss my fucking pants if I sit here any longer, frankly. My biological needs have caught up with me. Because I did drink this entire thing full of mate and caffeinated tea. Yoinks. Thanks for coming along on this journey with me today. This has been a hell of an interesting one, I think. I hope it's been useful to some of you. If you have any ideas about how it could become more useful, I will listen to them. I may not incorporate them, because I'm arrogant. But I will listen to them. Thank you for your time, your attention, your energy, and for spending a portion of your life to learn with me. I appreciate that immensely, and I appreciate you. Peace. And as always, on this show, I really